I'm going to get a lot of people to rally around me. What he doesn't understand is this guy has a terrible criminal record. It is going to, more and more of it is going to get out. And again, he had a lot of due process, frankly, and I think that's something that people need to understand. Sierra Claire, thank you so much for joining us. I know we had some breaking news overnight. Thank you so much for commenting on that and joining us all the way out there. I really appreciate it. We'll get you on again. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Coming up, the political suicide that Maine's governor is committing. Well, I guess that was just so attractive that other lunatics in the Democratic Party decided to join in. That, I'll tell you who did in just a minute when we talk about the insanity of joining in with suicidal political decisions. And one of the leaders of the Democratic Party, really one of the biggest leaders of the Democratic Party, has an incredible excuse for why the Democrats are polling so weakly. Even Democrats I spoke to over the weekend can't believe he said this. I'll tell you what he said and what that's all about when American Sunrise Early Edition continues. And there's a live shot of Vatican City, St. Peter's Square there. Of course, the breaking news overnight, Pope Francis passed away at about 7:30 a.m. Rome time, which would be about 2 or 3 in the morning, maybe 1 in the morning, depending where you are here in the United States. He was 88 years old, and we'll be talking more about that developing story because, of course, the church now needs to get into the process of choosing a new pope, and there is a very, very major challenge facing the church right now. It was facing it when he was elected pope in 2013, but it's even more stark now. We'll talk more about that as the show goes on. Welcome back to those of you watching. Thank you so much for joining me here on American Sunrise Early Edition, especially to those of you watching and commenting on the Getter and Rumble apps. I've been watching, and thank you so much for that. Hey, Maine was one thing, but now Illinois Democrats are joining the fight to allow boys in the girls' locker rooms and essentially destroy girls' sports in America. So now it's Maine and Illinois who are fine with losing crucial federal funds over this extremely unpopular lunacy. Yes, even in Illinois, the polls are very clear that people don't want boys and girls sports, boys and girls locker rooms. Now, Maine is a very poor state. As I've told you on this program many times before, I lived there and I worked there. I also lived and I also worked in Illinois for a few years. And I can tell you that while Illinois has, of course, a larger economy because of the large Chicago economy and some of the other cities in that state, it is also an incredibly indebted state. Illinois has a terrible amount of debt, mostly to their own workers. They have terrible pension debts in Illinois. They cannot afford to lose federal funding. And yet now they are going to risk that by standing up for something that the voters don't want. It makes no sense. I've talked about this before, unless there's really only one or two, three possibilities. One is the Democratic Party nationally is telling all elected Democrats they must fall in line with this policy no matter what, or they will face stricter consequences from them. They have major donors, potentially something else going on. I'll talk about that in a second. Or maybe these leaders have just lost their minds, which is also possible. Narcissists who get into politics sometimes lose their mind. You know, I could go on even more about this issue, but let's hear what Ted Nugent from Real America's Voice show, The Spirit Campfire, has to say about it. Listen to what Ted says.
Just like the other BLM, Black Lives Matter, they ripped off people for billions of dollars to enrich themselves, just like all the bureaucrats. The IRS, your scum. You're thieving, corrupt, criminal, anti-American, oath-violating scum. You're stealing hard-earned money from Americans trying to make ends meet, and then you send it to rich people in poor countries. The IRS, the entire foreign aid scam, is taking money from hardworking Americans and give it to fellow corrupt punks, bureaucrat, despot, tyrant, evil slave owners around the world, and then it ends up in Nancy Pelosi's bank account. Well, where's the evidence for that? Everywhere. The Environmental Protection Agency is not protecting the environment. Our government was formed as a defiance to the kings and the emperors and the Führers. There wasn't any Führers at the time, but they all act like Führers and emperors. By the way, Japan, the emperor wasn't God. He was a punk. And you were so stupid to be his slave. No man can control other men. Our government was supposed to represent the self-evident truth outline of the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, the Ten Commandments, the Golden Rule. But now Uncle Sam is a gangster thief, virtually untrustworthy, that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and his entire team are starting to spotlight the cockroaches as they illegally, immorally torch American families' tax dollars.
All right, Ted Nugent's Spirit Campfire airs first. There's some rear airings, but the first time it airs is every Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time here on Real America's Voice. Actually, I lied. I do have more to say about that. Why did I throw up that sound from Ted Nugent talking about the money? Because I think that money may actually be the reason why many of these states are going and doing that politically suicidal thing of supporting something that people don't want in their state and risking federal funding. Because there's other funding, and that, of course, is funding from donors. And in many states across the country, the hospital systems, the private hospital systems, are the biggest donors, are the biggest employers in their state. And I can tell you something now that I know from my own experience, is something that I studied and actually wrote a paper on. People who get trans surgery are an absolute cash cow for the hospitals in the United States. Not just the surgery, which is very expensive, but the lifetime of medical maintenance after the surgery is incredible. Even if the surgery is not botched, and very often it is botched, by the way, there are so many complications for the lifetime of someone who goes through that surgery. It is a major cash cow. That might be the reason that some of these politicians are in support of this insanity. It may be because they get huge donor money and support from the hospital systems, who are, again, usually in almost every state in America, the biggest employers in the state. They have a lot of clout in the state houses. That might explain it. I'm going to look more into that as the show goes on. So I hope you'll stay with me for that, because I think over the next few months, we're going to get more evidence of that. All right, coming up, if you know your economics, you know every market move and every change creates new winners and new losers. And there's one American company that's really seeing a surge in sales because of the tariffs. I'll tell you who it is in just a moment. And if you're a Gen Zer like me, Gen Xer like me, I'm not a Gen Zer. If you're a Gen Xer like me, you should count yourself lucky for having survived the brutal cola wars of the 1980s. You'll never know the horror and the pain. But anyway, there's also a relative winner in the soda world this morning, thanks to the tariffs as well. Find out who and why when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back. Of course, the breaking news overnight as you look at a live shot of Vatican City, the death of Pope Francis. We'll be talking about that throughout this program and all day here on Real America's Voice. So that's a live shot of a beautiful day in St. Peter's Square as the process of choosing a new pope will start next week. There's 9 days of mourning, and then something called the conclave begins. And now let's go look at the White House right now because the big Easter egg hunt, Easter egg roll, I forgot the exact official name for that. Maybe you guys can tell me in the Getter or the Rumble chats. That's going to happen today. They always do that on Easter Monday. I think they always do that the day after Easter, and that, of course, is today. Let's take a look at where the markets are going to begin to get today. Sorry to get so mundane on after I talk about those holiday things, but again, a lower open for the Dow. Nothing too dramatic, although that is a steep drop at the beginning for the day. 352 points down on the futures. Gold, look at now at the 3,400 level per ounce. So again, a new all-time high on gold. Crude oil back down to $62. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is now we're starting to creep up a little higher now, up almost 3% at that 86,000. So let's see if it gets closer to 90 again. It's been stuck between 80 and 88 for weeks and weeks, getting back near that recent ceiling of 88. All right. I want to talk about what the markets are going to be talking about this week. Of course, tariffs still the big story, but we're going to be taking a look at some important earnings reports. That's when these companies come out every 3 months. If you're a company on the New York Stock Exchange, you got to tell everyone every 3 months how you've been doing. And the big two companies that we're going to be looking at this week are Tesla and Google. They both report their earnings, as they're called, basically their profits and their revenues and their money coming in and what their bottom line is. That'll be coming out tomorrow. Very, very interesting to see how Tesla's been affected with all those Tesla attacks against Elon Musk and physically against the cars. See how they've been affected. You know their numbers are probably going to be down. Be interested to see what Google has to say as well. All right, folks, if you grew up in the 1970s and 1980s like I did, you know that the Cola Wars produced such carnage and destruction. The atrocities included New Coke, that was terrible. And don't forget, Michael Jackson almost burned himself to death in a Pepsi ad. Look it up. It really happened. Believe me, it's really happened. It really happened. You could not turn on a TV or a radio without having nasty ads from Coke and Pepsi. They were going at each other like World War III. Well, they still go at each other. It's just not as part of our culture anymore. But the tariff situation is leading to a huge win for Coca-Cola right now. It turns out that Pepsi gets most of the concentrate for the syrup for their cola made in Ireland, while Coke does that all here in the United States. This is going to increase Pepsi's costs exponentially, and Coke is not going to feel the same pain. This is a very, very big win for Coca-Cola. I'd like to see how that shapes out. Speaking of earnings reports in 3 months, love to see how Coke fares against Pepsi 3 months from now. Mark it down. That'll be in July. We'll talk about it here. All right. I want to talk about a company called Back Market, not Black Market, but Back Market. Now, folks, don't get me wrong. A lot of big companies and a lot of small businesses are going to be hurting or are already hurting from the tariffs. I get it. But there's always some interesting new winners and losers. In this case, it's a new winner. This is a company called Back Market, which does something that local stores here in New York and a bunch of places around the country have been doing for years, which is what they say refurbish tech equipment. In other words, they sell used stuff. They sell used iPhones. They sell used computers, laptops, all that kind of stuff. And these kinds of companies like Back Market are surging right now because, of course, they're not subject to any tariffs. They're already here in this country. You're just buying a used, quote unquote, refurbished product. Their sales last week, Back Market, tripled. That's not bad. Again, there's winners and losers everywhere. Remember that. That's a very important lesson about economics. No one has a situation where everyone loses and everyone wins. Not even in the Great Depression. My grandfather, who sold knockoff dresses in the 20s, had a decent living, became very successful in the 1930s when no one could afford the real thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. It is time for Moving America, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company, artilleryteaco.com. Use promo code America's Tea for 25% off your first order. Artillery Tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free, and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. Artilleryteaco.com, promo code America's Tea for 25% off your first order. Okay, Ford says it's halting its car and truck shipments to China in light of the tariff wars. Now, Ford used to do much bigger business in China not that long ago. As recently as 2016, they had a $1.3 billion profit from their business in China. Last year, Ford said they made $900 million in China. Okay, so that's a significant drop. That's almost a 40% drop, right? But when you're dropping, remember, we've had inflation since 2016. That's a big deal. That means Ford's business is already shrinking in China, tariffs or no tariffs. And of course, China already does have major tariffs. So again, you're dealing with a situation when if you are an American company, even if you start putting factories into China and building American products there, eventually your business shrinks. This is a model that everyone has suffered from. Apple's suffering with this right now, by the way. Eventually, a local Chinese company with Chinese regime support basically steals your technology and takes over your market share. That's what's happening to Apple now. That's what's happening to Ford. They've already seen that major drop off. It may not be worth it, folks, tariffs or no tariffs. The woes for the Cybertruck, by the way, just keep getting worse. Pre-orders have dried up. Remember, there were a lot of pre-orders for the Cybertruck. Well, they're finished with those. And now some buyers are getting up to $10,000 discounts on offer to buy them. $8,000 discounts are $8,000 discounts a little bit more common. So let's just say $8,000 right now. But even with an $8,000 discount, the demo, for example, demo vehicles, they're not necessarily better than the deals than a brand new Cybertruck, the all-wheel drive, which starts at $74,700 after the tax credit. You know, that's not a bad deal, even with the $8,000 off. But that's still more expensive than the new lower-cost Cybertruck, which is coming out soon, which is going to list for about $64,000. So that will still be cheaper. But again, they're cutting prices on a brand new vehicle. That's never a good sign. That means that sales are down. That's what's going on with the Cybertruck. All right. Another story I want to talk about when it comes to lowering prices. I may not be the biggest fan of electric vehicles. You know I'm not if you've been watching this program. But I do have to say, I like the values they provide when you buy them used. Here's a hot example. This is a hot car. A 2023 Porsche Taycan recently sold for $54,000, even though it's not even a 2-year-old car, despite an original MSRP of more than $109,000. That is a big discount, basically half off. The lesson here, smart buyers can, forget about the sticker shock of a new Taycan and dive straight into a used one. Again, half off. Just make sure you get one with a remaining warranty, by the way, or better yet, an extended warranty. But that's a nice looking car, and it's like a year and a half old. Not bad. About 2 weeks ago on this program, I told you about the poll that showed that, this was a Gallup poll, that showed that the thing that new car drivers hated the most were all those nagging messages and voice messages your car gives you when you're running low on gas, or when your lights are on, or when you've been driving for a long time without a brake. Well, I'm not the only one saying this, and not just the people in the polls. There is a Detroit Free Press car reviewer who is right now in the middle of reviewing a new electric vehicle. Now, he's not going to say the name of the vehicle until he's done with the review, but he did take time out to write what I thought was a hilarious article yesterday about how annoying this EV is when it gives him messages. The best part of it is, so he basically said the same thing I just did, can't stand it when the car nags him. But here's a funny story from that article, and I suggest you check it out on the Detroit Free Press. When he cursed at the vehicle for giving him incorrect directions on the GPS, the vehicle said to him, "I may be virtual, but I still have feelings." I mean, who needs to have a nagging friend in your life or a nagging person in your life when your car can do it for you? This has gone too far. I think we can all agree. All right, tariffs have thrown the global economy into chaos. Potential widespread inflation tied to massive supply chain disruptions is weighing on all of us heavily. But there is a silver lining that most people missed. President Trump specifically exempted gold and silver bullion from these sweeping tariffs. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos, the administration preserved your ability to diversify into precious metals. If you are concerned about your savings, I encourage you to have a free consultation with a Birch Gold precious metals specialist. The first step is to text America to 989898 and receive your free no obligation info kit on gold. Learn how to hold gold and silver in a tax sheltered account. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold IRA for no money out of pocket. I buy my gold from Birch Gold. Is it finally time you did too? With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of thankful customers, text America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898 to claim your free info kit right now. Okay, coming up, Is John Roberts unable to see the forest for the trees? Why is he making new rules for President Trump that previous presidents never had to govern by? We'll get into that when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back.
So call 1-800-944-4512 now.
Here are this morning's top stories. Breaking news overnight. Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. This comes just one day after he made a surprise appearance on the balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square, and just after he met with Vice President J.D. Vance. Now, the mourning period begins, and the process of choosing a new pope will start next week. The Pope's death comes as massacres of African Christians are again on the rise. With the latest mass attack less than a week ago in Nigeria, there is much speculation that the next pope could be chosen from among a handful of African cardinals. Back here in the U.S., Chief Justice John Roberts strikes again, putting at least a temporary hold on deportations under the Alien Enemy Act. By that logic, a foreign terrorist army could invade this country, and President Trump wouldn't be allowed to remove them until each one of them gets extended due process. Hey, now maybe a foreign terrorist army will invade us for real. Why not? John Roberts opened the door. And speaking of deportations, Chris Van Hollen has no apologies and sees no evil as he doesn't respond to questions about the deported illegal alien he visited in El Salvador, who happens to have more and more criminal behavior on his record that's coming to light every day. Hey, I guess being a Democrat means never having to say you're sorry. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Hey, welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Special welcome to those of you watching and commenting. This is an interactive program on Getter and Rumble. I'm Jake Novak. Again, we have breaking news overnight, the death of Pope Francis at age 88. And joining me now is Veeb's CEO and Heritage Foundation media fellow Tim Young. Tim, I know it's really right off the bat here. Obviously, no one has had too much time to prepare, although, of course, he has been fighting, the Pope had been fighting ill health for a long time. But any initial response to what, of course, is the dominant breaking news this morning? Can't have a guest on this program without giving you a chance to weigh in on that.
I mean, I'm probably, you have to remember I'm a comedian too. I'm probably the worst person to bring on when there's something to mourn. Look, I feel bad for Catholics worldwide and the folks who were attached to Pope Francis. I'm surprised, though, on my humorous side, wants to say I'm surprised that the media hasn't blamed J.D. Vance yet, since J.D. Vance met with him on Easter, literally just yesterday. So I wouldn't doubt that some crazy leftist or some crazy Democrat is going to come out and blame J.D. Vance for this.
Well, there'll be plenty. Again, they can't be stories in the news anymore without somebody blaming someone. But So far, I haven't seen that, but that's exactly something I thought the same thing. Are they going to say that J.D. Vance came? Here's what I think will be a possible narrative, because it isn't a joke, because this is the world we live in right now. A possible narrative will be that J.D. Vance insisted on seeing the Pope, and that caused his schedule to be more full that day, and he may have exhausted the man. I mean, we may actually hear that. All right, let's get to our own.
They'll make something up.
Yeah, believe me. I mean, I feel terrible saying it, but you know, someone on social media will say this, and it won't just be some rando. It'll be someone who has over 100,000 followers who will say something along the lines of, couldn't Vice President Vance see how sick he was and cancel that visit? I mean, honestly, someone will say that. I would put money on that. All right, let's talk about our domestic politics here. Speaking of social media, because you reposted a post that I think is really interesting on X yesterday, and it showed the last few presidents and all the deportations that they have had without any injunction from any federal court or the Supreme Court. And now, of course, the Supreme Court, even though President Trump so far has deported far fewer than those other presidents, has slapped injunction after injunction in the federal courts. I mean, Tim, I think this just seems to be something all about Trump. How can you say it isn't about him personally when you see those statistics?
I mean, that's exactly what this is. They want to stop his policy and his protecting America policy. I don't understand. I don't understand how any court could stop the president from protecting America. This isn't him deporting American citizens. This isn't him getting rid of people that he doesn't like politically. This is him getting rid of illegal aliens. These are people who aren't supposed to be here to begin with. These are people who broke the law when they first crossed over the border. But he's not just getting rid of like run-of-the-mill illegal aliens. He's getting rid of people who are members of MS-13, members of Tren de Agua, people who have been linked to violent gang members, people who have a violent criminal history, people who, in the case of the fella who Chris Van Hollen went to visit and have some margaritas with, whether or not you want to believe that those glasses in front of them were margaritas, they were there and he didn't remove them. He's got a history of apparently being violent with his wife to the point that she called the police and asked for help from the police with him. So Donald Trump isn't getting rid of random people or random even illegal aliens, even though I believe he has the right to deport those folks as well, because you don't have they don't have the same due process that Americans have. In my opinion, in a lot of people's opinions, you're an illegal alien. You might get one hearing, but you don't get 10 years of appeals like you're getting a death sentence to get deported. You get deported. Like, you shouldn't be here to begin with. You broke the law coming here. You probably lied about your reasons for asylum. Time to go.
Yeah. And again, you mentioned due process. He's had multiple appearances before judges.
Yeah.
That's a lot of due process. Now, you brought us to the Chris Van Hollen thing. And I think that
judges, sorry. Multiple judges have
linked
him to MS-13. This isn't something that's out of the blue either.
Yeah. You mentioned Chris Van Hollen, and Tim, I think Chris Van Hollen may be a GOP strategist in disguise, because he's basically been shooting a series of Republican campaign ads for next year's midterms all weekend. Here's his latest ad. His latest comment. Listen.
Who did pay for this trip?
This was an officially cleared, congressional trip, cleared on a bipartisan basis. Yes, like every other trip.
Okay, first I want to give Tim, the one good thing I can say about him is that he went on Fox News Sunday. He did a lot of the other Sunday morning programs, so good for him for doing that. Although, honestly, he also didn't answer a lot of questions. Even on the mainstream media shows, there were one or two, not many, but one or two questions about this ridiculous guy's background, this Kilmer Abrego Garcia. Again, orders of protection asked for. And his wife, by the way, Tim, is an American citizen. She must have known that by calling the cops and asking the court for an order of protection against this guy, that it might get him deported. And she did it more than once. And Tim, we found out a couple of days ago that he was stopped under suspicion of human trafficking back in 2022 in Tennessee, and the Biden administration told the cops there to let him and others go. Chris Van Hollen is potentially, I guess he's the new head of the Republican re-election campaign. Honestly.
Well, hey, I can't name a single other thing that Chris Van Hollen has done in Congress. And I grew up in Maryland. I knew him from the State House years ago. But he's been in Congress now federally for, I believe, 21 years. And this is what he's going to be known for, is taking taxpayer dollars to go down and support an MS-13 gang member instead of folks in his own state. This, again, goes to Marylanders getting exactly what they voted for. This is why, anybody in Maryland who still lives there, who complains about the violence and the crime on the rise and taxes on the rise and their education system going down, you get exactly what you vote for. People always, point fingers at Democrat cities and say how terrible California is. Maryland is probably one of the worst overrun by Democrats states in the entire country.
Yeah, and, this is a state that has thousands of people suddenly out of work. Maryland is dominated by federal workers. I mean, the city of Columbia, Maryland, I think is like 90% federal workers and their family. It's coming crazy. They're suddenly out of work, and he's got nothing to say about that because of Doge. These people are out of work. And these people are in a bubble. And this brings me to another bubble question I want to ask you about, Tim. It's very, very thick, the Democrats' bubble. I'm sure there's a lot of Republicans that are in a bubble too, believe me. But this is a Democrat who has a terrible bubble. Congressman Jim Clyburn, who's basically now the most senior and powerful African-American in Congress and maybe in the whole country as far as politicians are concerned. He went on MSNBC and they asked him, now to his credit, he acknowledged that the Democrats are really down in the polls. A lot of Democrats are not admitting that. All right, so he admitted that. Good for him. But when he was asked why, he said the reason why the Democrats are down in the poll, and hold on to your hat here, I know you are wearing a hat, Tim. He said it's because the mainstream media isn't anti-Trump enough, isn't being pro-Democrat enough. I mean, is he crazy? Is he kind of being cheeky here and knowing that no one believes that? Or do you think he actually wants the media to be even crazier anti-Trump?
Well, how old is Jim Clyburn now? Is he like 80? I mean, the guy's been around for a very long time. He probably doesn't even watch the media. He just wants them, to be completely parroting all of their talking points from the Democrat Party. Just because they might, take a break for about 20 seconds doesn't mean that the media isn't all in for you to begin with. The media could not do any more. Not Rav, obviously. You guys, maybe he's talking about Rav. Maybe he watches Real America's Voice. This Clyburn.
That's it. That's the answer.
He's like, who are these people? Bannon, Posobiec? Who is this? Novak? What are they? Why is this guy not parroting our talking points? We sent it to him. So, maybe that's what he's worried about, because the rest of these, I don't know what he could be upset about with the media. I think it's just people are tired. People are tired of these Democrat talking points. People are tired of their lives sucking. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. People are tired of living in crime-ridden areas with high taxes, with bad education, with bad health care that are overrun by illegal aliens who are getting free handouts. Americans are sick of it. Democrats are sick of it. And that's why they're losing. That's why I believe they will continue to lose. You have folks like clowns like Chris Van Hollen out there. Jasmine Crockett's been out there. AOC's been out there. They've lost their base. And they will continue to lose their base. I don't think they win this midterm election coming up. It's going to take something remarkable for them to gain any seats back in the House or the Senate. So, man, I've never seen a worse Democrat Party, and I couldn't be more excited about it.
All right, Tim, I only have like 20 seconds left, but I'm old enough to remember the incredible obsession this country had over the bicentennial years. It was actually awesome. I spent my formative years learning everything about the American history, because if you turned on the TV or went outside between the years of 1975 and 1977, it was bicentennial all the time. And now we are at 50 years already. We're starting the 250th anniversary of this country. And of course, I guess over the weekend we had the anniversary of Lexington and Concord. Are you fired? Because Tim, you're too young to remember the bicentennial stuff. I don't think you were alive in 1976. Are you fired up to learn about all the founding fathers and the cool things they did with guns?
Look, I know about them because I'm a conservative that pays attention to history and loves the history of this country and loves our freedom. And God forbid I say I'm a nationalist, too. I love everything about this country except for, the crazy trans stuff that's going everywhere. I'm very excited about it. I'm very excited to celebrate our history, and I'm excited to fly American flags. I fly them every day. It's just like I love this country. I'm proud of what we did back in the day, and I'm glad that we've got a president in right now that's going to fix all the problems that the Democrats created over the past 4 years.
It's going to be fun. I think a whole new generation of Americans, if the Trump administration really follows through on its promises, are going to learn a lot more about American history. And I'm all for watching the musical movie 1776. That's a fun movie, too. All right, Tim Young, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks for having me.
All right. We'll be back in just a moment. We're going to talk more about that breaking news overnight, the death of Pope Francis, and what this means now for not just the Catholic Church, but people of faith all over the world. We'll be right back. Live shot of Vatican City right now. Of course, the breaking news overnight, the passing of Pope Francis. He was 88 years old. He was Pope for 12 years, elected in 2013 to replace the then retiring Pope Benedict, who also passed away relatively recently. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. David Brody joins me right now. And while neither one of us have a PhD, I think that both of us deserve the at least the title of at least almost religious scholar. That's something that that I think people will accept. So let's talk about this just for a second. Obviously, we extend our condolences. This is a passing of someone who was an important, still, no matter who you are, whatever religion you are, there is no more identifiable religious figure in the world than the Pope, whoever he may be at any given time. So, of course, that's an important, and we're not being disrespectful in any way. However, I know that, David, you and I both agree on the fact that there was an important challenge that was facing the church when he was elected in 2013. I will say the most important one being the persecution and the actual physical attacks on Christians all over the world, not just Catholics, but a lot of them are Catholic. And even just this week, David, less than a week ago, another massive massacre of Christians in Nigeria. And this is why people are saying the next Pope, and maybe even the Pope last time, should have been either at least a Pope, a cardinal from Africa, or someone who made that a top priority. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I agree with both, actually. Look, 1.4 billion Catholics around the world, and it's growing. The church, the Catholic Church specifically, is growing the most in Africa. The evangelical church, by the way, growing a lot in Africa as well. But I would not be surprised if we see an African pope. Look, there are three potential contenders, if you will, and we're not going to go through them. Sorry, I'm not really versed on current pope history, Jake, but that's the sense that we'll get. But to your point, you make a really good one, and that is like, look, I think the Pope really needs to stick to a couple of things, right, going forward. First of all, big issues around the world that affect persecuted Christians and just tragedy, wherever it is around the world. Things that people can agree on. First of all, number one, and number two, stay out of politics. I mean, why is the Pope all of a sudden talking about environmentalism? And quite frankly, if you're not going to stick to traditional moral absolutes, why in the world is the Pope, any Pope for that matter, talking about marriage if it's not between one man and one woman? I mean, that's the bottom line. That's called a moral absolute. So, stay out of politics. And look at immigration. It's a great example. I mean, he was ripping Trump. This Pope was ripping Trump on immigration. Why in the world is the Pope specifically talking about immigration policy? And that's the key word, policy. I mean, he was talking about that illegal aliens in the United States should not be deported. Hold on for a second. Could you stay out of United States policy? I mean, if you want to talk about the downtrodden, great, but how about the law and order aspect as well? We had a social justice Pope, social justice gospel Pope, but not a law and order Pope, specifically from a moral absolute standpoint. It was very confusing. It was very murky, and that's going to be part of his legacy.
Yeah, and I know no one's going to believe me when I say this, but honestly, if the Pope had said things that I do agree with politically, I also would not be appreciative of that. That's not, religion to me, whether it's my own religion or others, should not be brought down to the day-to-day level of the editorial page in the newspaper. That is the difference between the holy and not the profane, but the holy and the ordinary. And separating those things are very, very important to all the major religions of the world. The word holy literally means separate and special. And politics is not separate and special. I'm sorry. It's just not. Folks,
you see, you're a religious scholar. You're a religious scholar. There it was.
Thank you so much. All right. American Sunrise is coming up, the big show. I'll see you again tomorrow.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. Hey guys, look, there's a lot to talk about this morning, and I just read an article this morning I wanted to bring up, and it really kind of, I think, solidified why President Trump is implementing his tariff plan. Basically, this says that Japan has a $63 billion trade surplus with the United States. So in other words, they send us $63 billion more worth of products than we're able to sell in Japan, which I think, again, speaks to why President Trump is implementing his tariffs, and all of this, of course, comes comes after he met with Japanese trade officials yesterday.
This is so fundamental in terms of fairness, what the president is doing right now, that he seems heroic to those of us in MAGA who've been screaming about this for years, but there is just almost no argument, Emily, on the fairness, the absolute justice of some president coming along and leveling the playing field.
Republicans have been screaming this for years, and finally President Trump is acting on it. I mean, this is exactly what he campaigns on, this fairness that you talk about, Gina, and this is just promises made, promises kept.
Federal Judge James Boasberg is moving to hold the Trump administration in contempt over its use of deportation flights. Boasberg says that the court determined that the administration is willfully disregarding an order to not use the Alien Enemies Act.
Anyone that stands in the way right now, in my opinion, be it a judge, the media, the Democrats, is a threat to this country.
You grew up in Wayne, Maine. Now that rolls off the tongue. What would you focus on if you were to become governor?
I don't recognize my state anymore. I did grow up here, a little town of 500 people, and have written books about it. But the reality is this state is under siege. Those same illegal aliens, those same drug traffickers, those same groups that are terrorist and drug trafficking organizations are all over the state of Maine. It's hard to believe. I'm seeing your beautiful pictures of our state. But the reality is fentanyl is everywhere. We lose 40 to 70 kids a month.
Pam Bondi announced yesterday the DOJ is suing Maine's Department of Education over refusing to ban transgender athletes in women's sports.
We have repeatedly notified Maine of its infractions and urged them to remedy the situation to protect women.
If the state of Maine doesn't want federal funding, good, don't take it. We won't send it. Any other states want to step up? Because apparently a couple more are going to do the same thing. Then we won't send money to places like Illinois or California either. You want men and women's locker rooms competing against them on the track or in the pool? Fine, you go ahead and do that. We'll just hold on to the money until further notice.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
We have breaking news to share with you.
politics,
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
we've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
We begin with breaking news this morning. Pope Francis has passed away at 88 years old. The Vatican confirmed the death earlier this morning. The pontiff suffered health scares earlier this year and was hospitalized with double pneumonia just 5 weeks ago. Vatican officials say he had been doing well since being discharged from the hospital. He, of course, also suffered from chronic lung disease and had part of one lung removed when he was younger. Pope Francis, dead at 88 years old. Let's bring in David Brody in Washington, D.C., Dr. Gina in our West Palm Beach studio to further discuss what is going to be the big story of the day and the topic of conversation around the world, quite honestly, for the next several weeks. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, T.
So your immediate reaction, David, we'll start with you. I think we probably all woke up to the news and we're scrambling, obviously, to put together our reporting. But your immediate reaction to the news, David?
Well, there's always obviously the thoughts and the prayers with the folks that are around the Pope and are with him at this in this moment there in Rome, who of course are moving on. Look. He's, how do I say this? That's the disclaimer. He's a pope of confusion. And what I mean by that specifically is that, you know, he would talk about the family. He would talk about how the culture is trying to redefine the family. And then he would go ahead and bless same-sex marriages. And so, look, this is a pope that, and I'm just being fully honest, I know we're supposed to maybe take that pause. Hard to take that pause, quite frankly. I mean, you know, he decided to get involved in politics. I'm not quite sure that's a pope's role. As a matter of fact, I don't think it's a pope's role. And so, you know, I'll have a lot more to say about this, but, you know, I'll just say this. He'll need to give an account, just like each and every one of us. You know, it's he did some good stuff for sure, but there was, like I said, a lot of controversy, and I thought there was a bit of, not a bit, there was quite a bit of grain of moral absolutes, Gina, under this pope.
Yeah, you know, somebody who didn't want to focus on the things that the Catholic Church holds foundational, the things like marriage. As David mentioned, he wanted to liberalize divorce within the Catholic Church. He was not pro-life. If anything, he was very much wanted to liberalize the whole Catholic version of what it means to even define life. And to many Catholics, that was very discouraging. And the Catholics saw a great division over this pope. And so I know that there are a lot of Catholics hoping that these cardinals will take a look again and come back to the Catholic roots of a more conservative Catholic Church. So we'll have to see.
All right, Dr. Gina, well, I think this is a perfect transition to get to our Bible verse of the day. Would you do us the honors, please?
Check out today's Bible verse from Genesis, book 1, verses 26 and 27. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image according to our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, over the cattle, over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. I have the word search right now to say those are the words of God. But that is the word of God. And I love the our image because, of course, that reflects the triune God, and which is so important. And gentlemen, I hope that you had a beautiful Resurrection Sunday with your families. Yes. I certainly did. I got to have my family there, and they blessed me in so many ways. And yeah, it's the greatest thing in the world, being with family on days, especially on the day of the resurrection.
Had a great time. Had a great time. Easter egg roll and everything.
Oh, good, good, good. All right. Well, speaking of Easter egg rolls, you guys, let's bring in RAV and Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn. Brian, I guess we're waiting to hear word from President Trump. Let's just say there was not a lot of love lost between this Pope and President Trump. This Pope was highly critical of President Trump, publicly very critical of President Trump. But I'm sure that President Trump will be civil. It is his role. Yes. And he does have a tremendous amount of Catholic support. It's sort of a little bit of a confusing day, right? Especially for conservative Catholics watching this situation. Brian.
It is. Good morning, everyone. When I got the news this morning, the first thing, and I just got to be transparent, and David, I think you all agree with me. I was like, well, that's the woke Pope. I mean, he is known as the woke Pope. His stance on pro-life and pro-choice and getting into environmentalism, getting into spaces that I don't think he belongs in. Instead of defending the Bible and defending God's word, he chose to dip his toe into politics, and that just muddies everything up. So, of course, we should be praying for those around the Pope, his family, and everyone in Rome, and pretty much all Christians around the world. But it is going to be very interesting to hear the remarks from President Trump. I would assume later today, maybe before the Easter egg roll, before it takes place, maybe he'll stop and reflect and make a statement, or it could be something separate in the Oval Office. We'll find out here shortly.
And of course, we'll have live coverage there from the White House when and if that does in fact happen. Brian, other big stories happening on Easter. There was supposed to be this Easter Day truce between Russia and Ukraine. There are reports this morning that that didn't happen, each side pointing to the other, saying that there was in fact an attack. I'd like to bring your attention to this Independent headline here. The Independent, of course, a UK publication. It says, Ukraine-Russia war latest. Putin and Zelensky accuse each other of breaking Easter truce. What's the reaction there at the White House? And I think the bigger picture here, Brian, is the administration ready to walk away from this mess? And those are my words, not the administration's words, but I suspect many people would agree that this situation is becoming a mess.
I think you're right. I know Marco Rubio said those exact words last week. And then, of course, you had the Easter truce, and we were all optimistic on that. And then we see the news coming out that each one of them blame attacks on their country. So it reminds me of two kids in the back seat going on a family vacation where you say, don't touch me, he touched me, and they fight back and forth, and you turn around and you go, stop it. I think America is ready to turn around to both of them and say, stop it, we're done, stop the car, open the doors, we're getting out, this road trip is over. I think we're getting to the point now. The president has not sent out a statement in regards to that, but just based off the Marco Rubio meetings we had last week, I'm getting a hint that we might be headed in that direction.
Yeah, that's a great point, Brian. And the analogy is spot on. Hey, let's go to The Guardian for another headline on another topic, but it is related because it has to do with Russia. It says Moscow actually may gain a key role in Iran's nuclear deal as U.S. talks progress. This is interesting here. I mean, basically, one of the stumbling blocks seems to be that, where would the Iranian nuclear stockpile reside if it's not going to be in Iran? And that's where Russia comes in. Like the United States, apparently we're hearing, is thinking about, well, maybe it should just reside in Russia. Well, that seems a little strange to me. I've got a few questions about putting a nuclear stockpile in Russia, considering Iran and Russia are a little bit buddy-buddy, if you will. What's your reaction to that? And what's the White House's reaction, I wonder? I wonder what we're going to see here.
I don't know what we're going to see here, but is this the same Russia that said they were going to do the Easter truce, but yet they violated that apparently? Is this the same Russia that has been kicking the can for negotiations down the road? Is this the same Russia that we want to trust all this uranium with, all of this stuff, and they're perhaps to be the mediator? So Russia's the mediator in all of this? None of it makes sense. Look, I'm ready to take my ball and bat of everything on foreign policy and get the hell out of everyone's business, come back here to the White House, defend our borders, defend our country, defend our people. I'm over the clown show that's happening in the Middle East and there abroad. Russia, that's who we want to be responsible for that. We'll wait for the president and the White House to come out with a statement, but as of right now at 8:09, that's my statement in regards to Russia having any responsibility of this stuff.
Right. Hey, Brian, I'm sorry, Dr. Gene. I just wanted to play this really quickly. We just got President Trump's response to the passing of Pope Francis. Here it is on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. It says, "Rest in peace, Pope Francis. May God bless him and all who loved him." Very short and sweet. Go ahead, Dr. Gene. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, Brian, I can't help but think that had this been the death of, for example, Pope John Paul, I can only imagine that the Easter egg roll would be canceled this morning. I think things would just be completely different than they are. I think President Trump's sort of arm's length statement there says a lot. But what do you make of that statement, Brian?
Yeah, I think it was a very respectful statement. I think he's showing restraint, respect, admiration for the Pope. I think it's a very, I wouldn't say a safe statement, because that seems like I'm playing political cards here, but I think it's a respectful statement. And
but sometimes
looking
less is
forward to
more.
the egg roll. Sometimes
less is more.
Yeah,
I think
that's
it was
true.
super appropriate. Sorry, go ahead.
Well,
David.
I don't know. I take a little bit of a different view on it. First of all, I thought it was definitely gracious and respectful, 100%. And just like Gina said, I will take note of the shortness of it. Look, I mean, normally Donald Trump loves a few words for sure on Truth Social, and for this big occasion to just have a short statement, I think that's sending a subliminal message, if nothing else. But having said that, I thought the actual words themselves were very appropriate and graceful, if you will.
Yeah. And those who loved him, and he's not including himself in that, in that statement.
Exactly.
I think that's a kind of a statement within itself. Brian, big Easter egg roll today. Fun fact, as I was telling you, when I very first time met the president, he said, "Thank you for defending me on television. What can I do for you?" This is back in 2016 when he was elected. I said, "Can my son come, my youngest, can he come to the Easter egg roll?" He said, "Absolutely." Bo went. Bo Loudon is there today as well at the Easter egg roll. What can the children look forward to? Bo, not such a child anymore, but you know, children of all ages enjoy this, right?
Yeah, I think they can enjoy everything. I saw a story this past weekend from Legacy Media criticizing the administration for using real eggs in this Easter egg roll, which President Trump has said prices are down. We're going to use real eggs, not plastic eggs. I love it. I think it's great. And so I've seen a lot of families coming into the White House area this morning. I saw a lot of families in town yesterday afternoon as I walked by, just kind of check everything out. I heard a lot of conversations about coming here today. It's just a great event. We've got beautiful weather. Actually, it's about 57, 58 degrees, nice and cool. No rain in the forecast. We are the pool camera, the secondary pool camera for today. So we'll have our cameras in a great position. Perhaps we'll be in a point where we can actually talk to President Trump, not only about Pope and all the other things we've talked about, but also the beautiful event right here on the South Lawn that takes place in just a couple hours, the annual Easter egg roll. Yeah. Easter egg bunny will be there as well. Sometimes that's a little creepy. Sometimes the Easter bunny is a little creepy to me.
In days past, for sure. Brian, give my boy a hug if you see him. I'm sure you will. And meaning my little boy, Bo Loudon. But you can hug the president too. Might be a little awkward, especially, but you go ahead, Brian. You do you. But no, have a good time. Don't rig the golden Easter egg basket, though, Brian. I've heard about it being rigged before. I just want to make sure we don't hear that that's you. Happy Resurrection Sunday to you and your family too, Brian, from yesterday.
Yes.
And we are just so thankful for you being there and covering as you do. Thanks again.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep. Thanks, bro.
Thank you. Hey, hang on just a second. This is the first Easter we've had Elon Musk, so maybe there's $1 million egg somewhere on the South Lawn. I mean, it is Elon Musk, and he is, you never know.
You win. If you find that golden egg with the $1 million in it, or the little rocket ship or something, Brian, I don't know. But we'll
take this microphone. I got to go look for the $1 million egg, guys. Austin, take over.
Yeah, there he goes. I want 10%.
All right, you guys. As the world wakes up, the latest headlines on the death of Pope Francis that happened this morning as American Sunrise continues.
This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
Well, that's the Vatican. Look at that. How appropriate. The Pope, of course, has passed away overnight. We've got the Vatican live shot there. By the way, the conclave, let the conclave begin. It will start within 20 days, sometime within the next 20 days. And there will be a new Pope. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. Coming up, we'll have more on it because the Vatican and the White House are going to talk about this. We're going to take a look at that relationship between the Holy See and the presidency as the world mourns the death of Pope Francis. First, though, T. Bates standing by with the latest from the Real America's Voice newsroom, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
Prepare to hear these words throughout the day. The world is mourning the death of Pope Francis. He passed away while you were sleeping. He was 88 years old. The pontiff had been in failing health and had just been discharged from the hospital recently after a nearly deadly infection. The death comes less than 24 hours after Vice President J.D. Vance met with the leader of the Catholic Church at the Vatican on Easter Sunday.
I know you've not been feeling great, but it's good to see you in better health.
That was Vance's message to the pontiff on Sunday. Vance and his family also observed Easter Mass at one of the 4 pontifical basilicas in Rome. The vice president is Catholic after converting in 2019. Pope Francis was the first Latin American leader of the Roman Catholic Church. The eyes of the world will remain on the Vatican until white smoke billows from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, indicating the papal conclave has selected a new leader. Meantime, world leaders are already paying tribute to the pontiff, with King Charles of England remembering the Pope's quote, contagious smile and boundless compassion. In this statement posted on X, the king goes on to write, "The Queen and I remember with particular affection our meetings with the Holiness over the years, and we were greatly moved to have been able to visit him earlier in the month." And just hours ago, Vice President Vance learned the news as well. He writes, "I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill, but I'll always remember him for the below homily he gave in the very early days of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul." President Trump, of course, also just moments ago offering up his condolences as well to the Pope. Cardinals from around the world are preparing travel plans to the Vatican as we speak in advance of the first papal conclave in a decade. The conclave is a secret meeting during which the next pope will be elected. Eligible cardinals will be locked in a secure area of the Vatican, typically the Sistine Chapel, where they'll deliberate potentially for weeks until they reach a decision. They won't be allowed to leave or communicate with the outside world until a decision is made. There's a lot of stake here with the selection, not just for the more than 1 billion Catholics around the world, but also when it comes to the Church's doctrine moving forward. Among the names being floated as frontrunners to replace Pope Francis are 67-year-old Luis Antonio Taglier of the Philippines, 70-year-old Pietro Parolin of Italy, 76-year-old Peter Turkson of Ghana, and Peter Erdo of Hungary. That's a quick check of your headlines. We'll have more headlines coming your way in short order, including a new study has a warning about heavy drinking and Alzheimer's disease. Stick around for the data. Next, though, Ukraine claims that Russia kept fighting despite an Easter truce. Will the U.S. walk away from talks after Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that idea was on the table? We've got that story, plus continuing coverage of Pope Francis's death. All of that and more after this break.
real America's voice.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. As you know, we have heard about the death of the Pope. You have a view of Vatican City right there. Pope Francis had been long suffering, actually, had part of a lung removed when he was younger, had been suffering from various lung infirmities. And it's presumed, at least in Italian papers, they are reporting that was the cause of death, although, interestingly, they don't do autopsies on popes. They don't search for causes of death. And they used to actually take a silver hammer that was rather famous and tap them on the head 3 times and say their name. And if they didn't respond, they pronounce them dead. Now they just say their name. No more use of the silver hammer. And if they don't respond, they pronounce them dead. He was announced dead this morning early at the age of 88. And we welcome you back to American Sunrise. In other news this morning, the Supreme Court has paused the use of Alien Enemies Act for select deportations. The High Court was ruling on a case from Venezuelans at risk of being deported in the case under the Alien Enemies Act, and it didn't fully explain the ruling. The Trump administration asked the High Court to deport illegal aliens under other laws, those other, for example, than the Alien Enemies Act, while this fight goes on. So federal judge James Boasberg has previously ruled against the use of the Alien Enemies Act for deportations. For more, we want to talk to retired Army Lieutenant Colonel and president of Project Sentinel, Tony Shaffer. Tony, welcome back to the show.
Good to be here.
Your take on this, what will happen to deportations? I think that's what Americans want to know most of all.
Well, I think there's a borderline illegal action by the entire judiciary on this. Let's be very clear on this. According to Article 2, the president has full authority over national security and foreign relationships. So it's interesting that the Supreme Court directed the president to tell El Salvador to return an El Salvadorian citizen. I don't think that's legal. And so the more the Supreme Court puts itself into pretzels over this, the more it's going to become very clear that the president is being essentially undermined by the entire system. But we see this up and down the line.
But if I could just ask you, what is going to happen in the immediate future in terms of these deportations?
I don't think they're going to stop. I think what will happen regarding the pause is that Tom Homan will continue to basically collect people up. They may not be able to get them out of the country, but they will collect them up. And at some point, remember, this is a temporary pause. This isn't like a permanent ruling. They basically said, according to the way I've read and interpreted this and listened to other legal minds, they want a pause because both sides, the Trump side and the judiciary, have to be more respectful. I don't know how you can direct that, but okay. And then I think there's some question of standing. Who is exactly being harmed here? Is it the American citizens or not? These are illegal aliens who have been, in most cases, they've lost their asylum plea, and all due process has been expended, is done. So to put a pause on it, fine. But they're still going to be rounded up, and I do believe Tom Homan will be put them in places, military bases, other facilities, in a secure facility to keep them. This is not stopping at this point.
Yeah, Tony, David Brody here. Colonel, thanks for being here. You're absolutely you're absolutely right. I mean, they're going to need to be crystal clear on this stuff. I mean, there's too much gray area coming from the Supreme Court. But let me move on to this fighting that took place during an alleged Easter truce during the Ukraine-Russia war. I'm curious to get your thoughts about that, because the truth of the matter is, I mean, President Trump said he was going to end the war. Putin has been a pain in the you-know-what. Zelensky, obviously, we know about what happened in the Oval Office, about a month ago or so. So this whole thing is just kind of unraveling. But Putin is really, I mean, come on. He says Easter truce, and then he goes ahead and doesn't do it. And now the fighting's resumed. There are people saying that Putin is playing Trump like a fiddle. I'm curious to get your reaction to that.
Putin is acting as a Russian leader does. Anybody who wants to understand the Russians, I recommend a book called The Russians by Frederick Smith. It's about that thick. It's a long read. I read it in high school. The Russians' position always is what's ours is ours and what's yours is negotiable. Reagan got it. Other folks got it. Trump, I think, is starting to learn it, that you've got to be very hard on this. With that said, Zelensky's been no better. Zelensky immediately started to do things to undermine the ceasefire, He's refused to sign the very deal that would get our skin in the game permanently, which is the mineral deal. It's been like Lucy with the football and Charlie Brown. The longer Zelensky delays, the more Marco Rubio's words are going to become actionable, that we are about to walk away. So neither side has been cooperating. Zelensky has way more to lose here by not cooperating at this point.
So then, to your point, should U.S. foreign agents, should U.S. foreign policy focus more then on the situation with Iran right now? Of course, there have been those nuclear talks that are ongoing. Phase 2 happened over the weekend. Should that really be where we focus more of our attention, just more of our attention at this point, more of our efforts?
That's why that's why the framework discussions are beyond Ukraine regarding Russia and the United States. There are global issues. We want to do what we can to separate Russia from China, for example. China has been an ally, an effective supporter of Russia, especially in a war against Ukraine. So you want to break that apart. Also, we do know that scientists from Russia have been assisting the Iranians in their programs, to include, as we know now, exchange of technology. Hypersonic missile technology went to the Iranians. That technology went to the Houthi. It's all linked. So we have to look at this as a bigger picture than just Ukraine. And I think that's what they're trying to do here, is reestablish some level of understanding so we can actually go back to dealing with them like we did during the Cold War. Remember, we defeated the Russians by diplomatic and very sophisticated covert actions. Doing it blatantly in the open wouldn't work then. It's not going to work now.
Colonel, let me ask you, because I want to go back to something you said about Putin and Trump.
Sure.
So what do you think? Do you think Trump is going to walk away from this? What's it going to take? You do. Go ahead. Expand on that.
I do. No, I think that's what's in the cards. Within the next 10 days, there will be a decision made regarding Zelensky and Ukraine. They're giving the Ukrainians one last chance to sign that minerals deal. I think it's supposed to happen with Scott Bissett this week, I think Thursday. If that doesn't happen, there's no mineral deal. I am certain. I have not talked to the president. I've not talked to his staff. I'm just reading the tea leaves here. I'm certain, based on the way I see things, that Trump's going to say enough's enough. We're done here. And the solution then will become a military one, not by our side, but by the Russians. And I think the Russians are preparing to return to the offensive. They're not diminished. General Cavoli, the commander of EUCOM, said week before last that they were depleted. They're not depleted. I'm a Cold War guy. I, as a lieutenant, studied the Russians in the 1980s. They are taking a pause, reevaluating the avenues of approach, and preparing to return to the offensive. So that's what's going to happen if Ukraine doesn't come across and play ball.
Colonel, does that mean the money dries up as well for support for Ukraine? So it's over.
It's all gone.
Hey, Colonel, I apologize. I've got to interrupt you here. We want to go to the White House. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is speaking.
Yeah. Passing of the Pope out a statement this morning, and we're praying for millions of Christians around the world who loved the Pope and admired him this morning.
Has the president read that story or been briefed on the New York Times story? And combining kind of that and all the leadership changes depending on over the last week, does the president still have confidence in Secretary Hegseth?
The president absolutely has confidence in Secretary Hegseth. I spoke to him about it this morning, and he stands strongly behind him. We'll see you guys at the Easter egg roll. Thanks, Caroline. Thank you.
All right, so that was very brief. Obviously, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, we only caught part of her remarks, but obviously the White House responding to the latest news in the Pope and preparing now for the White House Easter egg roll.
I was just just double checking myself, and she did go to Central Catholic High School. She's Catholic herself, so we should just note that. But once again, my guess is she sees things a bit differently than the Pope. But the point is that she's Catholic. So just a little note there, a little trivia note, Gina.
Yeah. Well, we will be getting to, of course, more news coming up after this. I guess goodbye and thank you, Colonel Tony Shaffer, for being on with us. Tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the April 15th deadline or you still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait makes things worse, with over 5,000 new tax liens filed daily and tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments. The IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast, but there's good news. There's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner? Well, even if your books are a mess, they've got it covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on the right track. Fast, even after the deadline. It's not too late to regain your control. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. So call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAB. You may have missed April 15th, but you haven't run out of options. So let Tax Network USA, I'll get this, help. It might be Monday. Do this, though, before the IRS makes their next move. More American Sunrise will be back in just 2 minutes. So stay where you are. Welcome back. We hope that your Resurrection Sunday and your weekend was blessed, shared by those you love with you. And we are so happy to have you back with us this morning. News, of course, out of Vatican City this morning is that the Pope Francis is dead at the age of 88. J.D. Vance saw him over the weekend. President Trump made a statement, a short statement early this morning on that. And I'm sure we'll hear more about him throughout the day. We are glad you are with us, though. It is time now for today's health news, and that is sponsored by the Wellness Company. And under the microscope today, the dangers of drinking too much alcohol. Beer buddies, listen up. The new study shows moderate and heavy drinking habits can increase your risk of Alzheimer's disease. The study came from a medical school in Brazil that showed people who consume more than 8 alcoholic beverages per week had between a 31 and 41% higher chance of developing neurofibrillary tangles. Sorry about that. Those are associated with Alzheimer's, like the plaque, I think, on the fibers in the brain. Also, moderate and heavy drinkers had a higher risk of hyaline arteriosclerosis, which hurt blood flow. Moderate drinking was defined as up to 7 beverages per week, and heavy was more than 8. Here's what Joe Rogan had to say about alcohol. Take a look.
You know I quit drinking.
I quit too.
When?
A month ago.
I knew that you weren't drinking.
Yeah,
but I didn't know.
Stop drinking.
I didn't know that it was a.
Yeah, I think I'm done. Yeah, for no reason other than it's not good for you.
Yeah.
No, I didn't have to. I enjoyed it.
Right. No, you were having a good time. I was watching.
But the days after drinking were just too rough. And I'm like, what kind of a moron who takes so good care of his body is poisoning himself a couple of days a week for fun? You know, why am I doing that? And then I'm like, well, will I have the same amount of fun if I don't poison myself? Turns out, yes.
Exactly. Right.
Wait, you guys cut that clip. I wanted to hear his answer. Did he say he would have the same amount of fun, control room, if he could quit drinking? Did he? He says he did. Well, something to consider for sure. I always wonder that question, like for people that stop, like, do they still have fun? Can they still lighten up? And I hear that the serotonin replenishes itself in your brain if you completely stop drinking. I've only ever stopped for maybe a few months. But it might be time to try that again. Join the ranks of Joe Rogan. It is a new day in America, after all, a new administration in Washington, D.C. So much excitement and optimism about the future. The reality, though, a lot of work to do when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The forces responsible for breaking it aren't going to go away, and the challenges we face won't disappear overnight. So now more than ever, you want to be prepared. That, of course, is where the wellness company comes in. Their doctors are medical professionals. You can trust them. Their line of prescription med kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. Whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit that I just used, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist the proper use of these medications, from flu to strep to COVID to bird flu. From a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, they have a prescription kit at the wellness company designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again. You guys, it starts at home. So do your part and protect the health of yourself and your family. Go to twc.health/RAV today. Give it an order. That's twc.health/RAV. Use the promo code RAV. That'll save you 10%. David, it is so nice to be back on TV with you again. We got one day last week. It's been a long while, but we're glad to be back. The team is back. The band is back together again, but don't worry, there will be no singing, at least on the part of Gina.
Well, and that makes two of us, and I'm so glad to see you, Gina. Thank you. I'm so glad to be back. One day last week, not enough. No, we need the full 5 days. We got to go 5 days. The full Monty. Wait, that is something different, but okay. Anyhow, let's move on. A new group trying to lobby the Trump administration to not save TikTok and actually to ban it. The group, the American Parents Coalition, sent this letter to Vice President J.D. Vance. There it is on the screen. And a part of it reads like this: TikTok cannot be owned, controlled, or influenced by foreign adversaries, and we must not allow those who wish to see our country fail have the power to manipulate and poison our kids. We should note that President Trump has indeed extended the deadline for TikTok to divest its American operations so that it is not banned in the United States. All right, for more, let's bring in the executive director of the American Parents Coalition, Allie Mayer. Allie, thanks for being here. So, listen, you go on to say that these TikTok algorithms are really bad. They glorify eating disorders. They expose the push for gender and sexuality content to minors. Tell us more about this, and good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. First, just a little bit about us. Our organization, American Parents Coalition, we were formed to give parents the tools that they need to be able to raise the kids how they want to raise them. We recognize that nothing should stand between a parent and their child. And that includes things like TikTok and big tech. Now, nothing that the government does from here out can or should replace the really important role of parents. We do not want the government legislating how parents should parent. So I say all that up at the top to then just say that we also should be able to count on the government to help protect our kids. And that's where TikTok comes in. So there's a ton of data, a lot of studies out there that support that TikTok is really dangerous for kids. The first thing that I would point to is that within 2 minutes or 8 minutes of a teen opening the app, they are served content about eating disorders and self-harm. And then from there, if the child chooses to interact with that algorithm at all, it just becomes this funnel, and this gets fed to them over and over and over again. And it's a really, really dangerous place for our kids to be. And the government does have a role in making sure that that's just not free reign for our adversaries to have in our kids' minds.
This is really the new battlefield, though, isn't it, Allie? I mean, you take our youngest generation, Gen Z, who, by the way, have become very conservative overall, much more conservative than past generations, right? And it's very important to the communists of this world that they change that. And that is is really a goal of theirs. So this is a war front, right? This is a battlefront. We're not talking about just, some kids and some eating disorders, not to in any way diminish the significance of what you're saying, but we're literally talking about them wanting to destroy and indoctrinate this generation, to manipulate them and to use them for some pretty devious things, right, Ali?
Absolutely. And we saw that in the wake of October 7th. There was a big difference between the content that was trending on platforms such as TikTok versus Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, some of the other, popular social networks. And it became really clear that the hashtags that were used and promoted on TikTok were very pro-Hamas and sympathetic to the terrorist organizations and Iran and the countries who wish to do us harm. And there are a handful of organizations that research that and have that data. The other piece of it is, of course, this gender ideology and, transgenderism and just sowing doubt and confusion in kids. Look, being a kid is hard enough as it is. I think everyone remembers how difficult it is to go through puberty and to be in middle school and the who's up and the who's down. It's a difficult time. So anything that a foreign adversary, again, I can't stress that enough, has the controls to our kids' brains and is playing with their head in that very, very vulnerable, malleable time, and then has access to it for significant portions of their day. Some of the data, this is from the Center for Countering Digital Hate, tells us that kids spend 2 hours a day on TikTok, 120 minutes. Now, that's
I'm surprised it's that low. I'm surprised it's that low, Ali, on average. Your website, super quick, just your website.
Yep. It's AmericanParentsCoalition.org.
All right, Ali Mar, thank you so much for being with us. Coming up, more American Sunrise right after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to stay awake, not woke, and it's brought to us by the 1775 Coffee Company. 1775 just launched Rejuvenate, which is the first anti-aging coffee of its kind. It's the first coffee infused with CAAKG, which is a clinically studied ingredient shown to support strength, energy, and healthy aging at the cellular level. As we age, CAAKG levels drop, leading to slower recovery, less energy, and feeling older than we should. In other words, I really need some. 1775's Rejuvenate brings longevity support without changing a thing. It's just better coffee that does more for you. Right now, for a limited time only, you can get their longevity bundle, which is over $250 worth of premium coffee and gear for just $99. Here's the catch. They only made 1,000 of these bundles, and when they're gone, they are gone. Here's what you get. 2 bags of their Rejuvenate anti-aging coffee, a rare pea berry roast, which is one of the most elite beans on earth. In fact, less than 5% of coffee crops worldwide make that pea berry blend up. You'll also get exclusive 1775 merch that you won't find in stores. It's made for people who still believe in America first. This is a small batch, it's single origin, and it's roasted fresh every week in Miami. It's real coffee with one powerful, proven ingredient, and it's built to help you feel your best for longer. Head over to 1775coffee.com/Rav and grab your longevity bundle while it's still in stock. All right, let's get you over to Emily now. Emily, I'm going to go find my little bundle, see if I can't get some of that longevity coffee.
Yes, it is certainly a Monday here, Terrence. Got to get caffeinated, and that's why it is time to stay awake, not woke. And who's woke today? Arizona's Democrat Governor Katie Hobbs. Last Friday, Hobbs vetoed a GOP-backed bill that proposed preventing so-called sanctuary cities from operating in the state. It also would have required local and state cooperation with ICE, but Hobbs said no. In the veto letter, Hobbs said, quote, "I will continue to work with the federal government on true border security, but we should not force state and local officials to take marching orders from Washington." Wow, pretty shocking coming from a governor of a border state. We want to know what you think. Let us know on Rumble or Getter. Hop on and let your voice be heard. Now, coming up, we have more reaction on the death of Pope Francis. More American Sunrise is coming up in just 2 minutes.
Pneumonia just 5 weeks ago. Vatican officials said he had been doing well since being discharged from the hospital. He also suffered from chronic lung disease, had part of a lung removed when he was younger. The Pope was 88 years old. We want to welcome the executive director of Providence Forum, Dr. Jerry Newcomb, to the show for more. Dr. Newcomb, you know, it's a little bit of a confusing time. Our audience is very divided on some of this, you know, in terms of some of them are saying, you know, one person in our chat said, "I'm not mourning the Pope's death as a Catholic. I'm mourning what he did to the Catholic Church in his lifetime." Do you think that some of the things that this Pope did might be corrected with a new Pope, or do you think the cardinals are going to go the direction of this same sort of trendy liberalism that we saw in Pope Francis?
You know, that's a good question, and I'm not really an authority on that, but I will give my own opinions for what it's worth. There's somebody I respect very, very much who's done a lot of hard work in the Catholic Church and in the, evangelical church as well, Frank Pavone. And for whatever reason, Pope Francis, listening to liberal side of things, or maybe that's where he was coming from, frankly, he decided to basically, put Father Pavone out to pasture. He defrocked him, which I think is a shame. And I hope, in fact, Frank Pavone will be reinstated because he was such a great leader. He's done so much to help, in the pro-life cause of things. But it does seem that sometimes you wonder, there would be a statement made by the Pope Francis, and then you wonder, wait a minute, did he really say that, or was it somehow a mistranslation? I mean, overthrowing what the Bible says, but also even centuries of traditional Catholic teaching. So that's a very interesting thing. My guess is that the way things work so often in life, if somebody goes a little too far, maybe the next group will come back and have a little bit of correction. I mean, the bottom line is the scriptures should be the standard for everything we do. And I do think that it would be good to see, leadership that would focus on the basics that we have in Christ, and also, of course, make sure that everything is based on what the Bible says.
Yeah.
Because, at the end of the day, Jesus Christ is the living Word of God. He is the one that billions of people believe in. In fact, I just looked this up yesterday. How many Christians are there in the world of any kind, including Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox? So 3 major branches of Christendom, 2.38 billion professing Christians. And it's all because of what we celebrated yesterday.
Yes.
The fact that Jesus Christ walked out of his own tomb. He was dead, crucified by the Roman Empire. Christians, of course, hold that he died for a very specific purpose. He died to bear the wrath of God in our place. He went to hell. Have to. And so this is what Christians of all kinds celebrate all around the world. So I won't get involved in the internecine, details as far as the Roman Catholic Church, although of course that represents a huge percentage of professing Christians around the world. And I know some very devout Catholics who are just wonderful people, and maybe they haven't always agreed with some of the decisions of the late Pope Francis. So we'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, the church remains. One last comment here, if I may. Napoleon Bonaparte was well acquainted with power. He tried to take over all of Europe, and he failed in that. But when he was in exile, he wrote some beautiful things about Jesus Christ. And he said, I marvel at the Church of Jesus Christ. And in that quote, it could be in reference to all the different churches that represent true belief in Jesus Christ. And he said, thrones rise, thrones crumble, but the church remains. He said, Caesar is dead. I no longer have power, but Jesus Christ, who was crucified and risen from the dead, he still has millions and tens of millions of followers all over the world. This is amazing. And so I think that's a fantastic point. Jesus Christ is building his church around the world, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against the church.
No, that's true. And regardless of what happens, we know that God will use it as he uses all things for his glory and for the good of those who live according to his precepts. Dr. Jerry Newcomb, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
All right, back with the second hour of American Sunrise in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, you guys. Stick around. We'll be right back.
goes into the bathroom.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
Good morning, everybody. Breaking news, and it's been breaking all morning. We've got, of course, the Vatican announcing that Pope Francis has passed away. The Pope suffered from health scares earlier this year. He was hospitalized with double pneumonia for 5 weeks. He was later discharged. Vatican officials said he had been doing well. We saw him on Easter, actually, in the Pope-mobile. He also, by the way, suffered from chronic lung disease. He had one part of his lung removed when he was younger. He was 88 years old. And as we begin the top of the hour, let's bring in Dr. G in West Palm, T. Bates in our Denver newsroom to react to this. Well, Dr. G, speaking of reactions, of course, President Trump out with his reaction this morning. Short but sweet, graceful, for sure.
Gracious, short, I think it says a lot. Rest in peace, Pope Francis. He said, may God bless him and all who loved him. Didn't say a lot else. Didn't cancel or postpone the Easter egg roll. I think it speaks for itself, and I think people can make of that what they may, and that's exactly how President Trump wants it. I also think that, there are a lot of Catholics today perhaps breathing a little deeper, praying that whoever succeeds Pope Francis, and it'll be a while before we actually know anything about that, but Catholics have been, hurt by the lack of, sort of biblical morality in this Pope's reign, if you will. We had Christians being slaughtered in the Congo, in Syria, other places in very violent ways. No condemnation of that. We had liberalism, not just of liberalization, rather, not just of marriage between one man and one woman, but of what the Catholic Church, their stance on divorce. This is something that no pope has ever touched before. Then there was, of course, the not speaking up for the unborn. Very disappointing to many Catholics. And so people are a little ambiguous today, Terrence.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the world mourning the death of Pope Francis. He, of course, passed away while you were sleeping early this morning. He was 88 years old. The pontiff had been in failing health and had also just been discharged from the hospital recently after a near deadly infection. World leaders are already paying tribute to the pontiff, with King Charles of England remembering the Pope's, quote, contagious smile and boundless compassion. The death comes less than 24 hours after Vice President J.D. Vance met with the leader of the Catholic Church at the Vatican on Easter Sunday.
I know you've not been feeling great, but it's good to see you in better health.
The vice president and his family also observed Easter Mass at one of the 4 pontifical basilicas in Rome on Easter Sunday. The vice president is Catholic after converting in 2019. Pope Francis was the first Latin American leader of the Roman Catholic Church. The eyes of the world will remain on the Vatican until white smoke billows from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, indicating the papal conclave has selected a new leader. The U.S. Supreme Court rules to block the Trump administration from deporting a group of Venezuelan migrants until further notice. The bigger story here may be the scathing dissent from Justice Samuel Alito. His colleagues on the high court reached the emergency ruling in the early morning hours of this past Easter weekend, which Alito questions in his response, writing, quote, in sum, literally in the middle of the night, the court issued unprecedented and legally questionable relief without giving the lower lower courts a chance to rule without hearing from the opposing party within 8 hours of receiving the application, with dubious factual support for its order and without providing any explanation for its order. Justice Clarence Thomas joined Alito in this dissent. The case was brought by the American Civil Liberties Union, arguing that dozens of Venezuelans face imminent deportations without an opportunity to plead their cases in court. Meantime, issues like President Trump's policies on deportations, along with mass government firings and the wars in Gaza and Ukraine, motivated protesters across the country to take to the streets over the weekend. From outside the White House to Denver to Tucson, Arizona to Maui, Hawaii, organizers of Saturday's nationwide campaign of protests argue the primary focus of the day was to speak to the needs of each individual community. The group 5051 is behind the effort. The name is short for 50 protests, 50 states, one day. That's a quick check of your headlines. We'll, of course, have more headlines coming your way momentarily. But now, for more reaction to the death of Pope Francis, let's bring in former Republican Congresswoman for New York's 19th Congressional District, Dr. Nan Hayworth. Doc, always good to see you. I hate that we start our conversation on this note, but I'd like to get your reaction to what this day means, to what is ahead, if you will, for the Catholic faith, the Roman Catholic faith.
Well, I very much appreciated Dr. Gina's comments about what seemed to me to be a troublingly political bent on behalf of Pope Francis, whose passage obviously is a sad event for the Catholic Church, and no doubt he reposes in the arms of the Lord. But he was a confirmed leftist, basically, at least by the lights of lots of folks, including me. And it will be very interesting to see what the Catholic Church does next, of course, but in the context of the fact that the fastest growing region for the church, if I'm not mistaken, is Africa.
Yes.
And the Catholic laity and clergy in those countries in Africa is quite conservative, very socially conservative. Will the Catholic Church, will the College of Cardinals choose their next pope from among that very strong and growing segment, since that is a base for the Catholic Church at this point, the most significant part of its base? And how do they reconcile that with the legacy, the political leanings, if you will, of Pope Francis? So I will be observing that with interest.
Yeah, it's interesting, Nan, you brought up Africa, and that's so true. And we're not just seeing more Catholics in Africa as compared to the last year or two. The evangelical church is booming in Africa. There seems to be really a much of a revival there. So it does make you wonder if they're going to come back to the moral absolutes of the Catholic Church. I mean, I felt like Pope Francis, I mean, it was clear that Pope Francis was trying to have it both ways. He would talk about the tradition of one man, one woman when it comes to marriage, and at the same time bless same-sex couples. So, you can't have it both ways. And I think this is going to be an interesting move forward at this point, potentially, by the Catholic Church.
Exactly. Yeah. And of course, during his time as Pope, many commentators did point out that he could not change Catholic doctrine. He could be personally in a certain way, but given that his job was to be the infallible leader of the faith, not infallible in all things, but considered infallible in matters of Catholic faith and doctrine, the cognitive dissonance was rather jarring. And we all want to be kind and compassionate. Of course, I am not a Catholic, but I don't want to judge other people either, and the way they choose their lifelong bonds. But the Catholic Church has certain doctrines that have not changed. So will the College of Cardinals, in the upcoming selection, emphasize a return to Catholic doctrine? Will they? It's rather like it just comes to mind, but the Supreme Court of the United States. I'm on the side of the originalists who say, look, we are not going to create new law here. We are going to tell you what the law says, what the Constitution says. If you want to change it, you have to change the law. So will the Catholic Church choose another leader who, on the one hand, behaves in a certain way, but on the other has to enforce doctrine that has existed since time immemorial for the Church? Or will they choose another transformational route?
Nan, I just have to go ahead and update our audience here. Outlets La Repubblica and La Stampa, obviously Italian outlets, are saying the cause of death of the Pope, interestingly, was not the lung disease that we've heard so much about, but rather a cerebral hemorrhage, possibly a stroke unrelated to his respiratory and pneumonia. This being reported in numerous outlets at this point, just as we speak. And Dr. Hayworth, I don't know if I've ever disagreed with you in the long, long time we've been in television together, but I don't know that I am so sure about where the Pope is today. I don't know that holding a title necessarily ushers you into the arms of Jesus. I think that babies died. Christians were slaughtered across the world, and there was no condemnation of that out of this papacy. I think that you look at what happened to marriage underneath some of the things that he said across the world. I think that when you look forward and you think about the possibility of someone like a Cardinal Dolan or someone like more in the vein of Pope John Paul, right? When you think about that being a possibility and the growth that could take place worldwide in terms of, not even just Catholic Church growth, but really Christendom as a whole, and the impact that someone like that could have, you do really hope and pray that the next Pope is more in line with biblical teaching. And if you're not in line with biblical teaching, I don't know where you land with God in the end. I really don't know. I think the number is few. But then again, I'm a Calvinist, so take it, Doctor.
Well, these are, of course, these are the questions. Faith is ineffable. If, as Christians, as professing Christians, we believe that it is through Christ and through faith in Christ that we enter the kingdom of heaven. I cannot read Pope Francis's soul. I will give him the benefit of the doubt that he did believe truly that Christ was, in line with the doctrine of his faith, that Christ was, the Redeemer, and that he believed in that redemption. And as we know, that said, every human being can come to redemption in that way, according to the precepts of Christian faith more broadly. But in terms of the doctrine of the Catholic Church, obviously they have certain specifics. And look, we can look at history. And obviously, I'm among colleagues who and friends who do and who know it well. Human beings are fallible. How much do we accommodate in those, certainly the Catholic Church over its very long history has had figures among its leaders who have not modeled behavior that we would consider consistent with the precepts, again, that the Church embraces and is supposed to embody. So within the context of human fallibility, where do we go with all of this? And we know the Catholic Church also is very, very wealthy. These people are not unaware of secular concerns. So where are its resources coming from? We know that among American Catholics, there has been a significant drop-off in resources, especially after all the scandals concerning the behavior of priests. So, again, I'm not a Catholic, so I'm not commenting as expertly on that.
It's an uncomfortable conversation, unfortunately.
It is, but it's an important conversation. I think we need to have, and I think we need to be honest about. I think it's really important to be honest and to have the conversation of what is the influence of a pope? What does it mean? And how strong are Catholics going to stand as the cardinals begin to make the decision on the next pope, David?
Yeah, no, Gina, I think you're right. And look, ultimately what we know, and Nan, thanks for joining us for sure here this morning. And what we know, what we know is that everyone will give an account, and everyone includes, the last time I checked, the Pope. He will give an account. I will give an account, and you at home will give an account. And let's also remember that God judges the heart. He knows the heart. I mean, David was a pretty sinful guy, but he had a heart after God. So look, it's a question I'll ask when I get to heaven. Back in a moment.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm American Sunrise correspondent Emily Finn. It's great to have you with us this morning. We are following breaking news this morning. The Vatican has announced that Pope Francis has passed away. The Pope was the first South American and first Jesuit to become the most powerful person in the Catholic Church. The Pope was 88 years old, and after a long battle with double pneumonia, has passed. We'll continue the coverage of the death of the pontiff throughout the show. It is time now to drain the swamp, and this morning we are fleshing out once again Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. The Trump administration is reportedly now looking for ways to fire Powell after a fiery post on social media last week from the president. Trump said last Thursday he couldn't wait for the Fed chair's termination, and the White House is now looking into ways to make that happen sooner than later. Let's bring in Dr. Gina, David, and Terrence for more here. What I wonder is, what are they studying right now? Do you guys know of any kind of loopholes to be able to make this happen? I mean, even during the first term, Trump was talking about wanting to fire Powell, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do this. Terrence, at the White House, they're saying they're studying this. Have you been hearing anything more about that?
There's no word about the actual process in potentially making this happen. But what is clear right now is that the White House is also squarely focused on its tariff policies. And even this week, we'll be meeting with other trade partners to discuss that. And quite honestly, those tariffs are to some degree at the heart of the disagreement between the Fed right now, specifically Jerome Powell, and the White House. Jerome Powell has been somewhat critical of the president's tariff policies and its potential impact, or what he believes the impact will be on the country's economy. And President Trump, of course, believes that his way is the right way. And so that's where part of the rift lies. And so we're going to see how this ultimately plays out, both from an economic standpoint as well as from a political standpoint in terms of Jerome Powell's future, David and Dr. Gina.
Yeah, look, Emily, the answer to your question is it's at the Supreme Court is where you call it a loophole. It's not so much a loophole, but what's going on right now. Remember, there's in the news, the National Labor Relations Board. Trump wants to fire two folks from an independent agency at the National Labor Relations Board. The Supreme Court right now has said, no, you can't do that, but that's just an on-bank decision. In other words, just a quick little ditty of a decision. In other words, not the full 9 justices. So if it goes back there and the Supreme Court says you can actually fire a couple folks from the National Labor Relations Board, that could pave the way to firing Jerome Powell. Why? Because both are independent agencies. So that's going to be the key question. If you can fire folks at the National Labor Relations Board, then the thinking goes, then you can fire Jerome Powell, who's also part of an independent agency. And I think that's where they're looking at. And by the way, Jerome Powell is up in May of 2026, so about a year from now, Gina.
Right, absolutely. We'll be taking a close look at that Supreme Court case and what precedent is set there. David, thank you so much for that information. Now, much more ahead is coming up on American Sunrise as many across the world mourn the death of Pope Francis. We'll be right back with more.
A live look at the Vatican City in Rome, which of course sits inside of Rome, as the faithful are there mourning the death of Pope Francis. Back here in the United States, we're getting you ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It is set to ring here in about 7 minutes. I can tell you that so far, things are not looking very good when it comes to the futures. All three major indices, the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ are down right now. In fact, the NASDAQ down over a full percentage point right there at 1.5 percentage points. The Dow and S&P 500 also down pretty significantly. Again, we'll take you to the opening bell here in short order. Hopefully things will change a little bit and be up for those of you who are investing. But in the meantime, the man who is up, he is awake, definitely not woke. That would be my good friend David Brody. Good morning, David.
Good morning, T. Bates. I'll agree with that for sure. All right, so we're following the breaking news this morning, of course, of the Vatican announcing that 88-year-old Pope Francis has passed away. His death comes just one day after Vice President J.D. Vance actually visited him at the Vatican on Easter Sunday. Let's go ahead and talk about all of this, specifically the history and the relationship with popes from a White House perspective. We've got presidential historian Craig Shirley on the show with us today. Perfect day for it. Craig, of course, the author of many books, including The Search for Reagan. Craig, there's the book. Let's talk about the legacy of Pope Francis. I'll let you have the floor, sir. Good morning.
Well, I think it's going to be a good one, but it's not going to be a great one like John Paul II. Of course, John Paul II had something to fight against, godless communism, along with Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. So that John Paul II is my personal favorite, but also because he was a great man. He was a great anti-communist, and he was the first pope to have a U.S. ambassador. Reagan was the first president to appoint an ambassador to the Holy See, and of course he was also the first pope to get CIA briefings from courtesy of Reagan about Soviet intentions, Soviet military intentions, Soviet troop movements, things like that. And of course, he spoke English too, which made it a lot easier. So he and Reagan had long conversations about how to fight communism and how to fight communist expansion. So that was always a hard legacy to follow on for this current pope. I think some people will look at him and say, when he said that it is not him to judge, pass judgment on Pope's personal behavior, that was not the right thing to say. That ruffled a lot of feathers. And I think he'll go down. Some people will see him as a very good man. Some people will see him as somewhat troubled.
So you say a good legacy. Let me not necessarily push back on that, but maybe explore that a little further. Why do you say a good legacy? Some people would say it's less than that, especially conservative Catholics who would say it's more than a mixed bag. He compromised on moral absolutes. Yeah, well, I'm not an expert on this, David. I'm not Catholic. I just know what I've read over the last several years. So I know that he took the name of Benedictine because he wanted to take care of animals. He loved the idea of taking care of animals and God's creatures. Yeah. So that was something admirable. And he did expand the message and bring it into the 21st century of the Catholic Church, and that was also a good thing. But again, there were some conservative Catholics who had trouble with some of his pronouncements. Well, let's talk about, obviously, you're an expert on all things presidential and White House. Of course, we know about the relationship, as you mentioned, between Reagan and Pope John Paul. What about, there wasn't much of a relationship at all between President Trump and Pope Francis. Matter of fact, Pope Francis was very critical of many of President Trump's policies.
Yeah, he got political, which is it's kind of unseemly for a pope to do that. I can see where a pope would be well deserved to criticize Adolf Hitler and Nazism, which they were actually slow to do. There was actually a concordat signed between the Holy See and Nazi Germany, which they later had to, clean that mess up. but traditionally popes have stayed out of politics, and to criticize specifically an American president ruffle the feathers of a lot of people who are pro-Trump. It's not something you would expect a pope to do. Push back against an idea, not an individual. John Paul II was pushing back the idea of communism, not against Leonid Brezhnev specifically.
Would you put the relationship between Reagan and Pope John Paul II as kind of like the preeminent, if you will, relationship between Pope and American president? Can you think of another one?
Yeah, that's the high watermark. They had so much in common. John Paul II started his early life as an actor. Is that he was unexpectedly chosen. He was the first Polish pope in 500 years, so he was unexpectedly chosen as pope. I went to his open air mass in Washington in 1979 when he came to Washington. Of course, I really enjoyed that very much, even though I'm not Catholic, as I said, but I very much enjoyed that.
Yeah. Craig Shirley, great to have you with us. Really appreciate your time.
You bet, David.
All right, time for T-Bates in Denver for the opening bell of the New York Stock Exchange, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
The New York Stock Exchange is going to ring here within the next minute or so. I can tell you that pre-market trading not looking so hot on the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ. All three of those indices are in the red as we speak. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are down well over a full percentage point. You can see the folks here at the podium. The applause is underway, which means we are moments away from the bell ringing, and then we'll get an idea of how the markets look here as they officially open. All right, the applause is underway, so expect to hear that bell here momentarily at the New York Stock Exchange. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The markets are now officially open, and no change when it comes to the Dow, S&P 500, and the NASDAQ. All three indices remaining in the red. The good news is that gold and silver are up. Gold is up pretty significantly, almost 3 percentage points. That's pretty significant, particularly for those of you who are hedging against the current markets and investing in precious metals like gold. Crude oil is down over 2%, almost 2.5%. So we'll continue to watch all of this for you throughout the morning. In the meantime, tariffs have really thrown the global economy into chaos, as you just saw. Potential widespread inflation tied to massive supply chain disruptions is weighing really heavily on all of us. But there is a silver lining that most people missed, and that silver lining would be that President Trump specifically exempted gold and silver bullion from these sweeping tariffs. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos, the administration preserved your ability to diversify into precious metals. If you're concerned about your savings, we really encourage you to have a free consultation with the folks over at the Birch Gold Group and their gold precious metals specialists. The first step is to text America to the number 989898 and receive your free no obligation information kit on gold. Learn how to hold gold and silver in a tax-sheltered account. The Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold IRA for no money out of pocket. So many Americans buy gold from the Birch Gold Group. So is it finally time that you join them? With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied customers, text the word America to the number 989898. Again, that's America to the number 989898. That way you can claim your free information kit on gold right now. We're back with more American Sunrise.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. Gina. We thank you for joining us this morning. We're following breaking news this morning. The Vatican, of course, announced that Pope Francis has indeed passed away. He was 88 years old. This is after a long battle with double pneumonia. Apparently, though, news outlets reporting that was not the ultimate cause of his death. It had something to do with something more cerebral. I think we'll learn more as those details unfold. The selection process of a new pope usually takes anywhere from 15 to 20 days. This is after a pontiff's death. I'm sure we'll be discussing this in the days to come. Let's bring in John Yeppe, CEO of Catholics for Catholics. John, welcome. John, I feel remiss, and I want to make up to our audience, especially Dave Ultra MAGA, who reminded me, as I was pointing out some of the things that confused and upset many, not just in the Catholic Church, but Christians at large and around the world, the non-condemnation of the deaths of Christians around the world in some situations out of this Pope. Also, of course, the liberalization of marriage under his opinion anyway. He doesn't change what the Catholic Church believes on those things, as I understand it. I'm not Catholic, but he doesn't change that. But also the lack of defense of life, especially in children unborn, babies unborn, was a problem. But there was the very important Catholic charities tantamount to treason on our border. I want to give you a chance to comment about that and to thank Dave Ultramaga for reminding me of that. I can't believe that I forgot that in my list of some of the problems that conservative Catholics anyway, true Catholics, biblical Catholics, I should say, because it really doesn't have to do with your politics. It did have to do with his politics around the world have had to say. Go ahead.
It's great to be here, Dr. Gina. I'm so glad you're covering this. This moment is historic, even just for if you're not Catholic. I mean, the Pope has been a figure of just great leadership, for better, for worse, over the last 1,500 years, 2,000 years, right? So the fact that we have the Holy Father passing away is significant, right? You mentioned the laundry list of things that a Bible-believing Catholic Christian would take up with Pope Francis, and you're right. You're absolutely right on all those. I honestly would not want to be Pope Francis on his judgment day. And that's why, first and foremost, the man needs our prayers, because at the end of the day, the church is not led by a man, it's led by Christ, but men here on earth take up different roles in representing Christ on earth, right? So, he needs our prayers. This is, it was a pontificate of which had a lot of scandals, truly, just from the obfuscation of doctrine, from away from biblical-based beliefs to, just the Catholic Charities thing you mentioned there. They had a little spat with Trump and J.D. Vance early on in the presidential administration. That caused great scandal here among many Christians. How could we, as a church, whether it was the Catholic Charities, whether it was the Protestant groups who had money from the government, and the Biden used them to funnel this illegal invasion of our country. Horrible scandal, right? Meanwhile, the Vatican had some of the strictest laws of immigration in the world. So this is a moment really just to step back and realize, look, we're all going out the door, There's two things that are sure, death and taxes. We're all going to die. This man needs our prayers right now, and the world's on the verge of a very important conclave, which I'm sure you'll be getting into as the days go on.
Well, John, hey, David Brody here. Let's talk about that kind of going forward. You've talked about, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you've talked about kind of reclaiming the term Catholic. What did you mean by that? Did you say that? And if you did, kind of explain that, because that kind of goes to where this conclave could go, which is to get the Catholic Church back to its traditional moral absolute underpinning, excuse me.
Absolutely. I spent 5 years in Rome. I was actually there the day that Pope Francis stood out there on the first time in the loggia. I remember that conclave very well, and I remember just the importance of having that father figure who truly represents Christ to the best of his abilities, and how we need that. And we have suffered, when we talk about reclaiming Catholic, it starts first and foremost with having men, whether that's Protestant pastors, whether you name it, who are going to stand up and not be afraid. We live in an age of truly cowards, either outright cowardice or complicity with working with leftist Marxist ideologies. And we saw that, unfortunately, with Pope Francis. So our job is lay faithful, our groups, Catholics for Catholics, we're about 2 years old, 2.5 years old. We're about being bold and bolstering those men and women on the front lines, whether they're pastors, clergy, whatever. They're going to willing to take a stand, right? We're very active during this past election, getting Trump elected. Unfortunately, we can't really chase down ballots like in a conclave to get the Pope that we want. We can pray, do our part, but ultimately that's what we're about. We need to reclaim Catholic because Christ needs our witness here.
John, Terrence Bates here. You said you can't chase down ballots for the Pope you want, so that raises the question for me. Is there a Pope that you want? Do you have a front runner? Is there any particular candidate or cardinal that you're looking at? And then I guess part two of that question is, from a doctrinal standpoint, it seems that this is a crossroads, if you will, for the Catholic faith in terms of having a pope who can bring the church, if you will, back to its original doctrine.
Absolutely. We take with us the solace just from Christ himself that upon this rock I will build my church, right? And the gates of hell will not prevail against it. I really 100% believe that, even as I lived through probably the worst pontificate in the history of the Catholic Church, which we just saw these past, 12 years. That being said, whoever we ended up getting, even if he's worse than what we just had, it will not ultimately destroy the fundamental tenets of our faith. It's impossible. We have a guarantee from Christ himself. So who do I want to be Pope? The Italians have a famous phrase, chi entra cardinale esce, chi entra papa esce cardinale. Whoever goes in as a cardinal leaves a cardinal, right? Whoever goes in as a pope leaves a cardinal. So it's hard to say. I think that Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who's the Secretary of State right now, has a very good chance. I don't believe he would be the best for the interest of the church and Christianity. From our perspective, we would love to see someone like Cardinal Raymond Burke, who's just been a stalwart of just orthodoxy and unity here. So but who knows? We'll see. As they also always say, the Holy Spirit always speaks during the conclave. The problem is we don't always listen. So it is up to men, partly in a sense, to choose who that man will be, and we're just hoping for the best.
This news just breaking out of Reuters. Davos gathering founder Klaus Schwab has quit as the World Economic Forum chair. It's a news-heavy day, and the Easter egg roll hasn't even gotten started yet. Your comments?
So Klaus Schwab, just what happened? He was named
quit.
I'm sorry.
As World Economic Forum chair. So it's an interesting.
So he quits.
Yeah, got it. Okay, that's interesting. I will say this, because those kind of groups do really have they have a role. They can't influence even the conclave, right? We've seen a different historical, unfortunately, but it's just a reality of being in the world. We had a group of cardinals who were known as the St. Gallen Mafia. This is not some conspiracy theory. These are from the words of the cardinals themselves, who gathered in St. Gallen, Switzerland, for over 10 years, starting in about 2005, to rally around what would end up being Pope Francis. So there are groups that meet, that kind of levy for power. We know that the Vatican, one of the most unfortunate things that happened during the pontificate of Pope Francis was the Sino-Vatican Accords. It was a secret deal between the Vatican and the CCP, yes, the CCP, where they basically sold out the underground church and ceded over to the Communist Party the ability to name bishops, something that has never been done in the history of the church, as well as there's rumors of a huge financial trade-off because of that. So, these different groups like, Klaus Schwab and World Economic Forum and things like that, we have to be watching out for that, and I think that's the point of J.D. Vance showing up there yesterday to kind of reaffirm, the presence of the United States and our relationship with the Vatican, right? So,
John,
I'm glad you brought that up.
We're completely out of time, but I just got to get this in really quick. I've got to ask you, is there a chink in the armor of globalists?
Yeah, the chink is our prayer. We dodged a bullet July 13th, so that's their chink, and that's not cliche. I mean, you have President Trump spouting out like he was more Catholic than the Pope yesterday or in his Easter message. So, prayer's our weapon, and we're going to win with that.
John Yep, thank you for being with us today.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, Sean.
Meanwhile, it's now time to take the political pulse of America. The beat today. The left gets loud across the nation on Saturday. Thousands of left-leaning Americans rallied against the Trump administration to revolt against what organizers, probably paid organizers, called authoritarian threats. political overreach and the erosion of democracy. Terrence, David, this National Day of Action against the Trump administration, while all the other indicators, you all, are that these people are paid. Look, MAGA can assemble by the tens of thousands, even probably the hundreds of thousands were they challenged to do so. And yet to get a couple thousand protesters who are paid out there these days seems a little bit of a stretch. Terrence.
Yeah, let them protest. Okay. President Trump and the administration have work to do, and they're moving forward with that work. And that's just, maybe I'm just naive, but that's where my focus is. And I believe that's where the administration's focus is right now. If they want to protest, fine. But there's work to be done to make this country better. There's work to be done for the American people. And I believe the administration is focusing on that. And that's what I'm going to focus on. Kudos to the administration. If you want to get out there and protest, if you're getting paid for it, whatever. Have fun. Enjoy yourself.
Hypocrisy. Look, these people are, I looked at their signs talking about Trump is king. We don't support a king. Trump is king. Okay, so hold on for a second. Where were you when Biden was shutting down everything on COVID? Where were you on all of the censorship stuff going on during Biden's DOJ years and all of that? I mean, I just go on and on. I mean, he was doing fiats left and right. Actually, sorry, all left. And so, look, you put it all together, and so don't cry me a river with the Trump's a king when Biden was doing king-like type acts, or he didn't know what he was doing, but his administration was doing it, and you didn't say a word. You weren't out there protesting. So this is all TDS, and I'm really sick and tired of it.
Yeah, and poli-sci 101 morons. You can't have a king without a centralized government. And you have Donald Trump decentralizing government at every turn.
Right.
You can't have it.
Yeah.
It's like they don't understand the very most fundamental elements of
it's
governance.
All white noise. It's all white noise. It's just people, it's white noise. Focus on what's important. Focus on what's being done. That's just white noise. That's my 2 cents, David. Go ahead.
And and Gina, you make a good point about the decentralization. Okay, so let me get this straight. So he wants to dismantle the Department of Education and put the power back with the states, and he's the king? Yeah. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What the heck are you freaking talking about?
They literally don't understand the most fundamental aspects of government. This is why it's so important that we do teach history in our schools, or that we just abolish the Department of Education and homeschool. Yeah. And parents, teach your kids. All right, we continue following the breaking news of Pope Francis passing away. More American Sunrise just after this.
Let's spill some tea.
Let's Spill Some Tea, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company. Make sure to go to artilleryteaco.com and use the promo code America's Tea for 25% off your first order. Artillery Tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. Make sure to go to artilleryteaco.com and use the promo code America's Tea for 25% off your first order. All right, it is time now to spill some tea, and in the cup today, Hollywood and all of their woke ideology driving TV and movie productions away from Southern California. This New York Times headline is shining a spotlight on the big and little screens. There's a feeling we're not in Hollywood anymore. After 2 recent strikes in Hollywood driving up labor costs, many are looking overseas to produce new films and television shows. Production sets are rapidly leaving the Golden State, seeking locations to produce better content for less money. And it's not only overseas. In states like Georgia, labor costs are much lower there, and there's better tax incentives to make movies and TV. Let's bring in Dr. Gina, David, and Terrence for more. David, the Golden State, they're definitely moving out of Hollywood. I know we were talking earlier that I was mixing up the Golden and Sunshine State, but maybe Florida here may be a spot that TV and movie productions are going to come just because of the tax incentives. David, it's actually good to see all of this moving out of California.
It's really, you're right, Emily. It's really that simple. Go from golden to sunshine. Gina, you know something about that for sure. And it was about taxes, not just with the Hollywood films, but folks themselves, residents are leaving. It's the same migration pattern. And why? Because we talk about it all the time. It's not just about taxes. It's about regime control. And Gina, you know, ultimately, when you want to try to control people, people want and yearn for freedom, whether that be globally or statewide.
Let's be honest, this comes down to labor. We need to talk about labor unions. We need to have a really honest conversation. And another one of those things that started out as probably a good thing back in the day. But at this point, labor union bosses have exploited the systems, a lot like these PBMs and insurance have done. They've exploited what was perhaps a decent original role into something that is very corrupt and not at all transparent. You have your rank and file union people in the industry in Hollywood. I was part of an organization that Gary Sinise and Andrew Breitbart started in Hollywood when I lived there. We very much were in tune with all of the people in Hollywood who were completely disgraced and disgruntled with the way things function in Hollywood. And this has a lot to do with the unions. I remember that my husband, as a senator in Missouri, tried to pass these tax credits that Georgia then did ultimately pass. And guess who killed the passing of the tax credits in Missouri? Oh, you guessed it. The union bosses. And so that's exactly what has happened here. And I think we need to call it like it is. And let's not also forget that my family was driven out of California by the governor, passing 3 bills to make my husband's work illegal in the state of California. Why? Because he was exposing the union bosses, the labor unions, the funnels of money that went straight to Democrat politicians' coffers and then embedded those union bosses in their power. So I think when you really put this all together, there's a very insidious, mafia, so to speak, that has caused all of this and bully to the states that are passing freedom and making it possible for movies and other films to be done in some of these red states. I think it's fantastic, Terrence.
No, absolutely. And I mean, a lot of it comes down to, I think you make a great point with the unions, but it's also fundamentally about money, finding places where you can make your films cheaper so that your bottom line is going to expand. That's why Georgia has really for decades now been intimately involved in trying to attract more movie sets and more movie operations. And that's part of the reason Tyler Perry was able to build his entire movie empire there in Atlanta, Georgia, based on some of those tax incentives and that kind of thing. So it really is about money as well.
Yeah, case in point, Ozark, which should have been filmed in Missouri because that's where Lake Ozark is, was filmed in Georgia. Emily.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see, all these productions going to red states. This exodus from California is definitely not going to slow down anytime soon. We'll be right back with more, especially on the death of Pope Francis. Stay with us.
There is a lot of breaking news this morning. We are following all the major breaking news. The Vatican announced that Pope Francis has passed away. Of course, the Pope had long suffered from health scares. This year was hospitalized with pneumonia. 5 weeks later, discharged. Vatican officials said he'd been doing well. Also suffered from chronic lung disease, had part of one lung removed when he was younger. He was 88 years old. Apparently, the lung issue, I'm sure it contributed, but apparently it wasn't the ultimate cause of his death. I want to bring back in. There you are. There you all are. Yeah, you know, lots of emotion on this in our chat this morning. I don't know if you guys have been following it, but I always follow it because I love our audience. I think that their conversations are the very essence of civil discourse, which is the reason I sit here every single morning. David.
Yeah, look, he was a controversial pope, and now we're going to potentially have a controversial conclave. Once again, that conclave, guys, will start within 20 days now. The clock is ticking, and we wait for the white smoke, and we see what happens. It'd be interesting. I think there are about 120 cardinals or so that will make this decision. Actually, it's a long story, but Pope Francis actually increased that number to about 136, 138. So we'll see. There's 4 votes a day. I mean, we'll get into this later. 4 votes a day, and you got to have 2/3 majority. You know, if you're over 80 years old and you're a cardinal, you can't vote, by the way. Womp womp. So there's that, Terrence. You know, they're not going to let older cardinals vote. But that's where we're at. So over to you, T. Bates.
You know, there's lots of pomp and circumstance as it relates to, you know, this conclave of cardinals coming together and selecting the Pope. I must admit, that's one of the things I look forward to. I find it interesting, the pageantry of it all and how it works. I find it interesting. And there's going to be a new day for the Catholic Church. There will be a new Pope, obviously, and we'll see if doctrinally there will be any change, or at least in terms of the way the world views the faith and its new leader. We'll see all of that coming up, Emily.
Absolutely, Terrence. And I do want to point out here, I've been seeing these graphics circulating on social media about the ideological makeup of the 2025 Papal Conclave. And I don't know if you guys can see this on the screen here, but it's almost like when you look at things in Congress, that's a lot of red. And so what everyone is saying is that it looks like, you know, with this vote that we are anticipating, they're probably going to pick the next pope to be someone who is in between a moderate conservative and a hardline traditionalist. So I think that this is going to be a different perspective on the interpretation of the word and Catholic values than we saw under Pope Francis, you guys.
Well, a quick 10 seconds. I hope it doesn't end like the conclave in the movie called Conclave. I saw that. That's my tease. If you're gonna, it's a great movie, but it doesn't end well. And I'll just leave it that. I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, with you on that, David. All right, the Easter egg roll ensues. My son Bo is there somewhere in that crowd. Little fun fact: Caroline Wren was an Easter bunny for several years, and then we had the Easter bunny who had to help Joe figure out where he was in the last 4 years. Today, I have a feeling all those eggs out there are going to be the topic of news because we have real eggs thanks to President Trump. We will see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. War Room up next. Hug your children, love your God. You go boldly now and live the truth.
The People's Pope, from the beginning, embraced a papacy of humility, choosing the name Francis after Francis of Assisi, the 13th century patron saint of the poor. The day he was elected in 2013, appearing before crowds dressed in a simple white cassock and an iron cross, not the traditional gold. He used his pulpit to highlight the plight of the sick, the poor, and the forgotten. No surprise from a man who, as cardinal in Argentina, lived in a small apartment, rode the subway, and cooked his own meals.
He could understand regular people. I'm an ordinary person, an ordinary guy, with an extraordinary job. And I think that the message was, I am one of you.
He was born Jorge Mario Bergoglio in Buenos Aires, the eldest of 5 children of Italian immigrants. As a young man holding jobs as a bouncer, a janitor, and studying chemistry before entering the seminary. When Pope Benedict retired, Bergoglio was seen as a cardinal whose time had passed, and at 76, too old. But he went on to make history as the first pope from Latin America, and the first in nearly 600 years to follow a retirement. Francis took over a church often at odds with the secular world.
He came into the church at a time in which there was tremendous crisis, both internally and externally, in terms of its reputation. And he, in a sense, rebranded the Catholic Church. At a time when the church really needed a facelift, he provided it.
just months after his election, saying something revolutionary for a Catholic church leader, that the church must welcome the LGBTQ community.
If a person is gay and seeks God and has goodwill, who am I to judge?
Francis shaped the church leadership tilting more towards the developing world with his appointment of 21 new and diverse cardinals in 2022. He expanded roles for women in parishes and at the Vatican, but didn't budge on making them priests. Considered allowing married priests in remote areas, but ultimately didn't. Though he didn't turn away from taking on controversial causes, calling couples who had pets instead of children selfish, and as the first pope to address a joint session of Congress, challenging the U.S. to open its arms to refugees and abolish the death penalty.
When failing health led to rumors of retirement, the Pope, who ministered to the poor of the world, said simply, leave a legacy of good, not just goods.
Captured the imagination of many across the globe very early, a different type of pope. Of course, the first from Latin America, but also a pope who wanted to live as simply as he could, and with obviously the trappings of Vatican City around him.
Yeah, but didn't live in the most prestigious and pompous parts of Vatican City, kind of surprised the cardinals around him by choosing more simple areas. He never went to the Summer Palace, the very grand Summer Palace just outside Rome in Castel Gandolfo that the Pope had access to. He decided it was not needed. That was too pompous for him, too much of an expense. He was very focused on trying to get the church to cut expenses. But on the global stage, look at the very first place that he went to as Pope, the little tiny island of Lampedusa off the coast of North Africa at the height of the migrant crisis into Europe as people were fleeing Syria, fleeing Africa, coming through Lampedusa, and that was where he chose to go. And throughout his papacy, he talked about migration, he talked about migrants, he talked about refugees. That was the thing that got him into his first dispute with Donald Trump when he called him unchristian for building walls, not bridges, to keep people out of the United States. How much impact did he have? He was not a diplomat. He was a spiritual figure. But it was a theme throughout his papacy to think of the poorest and those most in need.
Also, his focus on inclusivity, his outreach to marginalized communities, those words, who am I to judge, will echo throughout his legacy. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. And I was just going to say, and many on the hard right inside the church were shocked that this Pope would actually borrow from Jesus Christ and living that simple life. Borrow from Jesus Christ, and they were radical words when he said it, and it was like it was sounded like the shot of a cannon. It just stunned everybody when the Pope said, "Who am I to judge?" Now, why in the world would he say something that radical? I don't know. Maybe it's because that's exactly what Jesus said to the woman at the well when religious leaders were going to stone her to death, and Jesus said, as they dropped their rocks after saying, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone," Jesus turned and said, "Where are your accusers now?" Well, I also don't accuse you. Go and sin no more. And that's the thing, Mika, his legacy was remarkable in that Jesus reached out to those who were shunned by religious leaders in society, the lepers, the tax collectors, the sinners like the woman at the well. And with Francis, conservatives, many conservatives inside the church hated him for being Christ-like in that respect. Just as the religious leaders of his day hated Jesus, but Francis was one bowed in being inclusive while following the word of the gospel.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 21 April, year of our Lord, 2025. Obviously, a lot going on today. We're going to take you from the Vatican to the Pentagon to the White House. Big failure in the streets over the weekend of the color revolution. Natalie will be here to talk to us about that. A lot going on. The Liz Jor and Poso are going to kick it off with me. Also, Supreme Court. They're coming for Trump at the courts, and some of the justices on the Supreme Court are now saying that this is unsat, this judicial supremacy. So this book, Philip Shannon, I think you pronounce his name, Shannon, wrote the book Cruel and Shocking Act about the Warren Commission, came out on the anniversary of President Kennedy's assassination a couple years ago. Wrote Jesus Wept about the last 7 popes, really about the Vatican Council. And this guy's not he says at the front he's not a Catholic. He also absolutely hates the traditional Catholic Church, which is pretty obvious. New York Times writer, so surprising. But it's quite interesting. And Brother Eric Bolling gave me the heads up on this because he's the first one to get the book, is that the section on the current Pope, or I guess the late Pope, has a lot to do with War Room and yours truly, Stephen K. Bannon, with Liz Jor and Patrick and Ben Harnwell and others. We threw down so hard against the Pope with the conservative cardinals a couple of years ago. It's a big part of the book. And we stand in absolute defiance of this Pope for what he tried to do, or attempt to do, and is doing with his acolytes to the Catholic Church. And we wanted to play and make sure you got all the treacly mainstream media, because in Italy, Ben Harnwell tells you the media can't even watch it. It's so bad. This guy's almost like a Christ-like figure. His question: who am I to judge? Yo, dude, you're the Pope. Your job's supposed to be judging, I think. Jack Posobiec joins us. Poso, your thoughts about, and I'll get Liz Jor in a second. Archbishop Vigano put up his thoughts about a couple hours ago. I posted on Getter. Getter's totally free app. You can go on the website. I don't even think you have to download the app. But I put up stuff 24/7. I put up Vigano's earlier. Pretty brutal. Jack Posobiec, your take on, particularly, there's going to be a funeral, there will be, time of mourning, and then, I don't know, within 20 days, a conclave will be called to select the next pope. Your thoughts about all this, sir?
Well, Steve, look here. We've had it. The Camerlengo, the Chamberlain of the Church, has confirmed the Pope's death. Right now, what's going to be happening soon, they'll have the preparation of the body for the procession. They're going to have the 9 days of mourning, during which time all church governance within the Vatican will be paused. The signet ring, the fisherman's ring, will be deconstructed and destroyed. And so the destruction of the fisherman's ring, that is the official ring. It signs the papal bulls. It signs the encyclicals. It seals them. It is used to seal them. So that in each one is used for each specific pope. So this, of course, prevents its misuse. It would symbolize the end of the Pope's authority as this Pope. So that's what this means. Pope Francis's authority has ended. Sede vacante, sede vacante, sede vacante. The seat is vacant. The seat of St. Peter is now vacant. And so a new Pope must be chosen. And Steve, look, what we saw yesterday, this is the context that I want to put it in for everyone. What we saw yesterday on Easter, and I was taking reports, I was doing reporting even on Easter Sunday, that Steve, our church spilling out the doors. We had cars parked up and down the streets for miles. We had people kneeling in the aisles, kneeling everywhere in the halls of the church itself. And I was taking reports from all across the country that this Easter was one of the biggest Easters of our lifetimes. And why is that? Why is that? Because we are experiencing a traditional awakening within the Western Church right now. And this came as a time where our Easter actually lined up on the Paschal calendar for once with our Eastern Orthodox brothers and sisters like my wife Tanya Tay. So what we need now is not a pope that inflames this growing schism within our church between the modernists and the traditionalists. It is the traditional rights of the church that see Gen Z flocking in, that see Gen Z becoming more religious than even millennials, potentially even more religious than baby boomers, that we're seeing in terms of church attendance. That is what's bringing people back, because this is a beacon and a lighthouse in a sea of rampant secular excesses. Don't even get me started on COVID.
But I totally disagree with you. No, you don't. I disagree. Let me beg to differ. Here's why.
We need a pope. We need a pope.
No, you can't, because
who understands which way the wind is blowing.
Because all it's going to be.
Steve, don't tell me you want a modernist now.
No. I'm saying if you get what they're going to, the best case for us, they're going to put up some nice soft guy that's going to pat you on the head and say, "Oh, we want the conservatives, the traditional Catholics, the Latin Mass Catholics." Remember, the Latin Mass Catholics, my parents' parish, which was a tiny parish started back in the 70s for Latin Mass, is what the FBI focused on to write their report that traditional Catholics were a hotbed of domestic terrorism. Okay? The Vatican deep state is the mother of all deep states, the curia around that. You get some guy that's on the surface is conservative, quote unquote, right, or even moderate, to kind of pat us on the head. The movement of conservative Catholics, traditional Catholics, even people, young people going to the Orthodox side of Catholicism, is one of the great developments in the 21st century. You don't want to take the sting out of that, because what they're going to try to do is do some committees, put a couple of controlled opposition on there, and take the sting out of this movement. This movement, Jack Posobiec, is one of the most powerful movements in the modern world. And given what's happening with artificial intelligence and the singularity,
right now.
Go ahead. Do what, sir? Do what?
I'm saying use that leverage right now while the conclave has yet to even be seated. Make your voices heard as traditionals, and make sure, Steve. We might even have to take War Room to Rome. What do you say? Should we go to St. Peter's Square?
We're coming live from the Vatican. We're coming live from the Vatican here in a moment. I think I'm going to Shanghai Tom Williams and get the whole thing, sent Poso over there. There wasn't so much here in a meltdown. I'd go, and hang on, Jack, because I got to talk. Liz Harnwell from Vatican. But there's also the deep states coming after President Trump at the Supreme Court, and here's how they're doing it. They leaked an intelligence report, a national intelligence estimate that tries to cut the legs out from President Trump, invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. We're going to break all that down. So much going on, from the Pentagon to the White House to the State Department to the National Security Council. Economically, in the embargo we have with the Chinese Communist Party, oil still pouring out of the Straits of Hormuz, going from the Persians, cha-ching, right to the Chinese. Curious minds are asking, what? Okay, Jack Posobiec, Liz Shore, Ben Harnwell, all next in the War Room.
I got American faith. America's heart.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Dollar's down 1% today. I think it's lost 11% of its purchasing power since January. 1% down today. Gold, wait for it, 34.34. We had Philip Patrick on here Saturday. We talked about the converging factors. It's not the price of gold. It's the process of how it got there. That's what we're trying to teach you. Take out your phone now. This is very simple. Bannon, text Bannon, Bannon, 989898. The ultimate guide. Birch Gold will send you the ultimate guide to investing in gold and precious metals in the era of Trump. It is going to be quite turbulent, ladies and gentlemen, as you can already see. So make sure you understand how that impacts precious metals and how it impacts gold as a hedge. Right now, it's not acting as a hedge; it's actually as a on fire like tech stock. Find out why. We're trying to get Philip on later today or this afternoon. He's jammed over on the desk over at Birch Gold. Jack Posobiec, closing comments. Look, I'm not trying to jump you. What I'm trying to say is that I understand. We're going to have a show of force now to make sure that the conclave and all the curia and the deep state and the Vatican understand exactly what they're doing. As I did his book, Jesus Wept, does a pretty good job of years ago with the great Liz Yor and Ben Harnwell and others. But the reality is they're going to choose another. And hey, is a schism the worst thing in the world? I don't know. If you're on the side of the righteous, it's not. And we're on the side of the righteous here. We absolutely are doing the right thing with traditional Catholicism. Jack Posobiec, thoughts?
Look, here's what I think. I think traditional Catholics, if you have the means, if you have the ability, if you're in Europe, if you're not, hop a flight to Rome right now, go into St. Peter's Square and start taking up space. Be out there praying the rosary loudly. Go up, get the crucifixes, get everything. Pray in Latin so that every single member of the Curia, that when they walk through those doors of the Sistine Chapel and seal them behind you, can hear you in Latin for every single minute of the conclave. And look, I'm not, you're right, Steve, you're right. I'm not going as hard as I could. I'm not saying that we need a Pope Bannon right now. All right. Well, I know that's what you're holding out for. I know that's what you're holding out for, Steve, because remember, any Catholic. It can be any Catholic. So I'm not going for a Pope Bannon. Remember, they said under 80, and I checked for a couple more years. For a couple more years, Steve is still eligible. But it's got to be a good Catholic. So, we got some issues. We've got to have a long penance before Steve Bannon is eligible. Yeah, we'll get you an indulgence on the way in.
Yeah, a bunch of them. Jack, we'll get your mind right. Liz is going to have to do further training for Posobiec after hours here, after the show. Jack, real quickly, folks understand the deep state. You got Pete Hegseth. We're going to get about Pete. They're coming after Pete hard. Does this sound new? They're coming after Pete every day. Coming after Pete Hegseth hard. They're trying to get Pete Hegseth out. They're coming after the State Department. Marco is about to do a big reorg, and they leaked a phony document that said he's about to eliminate the State Department, which I think a lot of us would say, it's, why didn't we think of that before? Why has this not been done on day one? So they're coming after Marco. They're coming after the whole team over State Department, trying to downsize it. But in this situation with the deportations, where the Democrats have taken the side of the illegal alien invaders and the terrorists and the murderers and the rapists, it's getting the Supreme Court in the dark of night, 1 a.m. on Saturday morning, in the dark of night, issued a basically shut President Trump down temporarily. Alito was so upset about it. It was Alito and Thomas. That's surprising. Justice Thomas, the best. He and Alito, the brains of the operation. Alito came out with his opinion. He's so outraged about this, about judicial supremacy. However, this is all predicated on the using the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, drawn up during John Adams' presidency, about the coming war with France. Jack, they were undercut in the middle of the night last night with a national intelligence estimate coming out of DNI that basically essentially says the whole predicate of what President Trump's doing to invoke the Alien Enemies Act is dead wrong. That's the deep state leaking. That was not put up by the White House. That was leaked by the deep state. Can you tell the audience what that is, how important it is, and how in the hell did this thing so twisted come out, sir?
Steve, what you're seeing here is an attempt by the National Intelligence Council and the holdovers and the snakes. There are too many holdovers and too many snakes within the intelligence community that are still there, that are still on board. There's also not enough people that share the president's vision, the vision of the people of this country that were elected, that put President Trump in office. 7 out of 7 swing states, the Electoral College, the popular vote, the House, the Senate. And now you've got these people up there working to undercut the President of the United States. Look, this was a press release. It was essentially a brief to the Supreme Court saying, hey, by the way, if you want to use this to overturn the Alien Enemies Act, please do. And you look, that's exactly what Amy Coney Barrett is going to do next. They're going to take this report, they're going to put that in on their final briefing, and they will use this not just to, Steve, undercut the use of the Alien Enemies Act. Mark my words. Their goal is to actually, after hundreds of years, declare it unconstitutional so that it can't be used. And all of this is happening because not enough people were removed from these positions of power. So now you've got the response of the deep state, which we always said was coming. We talked about it last week, how it started over at the Pentagon, how they're rolling the Patriots out. Now they're going after Pete Hegseth. Why? Because they wanted the strikes on Iran. The strikes on Iran, they put the stop on that. He said, President Trump came in and said, look, they said no wars. They said no more World War III. We said we're not going to do it. We're going to negotiate. Witkoff, by the way, also in Rome, by the way, along where the Pope just passed away. And so they're holding the meetings right there. What do you see on the back end? Oh, now we're going after Pete Hegseth. Look. The White House is fighting on all fronts, and people need to understand that. The administration is fighting on all fronts. But there are too many holdovers still in these councils, these national securities, these national intelligence councils. They need to go. Do not play footsies with these people. Yeah. They will walk right up to you and smile in your face and shake your hand while they stab you in the back with the other one.
You get this whole thing to the Pentagon. Derek Harvey, the great Derek Harvey, a contributor to War Room, people know and love him over the years, is now going into, it's public now, because they leaked it. He went over for the beginning of his onboarding on Friday. Lead story on CBS News, Jennifer Jacobs, their top reporter for the White House correspondent, lead reporter for CBS News. Story. MAGA-oriented Derek Harvey arrives at White House for National Security Council, intelligence job, and then in like paragraph 4, he will bring more MAGA type, more President Trump hardcore America firsters over. Leaked, hard leak from the NSC. That's the only person. This thing was so quiet, only a handful of people knew about it. A select handful. NSC totally leaked it to try to take out Harvey, have a bunch of bad stories over the weekend. And in fact, if the Pete Hegseth situation in the Pentagon hadn't overwhelmed it, and the release of the phony Politico's lead story on Easter Sunday morning is the executive order, which was not accurate, saying that, Marco's taken out 2/3 of the State Department, which I kind of love. Great way to start Easter, right? It turns out he is doing a major restructuring, but it's not going to be on that EO. My point is the deep state is full on. Here's the reason, Jack, because we're not doing anything over Justice Department. I don't see investigations. I don't see indictments. And I'm telling you, I'm hearing, and I want to give a warning. If the guys around Hegseth, if there's indictments or investigations going on, and there's no indictments, there's no release of the Epstein files, and there's no investigations of Brennan and the 51, and you're not spending your time on that, but somehow gets diverted over this, it is going to be a firestorm from the MAGA base. I think people are fed up with it. I think Tom Fenton gives a lot of the frustration that in the first 100 days we've seen nothing out of that crowd. Zero. with all the hard work that went in to get him there. We've seen nothing, and now they're talking about, Jack, some investigation of the guys around Hegseth. And I'm not saying there shouldn't be something over there. Maybe it is, but that's a Pete Hegseth call, right? And it shouldn't be DOJ or anybody like that jumping in there because you haven't done your primary job, which is to take down the deep state. People, we are burning daylight. These people are playing smash mouth. They're playing hardball, and the deep state is winning right now. Jack, am I wrong to say with everything President Trump's doing in the reorientation, he's one man. He's got everything on his shoulders. He needs some support. He needs some help. He needs some assistance. It's incumbent upon us to do it. But people got to get in there and put their shoulders to the wheel. Poso, you got a minute, sir. No, you got to bounce.
Steve, this is what they do, right? Rather than the full-on Russiagate operation, what is the operation now for the nullification project? The operation is the slow walk and the slow roll. We're going to hold his hand. We're going to slow everything down in the courts, slow down the agenda, just walk it all down. Okay, you got the first 40 days, first 100 days will come up here at the end of the month, and then you just slow down everything, no more Trump speed, and then people start asking, why isn't anything happening? Why isn't anything happening? Then you enter the Democrats, you get them to move sufficiently, enough to the populist middle, or at least the populist left. You get them up on economic issues, get them to leave identity politics behind for a sense. And by the way, if they win back the House, don't think for a second that Adam Schiff and Jeffries and all these people and Pelosi don't have a couple, 3 articles of impeachment already sitting on the shelf.
100%.
Then the subpoenas start, 100%. Then the investigations start, and that's it. You've got a 100%. Year and a half left.
It's so obvious what has to happen. Okay, Jack, I know you got a lot to do today. You're going to pre-record the show. You got other things you're doing over the White House. Just take your diary out, Jack, and your number 2 pencil and write down Liz, yours, catechism and a training session on Vatican Curia Deep State sometime this evening. And tomorrow,
I've already got my vote in. I've already got my vote in the conclave. I'm going to hammer it to the doors of the Sistine Chapel. Pope Bannon the first. Let's go, folks. What do you think? Pope Bannon the first.
Cardinal Sarah. Sarah. No,
he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it. That's how you know he's the man
Catholic.
for the job.
You need a good Catholic. I'm failed in Catholicism.
The unlikeliest
like
of vessels. The Lord uses the unlikeliest of vessels.
We got to bounce. Liz, you're Ben Harnwell from the Vatican next.
host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, there's a lot going on. This is Easter Monday, the 21st of April, year of our Lord 2025. The traditional Easter egg roll is taking place, and Real America's Voice is the pool camera. That's a hat tip to Rob Sig and Parker Sig. The great way the channel's coming together. We're the home of MAGA, and it normally takes years or decades to become a pool camera with being one of the mainstream media. So the pool camera day. On the socials of Real America's Voice on Getter and on particularly Twitter, right? You can pick it up, and they're going to have all the activities of the egg roll. We're thinking about doing a little bit of that this morning, but there's just so much going on. That is this full-on war against President Trump. And remember, the deep state is a international, because it's interlocking from the City of London. When I say the City of London, I'm not talking about London as a city. The City of London is shorthand for their wall. That's traditionally what it's been called, their Wall Street. The Wall Street of Europe, and used to be the New York. It used to be the global head of the global capital markets, and still, the way those brothers roll, they still got a lot of stroke. Don't think about it, because their economy's upside down and they're tiny. They get a lot of stroke throughout the world. MI6, the whole deal. They run a whole bunch of things behind the scenes, or if not run it, strong influence. Okay, Liz, so on the intelligence side, they are trying to, because here's what they understand, and Natalie will be here in a little while. This whole color revolution and get to the streets and get out in the streets and take to the streets. They played this thing up over the weekend, which was the 50-51. That was, 50 states, 50 states, 50 events, one common community or something, some kind of bizarro, saying that they want to unite your people. And they were talking about 10 million. I really want to thank and give a hat tip to Citizen Kane. Over the weekend, he was magnificent once again. This guy does not sleep. Amazing. The stack over at Citizens Free Press. And if you want, he's the Drudge of the right. And I will say this, he's as good as Drudge is now. Citizen Kane is as good as Drudge was at the top of Drudge's game when Andrew Breitbart and Drudge ran the site 12 on, 12 off, where there ain't no 12 off for Kane. And his framing this weekend of all these major stories was just nothing short of magnificent. He had the best headline, because sometimes he does some editorial, and on his polls he said, hey, they were expecting 10 million, they got 10,000. Now, I think it might be a little more than 10,000, but it wasn't a lot more. It was an epic flop here in D.C. too. So the color revolution, that not winning, here's where they're winning. To delay is to deny. And the closer they get to the midterms, they think they're going to get these gutless Republicans to back off any of the push of President Trump beyond the first 100 days, right? So in the courts, in the Supreme Court, there's a good old Donnybrook there with Alito and Thomas, but particularly Alito's thrown down hard. This thing came out in the middle of the night, basically saying it's unsatisfactory. The deep state came in and gave the forces against President Trump a huge predicate on the leak of this national intelligence estimate, which was, it's all about how you ask the questions. I mean, this thing's like a draft, but it's got the headline number they can get. That's where they're pushing out to say there's no justification, intelligence-wise, for President Trump to do this. Liz, I go to you. Liz, the Curia, the deep state of the Vatican, which has been at work nonstop since this Bergoglio was there. Vigano put out a thing I put up. He's not particularly sad on this day. Your thoughts, man, for traditional Catholics?
No, Vigano said that the subversives that have been put in the deep church are active and going to make every effort to continue the agenda of Francis. And while I love the idea of Pope Bannon, I think, Steve, you're better off in black than you are in white. But I do.
First off, you have to be a good Catholic. I'm not saying burglar was. You've got to be a good Catholic. I'm so far from that, man.
That's why we have to.
For my altar boy days, I was there, but ever since then, it's been downhill. So I'm the guy in the last row.
So
but let's go to Jack's point. You can't, and I understand we're going to have a show of force. We're trying to talk Liz into going there. We're going to name some. We're going to have a show of force here in the war room. We already got Harnwell there. We're going to, in fact, he's going to be up in a moment. Hopefully, get Tom Williams over at Breitbart to help us out. Others will bring some from the United States. We should have a show of force. But my point to Jack is, they're not going to put a traditionalist in that spot. Bergoglio put in 80% of the College of Cardinals are his appointees. Am I incorrect in that number, ma'am?
You're not incorrect, but Steve, where's your fight? I mean, this is about deadlocking the conclave. This is
no, I got that. No, I'm 100% down. Hold it. Don't misread. I want to fight. I want to send people. I want to show a force, flood the zone. We're going to do that and bring up all the elements. However, my point to him was to take some compromise, moderate, or somebody that they want. Is a schism the worst thing in the world, ma'am? Now to just because the traditional Catholics are on a roll.
Well, and they're going to be persecuted, and they're going to go underground like the great Catholics in China did, thanks to Francis. And look, my thought is this is a turning the tables over in the temple moment. This is the man who is number one in the running, Parolin, the Secretary of State, the one who met J.D. Vance. He is the architect of the China agreement that has been renewed 3 times, the one that has destroyed not only the Catholic Church in China, but every Christian church, every faith-based organization in the country. This is a time to fight. And now we have the young people in France who by the tens of thousands are becoming traditional Catholics this past weekend. I mean, Steve, you're right. We are in the Ides of March. We are on the brink of World War III. And whichever battlefront you choose to fight, choose it and fight. I mean, today, Klaus Schwab stepped down today from the World Economic Forum. McCarrick, who's been the architect of the deep church, died 2 weeks ago. And now this? I mean, it is time that we need to declare our voice. I mean, personally, I think before the conclave even casts a vote, every single cardinal in the church should declare the China agreement null and void and expose it to the world and make a formal apology to the Christians and Catholics in China. Enough of this nonsense. We've been all pussyfooting around, trying to be, nice little polite Catholics. It is time to fight the church.
Amen.
And to fight for those values that MAGA has fought tooth and nail for. This is a MAGA moment in the church.
Liz, just hang on 1 second. Couldn't agree more. Short break. Back to the Vatican in a moment. What?
6 and block. Sorry.
Oh, I still got 6 minutes to go. I thought Liz was turning it up. Liz, you say it's a MAGA moment, and it's a moment to fight. Traditional Catholicism's on the rise, right? Traditional Catholicism. This is why the FBI did the report. Walk me through. Why do you think this is our moment?
Well, because the young people are stepping forward. They have, in the secular culture, they have died for the truth. And now they're coming to the Catholic Church because they know the traditional Catholic Church is where the truth lies. And so even despite this Pope, who's been a disaster, who has destroyed the traditional church, who has closed it down, shuttered it, arrested, and thrown into the brig any traditional person who wants to celebrate the faith. Now we have our moment because the young people are stepping up in all places of Europe. And we've been waiting for this. But, Vigano says, look, they're trying to deconstruction the Catholic Church. And what they're going to do is they're going to replace it with this new world order church. That's why he keeps on calling it the synodal church. They have excised Catholicism from the Catholic Church. That's what Bergoglio and his minions have done. And now is the time for all Catholics who love the church, who have been battling Bergoglio. And is there a man among the Catholic cardinals? Is there a man who will step up and really take the horn and fight for truth? I think we're going to see. But the best thing we can hope for at this point is let's throw the conclave up for grabs. Let's demand that every single file of every predator that has been protected and elevated by Francis is exposed. Let's expose every Freemason who is a cardinal. Let's expose the entire word for word and 3 iterations of the China agreement. Let's expose that to the world. I mean, this is the time for, the Catholics are supposed to have a voice, right? Isn't that what Francis says? We're now supposed to be the synodal church. Well, get your voice and start fighting, because, this is what the deep state is afraid of. They've had the moral voice of Francis for the last 12 years, Steve. And they have used it in climate change, in migration, in the transgender, in abortion. He has served as their moral voice. Well, no more. He's now going to be judged by God, despite not believing that, there's a hell. Francis, thinks there's no hell. It is time now to, a Doge moment for the church? Yes. Open up the files. It is time to get rid of the filth. And by the way, that Vatican bank, which was supposed to be examined by internal and external auditors and never was because Francis closed it down. Let's open up the Vatican Bank and let's see the $2 million a year or $2 billion a year grant from the Chinese Communist Party to the Holy See. Enough is enough. If we're not going to fight this battle, then we ought to just submit to the deep state.
I'm 100% down, and we got to expose Parolin. Parolin is the top candidate right now. He's the guy that cut the deal with the Chinese. He's the worst of the worst in the henchmen, and also McCarrick's guy. We ought to open up all the files of McCarrick and all these guys. They have to be opened up, and people got to say, hey, here's whoever was responsible. You finally got to open up and say, hey, let the chips fall where they may.
Right.
Because there's going to be some questions going back into John Paul. There's going to be some questions going back into Benedict. There's going to be some questions asked about people that look the other way. Well, you got to do it. How did McCarrick become the Pope of America? How did he become so powerful? A guy they ended up laicizing. Yes, ma'am.
And the ultimate question for our country is, did McCarrick and the Obama and Biden administration play a role in the color revolution of the Catholic Church? That is a defining question. If so, every single act, word, document that was produced by Pope Francis is null and void. Was there a color revolution in the Catholic Church coming out of the administration of Obama and Biden?
Hang on one second. We're getting to more of that. In fact, our color revolution expert, Natalie G. Wynn, is going to join us about the epic flop that took place over the weekend as the left took to the streets to protest President Trump on over the weekend, which epic fail. I want to thank Kane for putting it up there and framing it so perfectly. Birch Gold. Make sure you go to the end of the dollar empire. The BRICS nations are going to go to Rio on July 6th. They're going to try to do a reset. They're going to come up with an alternative to the U.S. dollar. They're working on it. Chinese Communist Party is in back of the de-dollarization of the world's currency. Make sure that you are ahead of this. Go to birchgold.com/Bannon right now to get the end of the dollar empire. All free. Gold passes 3,400. Gold's on fire. It's not about the price. It's about the process. You have to understand the process of what's happening. Short commercial break. Natalie Winters, Liz Ure, Ben Harnwell, all next in the War Room.
We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more.
Your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, geopolitics, capital markets, think you might have an interest? I think you do. Jim Rickards, one of our new contributors. I shouldn't say new, last year or two. RickardsWarRoom.com. Go get access to Strategic Intelligence, his amazing newsletter. You'll feel like a chairman of the board or CEO because it's at that level. It's information you need. RickardsWarRoom.com. Go get Strategic Intelligence, and he'll throw in a free book. Money and Chat GPT. By the way, 60 Minutes had an update on artificial general intelligence. Should make you feel better, although they didn't ask one tough question. So surprised. I'll try to break that down this afternoon with Joe Allen and others, although we're pretty slammed with what's going on. RickardsWarRoom.com. Go check it out today. Ben Harnwell, let's go to the Liz Yours is going to come back in a moment. Philip Patrick's going to be the top of the hour. We're going to get Natalie G. Winters up in a moment, but I want to go to the Vatican and Ben Harnwell. Ben, I notice on the live feed from the Vatican, it's not packed. You know, Morning Joe and NBC and CNN and all the Italian media told me there was going to be 1 million people in St. Peter's Square. Weeping, gnashing teeth, crying for this beloved Pope. I don't see that happening, sir. What's up?
Steve, good morning to you on this day of celebration. Well, look, I did do a bit of footage, which I sent through to Denver. I wonder if they'd be so kind if it's come through just to play as I'm talking. What you'll see there, Steve, is basically a normal weekday here in St. Peter's Piazza in a beautiful April day. You have the tourists milling around and people laughing, joking. What I really wanted to home in on, because it's great copy, is a sort of nuns kneeling, praying, tears, praying the rosary in front of the Apostolic Palace just over my shoulder there, where the great heretic lived out his 12 years. There's no tears, there are no nuns crying. People are just milling around as if it's just a normal Monday. That is and this is Rome, this is the Vatican, right? This is the affection that we can see that people had for this guy, that some people are already calling the Herod the Great of the 21st century. I noticed the BBC said, quoted some cardinal, thanks Denver. I noticed the BBC quoted him, some cardinal saying that he was, that Pope, inverted commas, Francis, was an authentic disciple of Jesus Christ. Well, of course, under a certain prospect he was, but the disciple is Judas Iscariot. It'll take 100 years, Steve, 100 years to undo the damage that this man has done in just a little over a decade. Wrecked the faith, wrecked vocations, wrecked the credibility of the teaching office of the Catholic Church in the public square. And of course, within, I think, 15 to 20 days, those are the limits from today, there will be a new pope elected, or possibly even a new anti-pope elected.
Hang on.
That will try to put right the huge damage that has been done.
Before we get into the process and before we get into all of that, I want to go back, and I'm going to hit Liz with this for a second, because I'm sure some people are like in shock when the mainstream media is saying this guy is the shoes of the fisherman, right, and a populist and one of the people. You just said it would take 100 years to undo the damage he's done to the traditional Catholic Church. What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, one of the great evangelistic attributes for the Catholic Church, especially when we're talking to non-Catholics, to our separated brethren, the key point of its credibility is the fact that its teaching has never changed in 2,000 years. Now, putting aside for one moment the Second Vatican Council, which massively changed the Catholic Church from top to bottom, this papacy specifically, you then went and touched the third rail of Catholic teaching on some of the key issues, like divorce and remarriage. You don't have to know anything about the Catholic Church for 2,000 years to know that it was against divorce and remarriage. that under this so-called papacy of the last 12 years, that's no longer an issue. And under Pope Francis, he reopened the possibility for the divorced and the remarried to receive communion. Something so scandalous that our Lord, John the Baptist, was beheaded, his very witness to the indissolubility of marriage. But then, of course, you have Pachamama just down there, 100 yards down there on the left, Steve, where so-called Pope Francis had erected these idols to a South American goddess, a pagan goddess, in a church, in a Catholic church. One of our great friends, Steve, went in there, took these idols and threw them into the Tiber, quite appropriately. These things are the indissoluble, the unchanging aspect of the Catholic Church's teaching is now under question.
Hang on. Okay, because some of the audience may not be familiar with some of the things you're talking about. Talk about, we got a minute or so. Talk about a couple of years ago, he had these essentially pagans from South America, I think around the Amazon, come and do a whole festival for a couple of days that was just flat out, pre-Columbian paganism, when Latin America and Central America did such a tremendous job of vocations and conversions down there. Give me a minute on that, how outrageous it was. It took, I think, a German or a Dutch young person. This is why the young people are leading in the church to get back to traditional values. He went in and actually took one of the pagan idols that I think was on the property of the Vatican where the ceremony had taken place, and took it and threw it in the Tiber River that's right there in the middle of Rome, the ancient Tiber. He threw it off a bridge. Sir.
Steve, look, the scandalous aspect over the whole Pachamama situation isn't so much the fact that idols to false gods were erected in a consecrated Catholic church. You know what the real scandalous point about that is? Is that the pagans have more serious devotion to their false gods than the Catholic hierarchy has towards the true living God. That is the most scandalous thing about this aspect. Everyone, on the face of the planet, over thousands of years of human existence, people have had different religious beliefs, and we've been able to get by it largely. That's the fact that there are other false religions, and I open a bracket on that point. One of the other heretical aspects of Pope Francis is that he said that God wills the false religions. I'll come back to that after the break. But the real scandalous point here is that the Catholic Church showed to the whole world it had less faith in the true God than the pagans had in their false God.
Yeah. Hang on for a second, Ben. We're going to reset here in the second hour. Ben Harnwell's at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. Liz Yor joins us. Natalie G. Winters is going to break down what happened over the weekend on the revolt against President Trump in the streets, epic flop. Philip Patrick's going to join us because gold's on fire, blows through $3,400. We're talking about Pete Hegseth in the Pentagon. All of it this morning, only in the War Room. Short commercial break. The Right Stuff takes us out. 2 minutes, we'll be back.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. Christians not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Easter Monday, 21 April, year of our Lord 2025. Bergoglio, living in the papal apartments, or not, I guess, living in the hotel on the property of the Vatican, is dead. And it's created already a firestorm with traditional Catholics who want to be heard because they're saving the church right now. This church is spinning out of control. Woke, beyond woke. You think you got a woke problem in the government? You think you got a woke problem in corporations? You ain't seen woke yet. We got a lot to go through. Natalie Winters is on deck. I'm going back to the Vatican with Ben Harnwell. Liz Yore, I got here to guide us. It's one of our mentors. But I got to start with Philip Patrick. Philip, you and I want to thank you for coming on. You and Raheem gave the Englishman's view of the revolution on the 250th anniversary of Lexington and Concord on Saturday. You were also able, because so much going on, to talk about what's happening with gold, and we've had another explosion over the weekend. As our watchword here, Philip, is process, not price. And the price now is another all-time high, 34, I think 34, now 34.20. Walk us through what is happening here, because this thing's trading like a penny stock, is it not, sir?
Yeah, it's going crazy. We were talking over the weekend about Friday's 25th all-time high of the year. It's just Monday, and we've hit the 26th. It's so many, I'm almost losing track. But here's why it matters, and you've sort of alluded to it. Every record high that we're seeing is another red flag for financial markets. We saw this morning the dollar hit a fresh multi-year low against the euro. We've seen Treasury yields surging back to multi-year highs, and of course gold on the back of that broke 3,400. It's partially due to dollar weakness and partially, as we've been discussing, a demand story. But demand keeps increasing, and the fundamentals are getting stronger and stronger every single day for gold.
So the dollar since January is down. It was down 25 or 27% during Biden's run. It's down 11%, I think, since January. How is that bode for gold? We've got, and Birch Gold team will be there representing War Room in Rio for the Rio Reset, because the BRICS nations, I mean, let's be blunt. Part of the discussion in the rapprochement with Russia is about a major economic deal around energy. Right now, we're calling for in the War Room a complete embargo of Persian oil leaving the Straits of Hormuz going to the CCP, right? Which is, don't believe the 1.6 million barrels a day, it's 2.5. Right now, the world's on fire with the embargo between China and the United States in this economic war we finally engaged in. Is this part of the process? Is this uncertainty in the BRICS nations trying to come up with an alternative that somehow will be gold back? Is that why the central banks are buying gold now, still at an all-time rate, which we're now into the second or third year of this, sir?
It's exactly why. And we talked about it before. Biden, through weaponization of the dollar, has sort of started the train and left the station in terms of global de-dollarization. These guys don't have an alternative currency yet. They've launched their common currency, the unit. It needs time. They need to give it stability and legitimacy, and I think a gold peg will do that. But ultimately, every less dollar used in international trade, that kills demand for the dollar. The less demand there is, the weaker the dollar becomes, as we've been seeing. And ultimately, there will become a weaker argument for the dollar as the global reserve currency. And if we lose our position, the game is essentially up from there. With the amount of debt that we're carrying, it's impossible impossible to sustain. I've said before, and I'll say again, the situation as it sits currently is dire, right? There's a reason that President Trump needs the Fed to lower interest rate. Debt service is unmanageable. National debt is already 123% of GDP. Even if Congress magically balanced the budget today, it would be problematic, right? With debt of 123% of GDP, interest rates have got to stay below 2.4%. Otherwise, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
So.
Folks, the reconciliation deal's got a $5 trillion lift to the debt ceiling. Take your number 2 pencil and write that down. $5 trillion lift. If it gets lifted $5 trillion, they're going to spend up to $5. They're going to run the debt up to $5 trillion. Just doing some simple math. Text Bannon, BANNON 989898. You start with the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the era of Trump. That may need actually a tad of an update because this thing is even the ultimate guide is fantastic, but I'm not sure it even talks about the scale of what we're talking about. What's the best way for people to understand this, and where they go talk to you, Philip Patrick, over at Birch Gold?
Yeah, so it's very simple. It's birchgold.com/Bannon. Again, birchgold.com/Bannon. Get some access to End of the Dollar Empire reports on how and why to invest in gold under a Trump administration. And they can text Bannon to 989898, and they can reach me at Philip Patrick on Getter.
Philip Patrick, and just go connect with Philip directly. Philip, great work. Thank you for getting off the desk and calling in by phone today. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Steve.
I think Rio, we're going to do something special in the run up to Rio. I think Rio is going to be big, folks. Things are going to be very big. I've got a lot more to say about the economics of all this. I'll get to that in a moment. Natalie joins me. Natalie, so the color revolution, you're kind of our color revolution expert. 2 aspects of this. Number one, they took to the streets. The Rachel Maddow finally got her weekend. Right, for the 50-50 in one. In addition, the censorship, what's happening with censorship. Let's start with the epic flop. And once again, I want to give Kane a hat tip to the way he contextualized the headline and framed it all. They expected 10 million, Natalie. I don't know if it's, I think it was more than 10,000, but it wasn't more than 25, 30, 40,000 total for the whole country. Natalie Winters, your thoughts and analysis.
Yes, Kane, of course, is always the best and ahead of the curve, really understanding something that I think we've been drilling down here on in the war room, which is the idea, the overinflation, the astroturfing of these protests, not just particularly on the paid protester, the idea that this is, civil society springing up. These protesters are neither civil nor societal, right? These people are not just coming or taking to the streets because they're so outraged with what President Trump is doing. These people are paid activists. This is very well coordinated, but I think this weekend in particular shows you how this narrative falls flat. Remember this, of course, coming on the heels of pseudo-intellectual David Brooks calling for an uprising. That's a shift in terminology, but the headline, at least for the BBC, their coverage of it, they talked about just a paltry thousands of people showing up across the country, not just in D.C., for these protests, part of the 50-51 movement. That's 50 states, 50 protests, who knows, some weird thing that they like to come up with. I guess they have to make some shell company because they can't just link it to Indivisible movement anymore because of the work that this show's done, people like Laura Loomer, and exposing so much of that. But what is so interesting, and Denver, if you want to throw up on screen, because this is where you really see all of this come together, The Guardian ran a long-form piece with the headline, "Anti-Trump protesters in the U.S. might look to the Czech Republic, quote, we are an example." Now, I don't want to say another called shot for the war room, but of all the called shots we've ever had, this one may be the best. Now, who do they cite in this piece? None other than Norm Eisen, Jamie Raskin, and Stephen Levitsky, who's the Harvard professor who's been working with Erica Chenoweth, which is up at that Harvard Ash Center kind of USAID State Department cutout that's working in conjunction with Pramila Jayapal and other Democratic members of Congress to train people how to engage what they call nonviolent resistance, but they're being very euphemistic. They're engaging in regime change. And I want to read a quote from this piece. The Czech Republic, once part of what was Cold War era Czechoslovakia, is a possible blueprint for how street protests can bloom into a unified electoral strategy that eventually unseats a billionaire leader with autocratic aspirations and apparent scorn for democracy. The piece goes on to draw parallels between President Trump and Viktor Orban, which, if you remember, Steve, that Democracy 2025 playbook that Norm Eisen co-authored that I think we discussed just the day after the election, Viktor Orban is sort of the archetype, the leader that they compare, if not outright conflate, President Trump with. So they use these same tactics on him.
How do you think you've got the judicial insurrection, right? And that's full bore now. Now you get the Supreme Court in it, and you see the split between Alito and Roberts, and particularly Alito and Roberts, how Roberts is driving this. You've got the leak from the National Intelligence on the National Intelligence Estimate to undercut President Trump's argument on the Alien Enemies Act. Is the street part of this failing? I know they're going to keep going at it because it's a good media cover, although maybe not in reality. Or are they going to throw all their chips in back of this judicial insurrection, ma'am?
Well, that's why they need the vast censorship operation, right? Why they need all these corporate media outlets that are certainly flailing and apoplectic over the fact that new media is in the White House reporting on them. I guess it's the equivalent of Holy Week for the legacy media with, of course, the White House Correspondents Association dinner taking place this week. But you're exactly right to pinpoint lawfare as sort of being their second strategy. And that's not me or you just coming up with that. That's not conjecture. That's one of the two of the three key tenets that have sort of always undergirded these color revolutions, right? Lawfare, they can't impeach him, but they're doing it through the judges, they're doing it through the leaks. And to that point, why the Czech Republic is so interesting for The Guardian to bring up is because that is the country where Norm Eisen served as ambassador. And what did he do? Again, not conjecture. He lists on his resume that he, quote, personally trained prosecutors and judges there, built up, astroturfed a huge army of Western NGOs, and then sort of leveraged the faux credibility that he got as White House ethics czar, again, always projection with these people, to foment a color revolution, right? There is no meaningful distinction between American foreign policy and domestic policy. And if you really want to bring this issue home, who was it that spent a week living with Norm Eisen in his beautiful mansion in the Czech Republic, lecturing and learning about all things rule of law and democracy? Well, none other than Justice John Roberts. So this is how all of this converges. It's the same people. Kaboom. It's the same people being quoted in these stories. Wow. And after the break, if we have time, we should get into the censorship stuff because this is the other side of the coin on the information warfare. Yeah.
Jamie Raskin came out and said, hey, they're taking names, that anybody that's working with Trump on this they're going to come after them criminally. They said this about foreign partners, foreign countries, right?
They're going to. I think they already did.
No. I'm about saying they're really they did, but they're saying, hey, when we come back to power, and that means winning the midterms. Also, the Pentagon, the NSC, and the State Department, the deep state there is unloading on Marco's team over at for the restructuring of the State Department. They already leaked that. The Pentagon, Pete Hegseth turfed out a couple of guys, and now they're a full range war over there. The NSC leaked that Derek Harvey was showing up on Friday to take over the intelligence aspect of that. It's a full-on range war between aspects of the deep state because you've got to dig them out. Step number one, how about this? How about sending about 150 detailees over at the White House in the National Security Council? Walk them out today and send them back to their agencies. Take them and send them out. Get them back to the Pentagon, get them back to the CIA, get them back to DNI, get them back over to the Justice Department. We don't need them, don't want them on the White House campus. Be a great thing to do. There's like 30,000 people over there today. When the kids leave with the eggs, send these guys out too at the same time. Short commercial break. We're going to go back to the Vatican. Natalie's going to hang around. We've got Liz Yor packed here on a Monday, Easter Monday. We were actually going to cover the egg roll. You can get that by going to Real America's Voice Socials right now. You got them up there. We're the pool camera today for the media. Hat tip to Rob and Parker Sig. So much going on. Unbelievable. HomeTitleLock.com. The $1 million triple lock protection. 24-hour coverage. You get in the middle of the night if anybody's messing or looking at your title, which is the only contract you've got that says you own the home you own. They'll alert you in the middle of the night. Also, $1 million restoration. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team. Home Title Lock /
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, let's go back to the Vatican. Pick up there about the issue. First off, it's not packed, is it? All of Rome is not headed down like was with John Paul. Even a little bit with Benedict, they all headed down to St. Peter's and packed the place immediately upon the announcement of the death of it, right? Far be it from me to say anything about the dead, but you're not seeing the outpouring of that. Morning Joe, the New York Times, ABC had Father Jonathan Martin, Father, quote unquote, Jonathan Martin on today, right? They all got the bleeding heart progressives on all day, telling us how much people love this guy. They're not showing up in force, are they, sir?
Steve, look over my shoulder here, because the live feed that I have here illustrates what's going on. You can probably see as many people leaving St. Peter's Piazza as you see entering, which pretty much tells you, because we're at the end of the tourist day now, that pretty much tells you everything that you need to know. What you can't see are like hundreds of nuns, sort of with tears streaming down their face, rosaries in hand, going to pray right over there, which is underneath the papal apartments, and holding a vigil, candlelight vigil. That's what you don't see. There's no devotion to this guy here in Rome. Just so to give the non-Catholics of the audience, I'm talking about the Vatican behind me, but let me just say a few words to lay out a bit of geography, if I may, Steve. So over there, about 300 yards in that direction over there, to the left of the giant dome there, which dominates the Roman skyline of St. Peter's Basilica, to the left, just behind that, you have Casa Santa Marta, which, as you were correctly saying before, is actually the hotel, the private hotel that the Pope lived in, had a whole floor all to himself. Over there in that direction, you can see the shaded out windows there of the papal apartments. That's by tradition where the Pope comes and blesses the crowds on Sunday for the Angelus. And of course, behind me you have the basilica itself and the St. Peter's itself. Now, what's going to happen now over at Casa Santa Marta, as Liz Yore was saying before, Cardinal Papal this morning announced the joyous news of the death of the Pope. They're going to do the examination of the body, declare him dead, and then I think they'll lay out the official time frame of what's going to happen next with next steps. But to come back to your opening question, you're absolutely right. There's no signs for people here. And Rome lives off the Catholic Church. It's obviously the number one emotional touristic element here in the city. This is the beating heart of the city of Rome. And there's no sense of shock that the livelihood, the guy at the top of the apex, has died. And people, it's just life as normal, Steve. Life going on as normal.
Yep. It looks like a normal day in the Vatican. Ben, just hang on there. In fact, Ben, why don't you go... I know you got to recharge so I can get you before the end of the show, okay? Ben Harnwell live from the Vatican. We'll go to Liz Yore in a moment. Let's go back to our Natalie Winters. Censorship, Miss Winters. Why is this a big deal right now?
Well, DNI Tulsi Gabbard declassified, though the Biden regime had many censorship operations. I think one of the key ones, because they weaponized essentially every corner of the intel community, the NSC, the ODNI, the CIA, the FBI, the DOJ, but even I think more nefariously, the State Department and USAID. And if you, yes.
Yeah, hang on for 1 second. This is so big, I want to hit rewind for just 1 second. She released a report last week that in any other environment that wasn't flood the zone and so much going on every day would have dominated the news cycle for 2 or 3 days. Tell the audience, and I want to put a link, if producer Cameron and others can make sure, and Grace and Mo and Carly Bonet and Elizabeth, everybody, this is something I want to make sure the audience sees, the articles and the actual reports. What did Tulsi Gabbard do, and why was it a profile and courage that she did it, ma'am?
Sure. So this document, it's a 15-page PDF. We do have some screenshots, which when we get into it granularly, we can flash them on screen, but I encourage everyone to read it. It's not that hefty of a read. But the title of it is The Strategic Implementation Plan for Countering Domestic Terrorism. And you're exactly right. I think the most telling part of this document is the fact that literally no one has covered it. I wanted to go to the briefing room later today with a printed out copy and ask any of my newfound legacy media friends if they were planning on reporting on it, but they won't. I always say Joe Biden's new media initiative, he actually had one. It was just the vast and robust censorship of the American people using your taxpayer dollars, but try putting that in a new media briefing seat. I guess that doesn't go over too well. But this document is sort of not just twofold or threefold. There's many steps that it's quite interesting if you look at how they got to sort of the normalization of the vast censorship of the American people. First and foremost, laying the sort of narrative and conceptual pretext with no evidence whatsoever, except maybe a CNN documentary, that the foremost domestic terrorist threat to the United States is right-wing extremism. And then following that logic chain, they link the rise of domestic extremism to disinformation. And somehow, when they square that logic train, this is a direct quote, they wanted to partner with foreign governments and foreign institutions such as the United Nations to obtain intelligence and information related to, quote, U.S.-based violent extremism. Then, on top of that, they use this as sort of the pretext to launch what they call digital literacy initiatives, which are not just euphemisms, but outright Trojan horses for the idea of platforms like NewsGuard.
Okay, hang on for 1 second. Let's go back for a second. Yes. I want folks to this is why I read the 15-page PDF that we're putting out. They reached out to foreign governments and foreign transnational institutions to help them suppress the liberties of American citizens. full stop. Am I correct in that assertion, ma'am, off of this, what Tulsi Gabbard released?
Correct, and that comes really through two verticals. First is the quote that I just read you, which is the direct liaising with foreign governments and the United Nations. But on the other side of that, you also have listed as collaborating agencies on particularly the disinformation vertical, State Department and USAID, which for all the talk that we've heard about how USAID, right, is only operating overseas.
Yeah.
Why are they then censoring Americans?
Bald-faced lie. Anything else you want to get on this? Because I know you got to bolt over to the White House. You got to be there for the press briefing today. Because I want you to hold this frickin' thing up and walk down that row and put it up in Caitlin Collins' face. Say, why is Doney over at CNN? He's talking about extremism all the time. Why didn't they have breaking news last week when this was there? It's absolute crickets from CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, all of them. All they're doing is saying Tulsi Gabbard is releasing internal documents she shouldn't be doing. This is what they're trying to do to Tulsi Gabbard. And this right here, also, I don't want to hear about investigations of Pete Hegseth's guys when this should be the foundation for impaneling a grand jury, selecting a special prosecutor immediately, and impaneling a grand jury. They went after American citizens, Natalie Winters, by using other governments and transnational. Go ahead, ma'am.
I was actually quoted in the New Yorker today. Imagine how it pained them to write this. I said, MAGA operates in terms of retribution. We want prison sentences. And not because we're crazy or deranged. It's these people who are crazy and deranged and have committed crimes. At the very least, we need to open actual substantive investigations. My maybe humble tip that I would give to the Trump administration, the next time they catch themselves saying the word they or so-and-so, wage censorship, or was responsible for COVID, give us names. That's the point of government power. Expose these people. Do what investigative reporters have done with publicly available information and help us complete the circle and put these people in prison or at least open investigations. They deserve it. But just to conclude, Steve, on what I think is the other very important takeaway from the censorship document, they had what they called long-term solutions for disinformation and the rise of extremism, including gun control. They wanted to work to, quote, increase faith in government. They wanted, quote, intervention in, quote, dangerous people's lives. They wanted mass education for, quote, social cohesion. They wanted massive hate crime legislation, including the COVID-19 Hate Crime Act. So we'd probably go to prison for that one. And then they wanted a public education campaign about guns. So this is what they were working behind the scenes. And by the way, Steve, this was formalized in a 15-page document. Can you only imagine what they were talking about behind the scenes or the stuff that they can't declassify or haven't declassified yet?
Well, I will believe it when they impanel a grand jury and a special prosecutor just on this alone. This has to happen. There has to be a sense of urgency. We're burning daylight. You've just been handed a document that gives exactly everything they were doing. Impanel a grand jury, subpoena them all, call them all in front of the grand jury, and then let's start, after the grand jury, let's start indicting them and putting them on trial for treason, right, for treason, and then jail sentences and or others, however the chips fall on this. Natalie, I know you got to get to the White House. Social media, ma'am.
Natalie G. Winters on all platforms. I just left the Easter egg roll. Happy to announce there were no transgenders topless there, at least while I was there. It's nice to see the White House restored to its former glory.
I mean, come on. It's so sad. Natalie, the New Yorker article also, make sure you put that up on your social. Grace and Mo, let's push that out also. I know their heads are blowing up for Natalie Winters saying we want retribution. Good going.
Prison sentences.
See you at the press.
I think you may know a thing or two about that.
See you at the press briefing. Natalie G. Winters. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. Just because April 15th came and went, a lot of you, I'm sure, still have anxiety. Some people may not have filed. Some people may not know if their filing is correct. Some people may be sitting on a letter from the IRS. Go to Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/ban and get a free consultation. Do it today or 800-958-1000. Make sure you say Bannon to get the free consultation. Talk to Tax Network USA today. See what they can say about your situation. Send them the letter you got from the IRS. Before you call the IRS, call these guys. Just do it. Short commercial break.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay. So this week, President's also working on the tax and the one big beautiful bill, the spending cuts. That's all going on. I mean, that's like a sidebar. I mean, it's full on work going on behind the scenes. Let's talk about what's going on. The engagement with the economic war with China, full on. Want to make sure people are saying, hey, how do you de-escalate this? All kind of articles over the weekend, people saying, gosh, we didn't really realize that China had all this leverage over us on the supply chain. It's going like, where have you been living? And these are people in the know. This is not just folks out there in the hinterland who just don't get into politics. That's everything. And right now we have a full embargo. At those tariff rates the president's put on, it's a full embargo. And the question is, when is that going to start hitting and when it's going to start affecting the American economy? So people are working nonstop on that. I can tell you that there's all kind of deals. I think Scott Bessent came out with, there's a bunch of the biggest, or Charlie Gasparino, quoting somebody over Treasury that Japan's very close. I think a couple of three of these nations are very close. We're going to get all over that a little later today in the evening show. I want to bring Liz York back because of the situation. So walk our audience through, look, we have a huge audience in traditional Catholics and evangelical Christians, but for maybe people are not, why do people like you, who folks are fine, you're very even-handed in most things. You're one of the leading voices on child trafficking and making sure we take care of all the evils of child trafficking, which, I think the administration is making progress. I'm not sure it's quick enough for some folks, like the 350,000 undocumented children that are here somehow, are supposed to be here. But why do you become so uncompromising when it comes to the situation in the Catholic Church, ma'am?
Well, because speaking of unaccompanied minor children, Steve, in 2013, when Bergoglio became Pope, Pope Francis, Ted McCarrick, the Obama administration immediately began in the Northern Triangle, which is El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, bringing up unaccompanied minor children. That's why they needed Bergoglio and Pope Francis to be the one to put his blessing on it. And you may recall, Steve, in 2015, Pope Francis went to the southern border and blessed the migrants and encouraged everyone to, for humanitarian purposes, to encourage these children to come into the country. Now, they expected in 2016, 2017, Hillary Clinton to win. They did not expect Trump to be the president. And you'll also recall that Bergoglio was responsible and very, very loudly called Trump a non-Christian for wanting to build borders. And he's continued the drumbeat until his last breath about the deportation of illegal aliens into the United States. I am convinced that this color revolution was for the specific purpose, and this is why MAGA should be concerned about, the specific purpose to use the Catholic Church, not only in South America and in Central America, which they did, but also around the world. Because, Steve, what nobody's been talking about is this invasion into the United States. They've got, the Catholic Church has people in Turkey and Italy, all over the world, funneling them into this network and bringing them across the border. This has been the brainchild of McCarrick and Obama and Biden and Bergoglio. And this is why we have got to get to the bottom of why this suspicious and unusual resignation, abdication of Pope Benedict. Because I want to remind our audience, the previous Pope, Pope Benedict, wanted Europe to be re-Christianized. He did not want migration into Europe. And what did they get? They got massive Islamic migration into Europe. Pope Benedict refused to sign a China agreement. He had to go. And he was absolutely adamant that the Islamic countries had to have reciprocation with Christians, because the imams went to Benedict and said, "Oh, we expect you to give us religious freedom." He said, "I expect reciprocity with the Christians in mainly Islamic countries." They had to get rid of Benedict. The documents that I've seen, in the cables that I've seen, he had to go, and they had to put in a modernist, pro-globalist who would put
the way the deep church works, or the Secretary of State, the Curia, which is the administrative state of the Vatican. Parolin is the Secretary of State. They run technically the operations of the Vatican. Parolin went and cut a deal with the Chinese Communist Party. The most vibrant church we have in the world, the Catholic Church and the evangelicals, are the house churches for the evangelicals in China and the underground Catholic Church. It is reported by folks I know in China that understand this, that there's up to 100 million practicing Christians, both evangelicals in these house churches, and which is like it's like ancient Rome, right? And the underground Catholic Church. Parolin and Cardinal Zen was the great hero and saint, was the one that warned us about this. Parolin, who they're touting as the guy, the Secretary of State that will take over from Bergoglio. Parolin cut a deal with the Chinese Communist Party to basically throw under the bus the underground Catholic Church and support the state Catholic Church, which is essentially like the Nazis had, or the Russians had state Orthodox Church. The Nazis had it too. These are just mouthpieces for these dictatorial regimes. Parolin cut a deal in where you won't see the laity have any voice at all, particularly the right-wing laity at all, in anything that goes on in church. They gave the Chinese Communist Party, and this was McCarrick's deal that he had worked on for years with his henchman, Parolin, they gave the Chinese Communist Party the veto rights over the bishops. This is why Cardinal Zen, who was, 90-some years old, got on a plane and flew back. Remember, we covered this live a couple of years ago. He flew from Hong Kong to the Vatican to say, hey, this is dead wrong. You can't do this. They kept him waiting for 3 days. I think they gave him a 2-minute, a 2-minute handshake at the end, right? A fare thee well. They're up to their eyes, and it's a secret deal. By the way, being the Vatican city-state and being part of the United Nations, because of what happened in World War I, you cannot have secret treaties. You can't have secret alliances. They refuse to put this forward so we can review it because they're taking cash money from the Chinese Communist Party. They're taking cash money from the Chinese Communist Party. I stood on the roof of that convent right there looking down. This is years ago when they had the big pedophile conference. Remember that? We went over to cover that. They were supposed to expose everything, which they exposed nothing. But they broke this deal at the same time to try to bury this deal. I went up and it was like a 50-mile-an-hour wind with Ben Harnwell and the team and did live reporting from it because this stinks to high heaven, and they renewed it. This is McCarrick. This is Parolin. This is why they had to get Bergoglio in there. The deep church of the Curia, Liz Ure, runs the deal, and they're the ones that went after Trump. He went to the border and remember he had the mass on the border and was saying Trump was terrible, and Trump, this is the whole thing the last couple of days when JD went. We're heartless, we don't believe in the migrant, we're terrible, we're awful Catholics, we're awful Christians, ma'am.
Yes, Steve, and they've renewed it 3 times. And guess what's happened now? Now the CCP has chosen the cardinal and the bishops. That's what's happened. That's how they flipped the tables on the church. And maybe that's the plan all along. But nevertheless, that's why I think MAGA and MAGA Catholics and Catholics around the world should demand, as soon as he's buried in the ground, we want to see that agreement in all 3 drafts of that agreement and have it null and void. Parolin gutted the faith in China. That's exactly what he did. And he elevated Xi Jinping as God and reduced Jesus Christ into rubble in the underground Catholic Church. So, I'm writing an article, Bergoglio's Den of Thieves, all the documents that need to be released, all the exposés that must happen. We have got to do, before there's a new pope, we have got to demand that these things are done. And if it doesn't happen, then there is no legitimacy to a conclave that has 80% of Bergoglio's henchmen voting for the next pope.
I'm naming right now. We're going to have a special correspondent there during the conclave, and that's going to be Liz Ure. I think the audience would like to have Liz Ure over there. Liz Ure, you'd put the fear of God in them, which they what?
But we've got to see the results of this color revolution, which I believe happened in the Obama-Biden administration. And, as far as I'm concerned, Steve, the Ukraine, the Iran, all the other color revolutions, they pale compared to having the moral voice of the world behind the globalist agenda. That's what they had for the last 12 years.
Yes.
Pope Francis putting his imprimatur on the terrible globalist agenda. So stay tuned. Man your battle stations. I'll be putting up an article today, which won't make many friends with the College of Cardinals, but it has to be said.
No, that's what I'm saying. Hey, we need a schism. Let's roll. Come on, you got to get this out. And you saw what they did inside our own deep. I'm sorry, Liz. Say what?
And by the way, Steve, the attack on and harassment and persecution of traditional Catholics in the United States is an abomination. We have not gotten to the bottom of it. And my research indicates that it's been going on much longer. Yeah. And we, as Americans, we've got to see these documents. We want to know the full extent of this persecution of traditional Catholics, because the deep state is very threatened of traditional Catholics and the Latin Mass. And we've got to find out.
The folks, my best sources in China in the CCP say Xi's greatest fear ain't the American military. It's not even the American government. His biggest fear is Christianity. His biggest fear is the evangelical Christians and the house churches and the traditional Catholics. Think Taiping Rebellion, when evangelical Christianity or a version of it went like a prairie fire through 19th century China, from Canton all the way to Nanjing and then to the gates of Shanghai, where the ever victorious army, they defeated them at the in massive land battles. But the Chinese imperial power, which the Xi is, has always been afraid of, and this is why they hated the missionaries come over there.
Yes,
they are petrified of evangelical Christianity and traditional Catholicism. It puts the fear of God in Xi. And that's why the Curia and the deep church sold out true Catholicism, right, in selling out the Chinese people. Lao Baijing, the humble Chinese people who have embraced traditional Catholicism or evangelical Christianity. It's an unbelievable, powerful force against the forces of darkness and atheism. And you can see it in all of its raw, forces in China today. Liz Ure, where do people go to get all your writings, ma'am?
My website is yourchildren, Y-O-R-E, children.com. I'm everywhere on social media under Elizabeth Ure. I'll be posting my articles. I've been ready for this day and really calling out the conclave to step up and start being Catholic again.
Liz Ure, you're the best. Did I hear you say yes about us being a special correspondent over in Rome for the conclave? Did you
say yes? If you promise not to wear white.
We got it. Liz Ure. Short break. Back in the War Room in just a moment.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
You know, Glenn Story and the team at Patriot Mobile, I cannot tell you how much great work these folks do. One of the best companies out there. This whole theory of the case we have is stop giving your money to people that hate you. Don't think last November. A lot of people, I think, at the time, hey, it was so great, and just how buzzed people were, and then the inauguration was so great, everything's so great. And on one level, if you look at what President Trump is doing, it's amazing. It is, the 100 days is and just not never been done before. It's never been done in human history. It's so great. But the forces he opposed to are as strong as they've ever been, right? And we got to take those apart brick by brick. I mean, they're trying to crush him in every different vertical, whether it's, the national security, it's economic nationalism. It's what he's trying to do here culturally. Supreme Court came out, and we're going to have Mike Davis is going to join us this afternoon. Hopefully, we got Google in the court case on Google and Facebook going this week. We got the oligarchs there, so it's unbelievable. Patriot Mobile. I don't need to pitch them what a great company they are. It's the service that is the difference. They got all three of the big networks they're layered on top of. So you get amazing service. You also got this deal they can get up 2 numbers on one phone. Go talk to them today. Do the switch. Support someone, support your values, but you get the best service. They got all kind of extras they can put on. So this is like modern communications with a modern company that supports your values. Think about that for a second. Patriot Mobile, the good folks down there in Texas. Glenn Story, and he is a piece of work. I love that guy. You know why? He is action, action, action all the time. He's built a fantastic company. 972-PATRIOT. Go do it today. Call. You get a free 30-day changeover, all of it. So go check it out. 972-PATRIOT or patriotmobile.com. Put in the promo code Bannon. Get everything. It's just incredible. Can't say enough good things about those guys. Just how they've comported themselves. People coming after them. They've never wavered. It's just absolutely amazing. 972-PATRIOT. Go check it out today. President Trump is fighting on every battlefront right now. Everything he talked about he would do, he's doing. And now, and more is coming, but just what he's doing, look at every vertical, whether it's the mass deportations, and is everything perfect? No, we haven't gotten to the mass deportation part, but he's laying out the predicate, and he's deporting his commander-in-chief. He's deporting these illegal alien criminals that are at war with our country. And, of course, the Supreme Court doesn't have his back right now. Julie Kelly, definitely Mike Davis on this afternoon. Hopefully we're going to track down Rachel Bovard, talk about he's taking on the oligarchs. Everybody's saying, oh, they're going to own Trump. Well, he's got Google and Facebook in court this week with his Justice Department and FTC to break them up. Think about that for a second. Where would that ever happen? We're now engaged in the economic war and so much more with the Chinese Communist Party, and he's engaged now on a peaceful solution, but a real solution for the Persians' nuclear weapon program. I don't think not a verification program, but take it apart. So, and he's on discussions with having a rapprochement with Russia in the peace in Ukraine. Besides everything he's doing behind the scenes on taxes, and in the taxes, he's moving the taxes forward, which is for the upper bracket to pay, I guess, 40%, because you have to do it if you're not going to cut spending on a massive basis. The numbers just don't work. So my point, he is in every area, and now they're leaking on him. They're coming to courts. They're in the streets. The streets part, you see, they're not getting traction. And they're saying AOC is the new leader of the Democratic Party. Go with it. We love that. Bernie and AOC, those embrace. Fabulous. Fantastic. Why didn't I think of that? That's the new Democratic Party, is AOC and Bernie. That's a lovely couple. It's a couple of pieces of work. But that's great. But where they're getting it, where they're getting traction is deep state. It's far from its death throes because we haven't announced the investigations. Announce a special prosecutor and let's go indict Brennan and start off with. That'll take the wind out of their sails. Has to be investigation of these people. Have to lock them up or drive them out of the country. Have to do it. No other way to do it. You can't play nice with these people. You can't play patty cake with them. The other's the courts. You're seeing a judicial insurrection. Now it's at the Supreme Court level, and Alito's stepping up. We'll break all that down with Mike Davis today. And on top of all this, the church, Bergoglio was one of their partners. He was one of the ones with Obama and all this crowd, anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, anti-traditional Catholicism, anti-traditional Christianity, 100%. Not even a question. Mike Lindell, thank you for being back, brother. You're going to sell me some sheets today. I'm going to get pillows. What's the new special?
Well, you guys were going to close out the old special for the weekend. You guys, this is the last few hours for the premium. Your choice. This is a War Room exclusive of all time. You guys, just today is the last day for that. We ran it over the weekend. $17, king, queen, any loft level. Remember, they come in 4 different loft levels depending on your body size. The patented filled, and this is the one that made it famous. Over 84, almost 85 million sold right now. So get this, it's just today. Go to the My Pillow website, use promo code War Room. Go down to you see Steve, click on Steve. There's the one we're closing out, and then remember we still have the Easter one too. That we'll run that today too for $9.98 for all the Bible pillows, and then also we have the big sheet one, the closeout sale on that whole line of Perkel sheets, $25 a set, whether it's split king, king size, Cal king, any color, any size, $25. So then you guys call my reps at home. They're 808 $25. So then you guys call my reps at home. They're 800-873-1062. They love hearing from the War Room Posse. Gives them confidence during the times we continue to get attacked every single day by the media because their CEO wants secure elections.
Mike Lindell, you're a patriot and a hero. On the 250th anniversary of the Lexington and Concord, it's fabulous to have you on because you're like the Minutemen of Europe. Mike Lindell, we'll see you this afternoon.
Thanks, Steve. God bless you. Thank you.
The Right Stuff will take you out. Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec, Steve Gruber, Eric Bowling, and I'll do the turnover from Bowling right before 5 o'clock, and we'll be on air from 5 to 7. Very special guest coming on. Don't know if we're going to do it this afternoon or tomorrow morning. We'll figure it out. Okay? Until then, thank you for being in the War Room. See you this afternoon at 5 p.m.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
The president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth, who is doing a phenomenal job leading the Pentagon. And this is what happens when the entire Pentagon is working against you and working against the monumental change that you are trying to implement. Secretary Hegseth was nominated for this position because he is standing up for the war fighter, the men and women in uniform who are putting their lives on the line to protect our country and our homeland. And unfortunately, there have been people at that building who don't like the change the secretary is trying to bring, so they are leaking and they are lying to the mainstream media. We've seen this game played before. The secretary is doing a tremendous job.
Drink?
No, I'm good, thank
You don't drink?
No.
Or smoke pot? And you're married and super Christian. We're going to go on great.
This is going to just be perfect.
You know, one would expect that once the deregulation really takes place and is sustained and the tax cuts are extended, that would be a positive for the economy. But it sounds to me that you're not expecting a recession this year.
No, I really am not. The first quarter is looking like it's going to be way better than people thought at the beginning of the quarter, way better than we expected because of what we inherited from Joe Biden. And it's because President Trump's policies are working faster than expected. And the way to think about it really is that what's going on is we need to onshore activity, create jobs in the U.S. And it used to be that was like a really, really slow-moving thing. But now with AI and supply chains and everything, it's a much less slow-moving thing.
If America was 81% Christian or 81% Islamic, what's a better country?
Yes. According to the ideals I believe in, if you think faith, I know you do, is the most important thing, you might think Islam. But I happen to think freedom is the most important thing. Personal liberty, again, human rights, rule of law, scientific inquiry, democracy, freedom of speech, all these things which are absent much more in those societies than the society I live in.
New demands from Democrats for Elon Musk to step down from his role in the federal government after a group of 77 lawmakers sent a letter to the Trump administration emphasizing the tech billionaire can only serve in his role as a special government employee until the end of May. Democrats say Musk's work heading Doge has done enormous harm to working Americans while continuing to enrich himself and violate ethics laws.
The president has spent 87 days at the highest level of his government, repeatedly taking efforts to bring this war to an end. We are now reaching a point where we need to decide and determine whether this is even possible or not, which is why we're engaging both sides. We need to figure out here now within a matter of days whether this is doable in the short term, because if it's not, then I think we're just going to move on from our perspective.
We have a couple of important issues to discuss today. I want to update the Prime Minister on some of the negotiations between Russia, Ukraine, and also some of the things that have happened even in the past 24 hours. I think we have some interesting things to report on, of course, in private. So the negotiations, I won't prejudge them, but we do feel optimistic that we can hopefully bring this war, this very brutal war, to a close.
Secretary Rubio said that the U.S. will have to figure out whether a deal can be done between Russia and Ukraine in a matter of days, or you will just move on.
Yeah, very sure.
How many days?
No specific number of days, but quickly. We want to get it done. We're talking about here people dying, and we're talking about over there people are dying also, like on average 2,500 young people, soldiers. And Marco's right in saying it. We want to see it end.
I'm not sure why Abrego Garcia's rights should be denied based on an awful murder that he had absolutely nothing to do with.
Who did pay for this trip?
This was an officially cleared, congressional trip, cleared on a bipartisan basis. Yes, like every other trip.
David Hogg, who I know you know, a vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, he's going to be joining us on the roundtable, and he is pursuing this effort to unseat some Democrats in safe seats through primary challenges.
I look forward to standing behind every single Democratic incumbent, from the most progressive to the most centrist and all points in between.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honored to be with you as always. We're here live at the Bitcoin.com studio, live in Phoenix, Arizona. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Of course, the breaking news that happened over the night, I should say. Late last night and early morning in Rome, the news was announced that Pope Francis has died. This is monumental news. I was reflecting, I have only lived through 3 popes. I have lived for 31 years, and I've only lived through 3 popes. We have, of course, I was born, and John Paul II was pope, and then Pope Benedict, and now Pope Francis. He was pope for 12 years. He was the first pope from the Americas. He tended to be a little bit questionable at times on some of his, let's just say, social justice perspectives, but I'm not Catholic. We do have Michael Knowles that's going to join us in the program to discuss this and the significance of it. The College of Cardinals will assemble after, of course, the funeral of Pope Francis. And Pope Francis certainly caused a lot of heartburn to Catholics in America. And so we're going to talk about the geopolitical significance of this, because remember, John Paul II was incredibly effective at fighting communism. I would love to see the next pope, whomever that is, maybe a pope from Africa or a pope from Asia or a pope from wherever, have the same sort of moral clarity that John Paul II had against totalitarian Marxism. We'll discuss that later in the hour. But first, breaking yesterday on Easter Sunday was another attack on American patriot Pete Hegseth. The New York Times launched a massive attack on the front page right here. Defense head said to send war plan to second group. Hegseth's family members and lawyer are linked to encrypted chat. There's a lot going on here, some of which I can talk about publicly, some of which I cannot talk about publicly. Let's talk about the essence of it. They're criticizing Pete Hegseth for sending war plans, again, in a Signal group chat. Now, he denies this. It looks like it's total and complete BS. We know that there were not war plans being sent. They're trying to take out Pete Hegseth, and that really goes down to what's going on here. They're not attacking Pete Hegseth because he's failing. They're attacking Pete Hegseth because he's succeeding. Here's what they won't talk about. You see, it's not that Pete Hegseth is a disaster of a Secretary of Defense. Quite the opposite. He's already succeeding in the metrics that matter most from building a lethal fighting force. And we must ask the question throughout, cui bono? We ask this question a lot. Who benefits from attacking Pete Hegseth? You see, it's not that the military is falling apart like it was under Joe Biden. The numbers are remarkable. First, recruiting is up. After historic lows in 2022 and 2023, the Army and the Marine Corps recruiting have rebounded. In fiscal year 2024, quarter one, the Army reported a 10% increase in new enlistments year over year. The Marine Corps hit 100% of its recruiting goals. So when Joe Biden was president and Lloyd Austin was running things, military recruitment was down. But interestingly, almost no one ever attacked them. And just to be clear, Lloyd Austin did something infinitely more inexcusable than Pete Hegseth when he was hospitalized without telling anybody, and the chain of command of our military was largely broken because of Lloyd Austin's decision to go get, I think it was like a prostate surgery or something, without telling anybody. Morale is up. A recent Rand Corporation survey shows a 15-point jump in troop satisfaction compared to 2021, particularly among combat units. It's interesting how morale goes up when you say that we're going to have the same physical fitness standards for men and women. We're going to get rid of the woke stuff. We're also not going to allow transgender people in the military. And all of a sudden, boom, morale goes up. Has the media mentioned any of this, or is it just the swirling attacks? Here it says, Pete Hegseth is under fire. Well, he might be under fire by all the right people in D.C. Instead, they should be doing a puff piece, the New York Times should be, on how recruiting is up, morale is up, and yes, standards are up. The Army Combat Fitness Test, as mentioned, the ACFT, once watered down, has been reformed to restore challenge and purpose. And yes, even efficiency is up. Did you know that the Department of Defense's Inspector General just last month did an audit, and they noted a 12% increase in procurement efficiency and project delivery timelines? Our influence also is up. Did you know in the Philippines and Taiwan, joint exercises are up 30% year over year? And of course, most importantly, our lethality is up. The U.S. military is again training for warfighting, not workshops. In fiscal year 2024, combat readiness scores from CENTCOM and INDOPACOM showed a 20% increase in unit preparedness over fiscal year 2022. These are real numbers. Morale, lethality, preparedness, efficiency. So by all objective measurements, Pete Hegseth, in his short window of time, has been a roaring success, probably the most effective Secretary of Defense since the new millennium. When you have a military that was bogged down by bureaucracy, wokeism, and low morale, and all of a sudden you see that turned around, you have to wonder. But what is down exactly? What's down in the Secretary of Defense's office? What is down in the Pentagon? The influence of neocons and the failed perpetual war architects. The bureaucracy of combat forces, that is down. And the weaponization of the uniform to serve ideological causes over national security. Do you know what is gone now? Pete Hegseth has removed this from the U.S. military, and that makes him a major enemy of the entrenched permanent bureaucracy in the Pentagon. When he removes the gay poems from our battleships, it turns out that you can have a 30% increase in war games. Turns out that you could be 12% more efficient. Play cut 134.
The coolest thing I did on board was to be able to participate in a LGBTQ spoken word night, and I was able to read a poem that I wrote to the whole ship. And that was probably the culmination of the whole deployment.
This whole thing is done. That whole operation is done. You know, I'm going to go read a LGBT gay poem on top of a battleship. And it turns out when you remove that, efficiency, lethality, morale, recruitment all goes up. This is also gone. Here's another one. While in uniform, we see the PSA on how to use pronouns. Our own military was a major college campus with Tomahawk missiles. Our military was becoming Harvard with drones. That's what it was under Lloyd Austin and Mark Milley. Speaking of which, you know what else is down? The BMI of the Secretary of Defense. Way down. Warrior culture is ascendant, which is exactly why the knives are out for Pete Hegseth about this rubbish story. Oh, he's putting stuff in signal chats. Look at the core essence of what's happening here. Steve Bannon would say, look at the signal, not the noise. He has removed this cancer rather quickly. Look at this. Play cut 132.
Hi, my name is Johnny and I use he, him pronouns. Using the right pronouns is a really simple way to affirm someone's identity. It is a signal of acceptance and respect.
If it's a signal of acceptance and respect, how do we go about creating a safe space for everybody?
That's a good question. A really good way to do that is to use inclusive language. Instead of saying something like, hey guys, you can say, hey everyone.
Another way that we could show that we're allies and that we accept everybody is to maybe include our pronouns in our emails, or like we just did, introduce ourselves using our pronouns.
This was an official military broadcast under Joe Biden, and not a single criticism from the media, not a single criticism from the regime. No, instead we have the alpha man ascendant, the warrior ethos back into the Pentagon, and that is what gets their attention. But there, of course, is another thing. Despite the fact that we're more lethal, morale is up and recruiting is up and efficiency is up, and that we have a real warrior leading things. No. There's another thing at play here, and we're going to go a level deeper. Because Pete Hegseth stands in the way of the drums of war. Do you hear that? The bum, da bum, da bum, da bum, da bum, da bum. Oh, the neocons, they want to strike Iran more than anything else. They want a ground war with Iran. And Pete Hegseth stands atop the Pentagon to say, not today, neocon. We ran on America first, not on colonizing Iran. ReliefFactor.com. When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money, a bigger house, maybe a yacht? How about how you feel physically? Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally, developed by doctors. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3 quick starter try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day, and just takes a phone call. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Visit ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. So take a look at it right now at ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com. President Trump has Pete Hegseth's back. We're going to play that tape here live from the Easter egg roll. They hate him not because he's failing, but because he's succeeding and revealing the scam the Pentagon became. We'll be right back.
Learn more in 3 hours than 4 years at a woke university. And it's free. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Let's go to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. YREFI is amazing. Look, YREFI is supporting our campus tour. They are the backbone of it. Tomorrow we'll be at Texas A&M University. It's going to be amazing. We are going to be right there on the plaza. They're bringing out their Yell leader. They're all going to be saying howdy to one another. YREFI helps refinance private student loans. A lot of students still have private student loan debt, and it's been grandfathered in. I want you to think to yourself, everyone in the audience knows someone with private student loan debt, and it's probably crushing them. Think. Who is it? Is it a son? Is it a daughter? Is it a niece? Is it a nephew? Is it you? Do you have those bills coming from these private student loan debts? You're like, this is too much. YREFI, they're phenomenal. They're very ethical. They're patriotic. If you are going to do debt resettlement, which is perfectly fine, it's understandable. In fact, it's admirable. This is the company to do it. Not just some local yokel that is running some billboard thing. that might throw it off. This right here, I know them. They help support us. They support AmFest. They support our Student Action Summit. They support our Young Women's Leadership Summit. They are a driving ascendant force. Go to yrefy.com. May not be available in all 50 states. yrefy.com. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We're live here at the Bitcoin.com studio. Pete Hegseth is succeeding. He's making us the finest fighting force on the planet. Here's breaking news. President Trump backing Pete Hegseth live from the Easter egg roll. Great job, team, getting that clip. Thank you for that in real time. Play cut 144.
I mean, I hear they're doing that whole thing again. Here we go again. Just a waste of time. He is doing a great job.
Why do you still have confidence?
Because he's doing a great job. Thank you. Ask the Houthis how he's doing. Ask the Houthis how much dysfunction there is. There's none. Pete's doing a great job. Everybody's happy with him. We have the highest recruitment numbers I think we've had in 28 years. No, he's doing a great job. It's just fake news. They just bring up stories. I guess it sounds like disgruntled employees. You know, he was put there to get rid of a lot of bad people, and that's what he's doing. So you don't always have friends when you do that.
Should he stop?
One more piece here about the wokeism, then I do want to focus on Iran, which, again, we on this program, we have a very clear moral standard. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. But you got to keep Lindsey Graham and Tom Cotton away, because they right there and their staff, they're beating the war drums. There is an undercurrent to try to take out everyone around Pete Hegseth and eventually do an encirclement around the Pentagon so that they can have a clear shot at bombing Iran. And then, look, once you bomb Iran, that's a declaration of war. What do you get next? We don't know. You might get troops. You might get movements. You can't play games with this stuff. A war with Iran would break the back of this administration. One more on I just want to remind you what our military was becoming. Morale was down. Recruitment was down. We were a sad fighting force under Joe Biden. And very quickly, President Trump, entrusting Pete Hegseth, has brought it back. Play cut 136.
Not a day goes by that I'm not grateful to be serving at this period of time. Being able to undergo a full gender transition beyond hormones, laser hair removal, Botox, lip injections, hair lowering, like literally cannot be more thankful to be alive now.
So for those of you on radio or podcasting, you're very blessed that you did not have to see that. This is a member of the military talking about the lip injections and the gender transition and how thankful that military member is to be alive, whatever rubbish that is, hair removal. That's what our military was, that Pete Hegseth inherited. All funded by taxpayers. The military is no longer a safe space for this radical woke ideology. We're back to not hair removal, but terrorist removal. Not gender transition, but enemy elimination. Lethality at all costs. But Pete Hegseth is a prudent man. You see, of course, it is not inevitably, but it is President Trump's final decision whether or not we go to war with Iran. He doesn't want to do that. But understand, all of the machinery around President Trump can be very persuasive and can be incredibly powerful in how military decisions are made. Let's play cut 112 here. I think it's around Iran. No, I'm sorry, that's something else. That's Pete Hegseth defending himself at the egg roll. I do want to play that. But let me just say this very, very quickly. The people around the president matter. Back in the first term, it was Mad Dog Mattis and Mike Pence that were literally launching a collusive conspiracy to try and get President Trump to support keeping troops in Afghanistan. Let's play cut 112.
You know, what a big surprise that a few leakers get fired and suddenly a bunch of hit pieces come out from the same media that peddled the Russia hoax. Won't give back their Pulitzers. They got Pulitzers for a bunch of lies. See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputation.
And Pete Hegseth is right there. He is pushing back against the media attacks because people that he fired for leaking to the media are now attacking him. Okay, great. But that's not really what's going on here. It's a level deeper. He knows it. It's about the warmongers that never wanted him. Remember, Pete Hegseth was at a 50-50 vote. Do you remember what we had to do on this program? You remember the effort, the energy, the intensity, the vigor, the spunk, the spirit, the mobilization? It was supposed to be the era of good feelings. It was December. We just won the election. I was in Palm Beach. You guys were nicely supporting our program. And we felt as if the fights were over. But no, we mobilized the cavalry. We mobilized the infantry, metaphorically. And we said Pete was a red line. And we said, oh, Joni Ernst, I don't think you want to do this. And boy, did she make a 180 very quickly. She did not realize, poof, she touched the stove and realized it was scalding hot. They did not want Pete Hegseth all along because they knew that he was not one of them. That Pete Hegseth is actually a grassroots warrior, number one. Number two, he's a fighter's fighter. And he doesn't want a war with Iran. That's why they try to take him out then and now. And we have his back. Michael Knowles is next.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. As the world continues to mourn Pope Francis's passing, President Trump is ordering all U.S. flags at the White House, public buildings, and military installations to be flown at half-staff. He made the announcement in this Truth Social post saying the flag shall be flown at half-staff for the same length of time at all U.S. embassies and consulates abroad as well. The move is being taken, quote, as a mark of respect for the memory of His Holiness Pope Francis. Francis's death was announced early this morning. The Vatican isn't being specific about his cause of death, but we do know he suffered from various illnesses recently. Pope Francis, dead at 88 years old. Well wishes and condolences from world leaders are flooding in for the pontiff. President Trump out with a short tribute saying on Truth Social, "Rest in peace, Pope Francis. May God bless him and all who loved him." King Charles of England is remembering the Pope's, quote, "contagious smile and boundless compassion." In this statement posted on X, the King goes on to write, "The Queen and I remember him with particular affection, our meetings with the Holiness over the years, and we were greatly moved to have been able to visit with him earlier in the month." And just hours ago, Vice President Vance learned the news, writing, "I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill, but I'll always remember him for the below homily he gave in the very early days of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul," he writes. Cardinals from around the world, in the meantime, are preparing travel plans to the Vatican as we speak in advance of the first papal conclave in a decade. The conclave is a secret meeting during which the next pope is going to be elected. Eligible cardinals will be locked in a secure area of the Vatican, typically the Sistine Chapel, where they'll deliberate potentially for weeks until they reach a decision. They won't be allowed to leave or communicate with the outside world until a decision is made. There's a lot at stake with the selection, not just for the more than 1 billion Catholics around the world, but also when it comes to the Church's doctrine moving forward. Among the names being floated as frontrunners to replace the Pope Francis are 67-year-old Luis Antonio Tagle of the Philippines. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
100% American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Let's go to Patriot Mobile, of course, as we're here live in the Bitcoin.com studio. I was just texting with Glenn from Patriot Mobile, a great American. Really great guy. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. You've heard me talk about Patriot Mobile for a while now. So check it out right now, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Did you know that they've got cutting edge technology too? Switching is easy, no store visits, no hassle. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% US-based customer support team can activate you in minutes right over the phone. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie and get this. Patriot Mobile is one of the few carriers with access to all 3 major US networks. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT right now and use promo code CHARLIE for a free month of service. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Again, make the switch today from woke wireless to Patriot Mobile. Woke to Patriot. Woke to Patriot. You do it with your phone. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Joining us now is a great friend and very serious Catholic, a devout Catholic. On this Easter Monday, this news broke. It is Michael Knowles from The Michael Knowles Show. When I want guidance and wisdom on all things Catholicism, I go to Michael Knowles. Michael, great to see you.
Charlie, it's great to be with you. I'm sorry that I can't be on camera. The timing of this is really odd. I was walking down this morning to the Easter egg hunt at the White House, and I got my whole family with me at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I see that the Holy Father has died. And I thought, you know, of all the mornings to take off work, this is probably one of the worst ones I could have taken off. But alas, I'm glad that I could at least phone in, because I think people are having a lot of trouble processing the news. I mean, you and I have talked about the Pope for years at this point, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There are plenty of conservatives and conservative Catholics have had a lot of questions with Pope Francis and problems with some of the things he's done. So there's no sugarcoating. But I think when we consider his legacy, the most notable aspect of it to me is that left-right political analysis doesn't totally map onto ancient institutions. That's kind of my biggest takeaway with Pope Francis, because whenever we think we can pin him down, we say, all right, he's Argentinian. He comes from this kind of left-wing economic background. And he'll come out and say something like, gay marriage is a machination of the father of lies to deceive and confuse the children of God. You know, every time we think he's going soft on some social issue, he'll say abortion is an assassination. You know, abortionists are hired assassins. And so you can't really pin him down. And I think part of the reason for that is just the weight of the Catholic Church. You know, it's just been around for so long. And so we can't, our modern notions of politics, you know, they take you as far as they take you, but it would be a disservice to the man, really, to try to just minimize him in that way.
So his passing was today. We've only lived through 3 popes. I don't know how. I'm guessing. I don't know your age exactly, Michael, but yeah, 3 popes.
Yeah, I'm not 60. You know, yeah.
I was going to say that's right. And just think about that. I mean, rather monumental how few popes there are. And so let's get technical for a second, Michael. I, as you know, am not Catholic. I'm an evangelical. A lot of respect for Catholics, and a lot of people that I care about are Catholic, and you know, we know a lot of good local Catholics here, including local father. What is the College of Cardinals? What is about to happen? So everyone meets in Rome, Sistine Chapel. Who's involved in it? It's kind of a good old boys network, is what I'm told. Did Pope Francis put a lot of his allies in there? What? Just walk us through the technical details of what we can expect for the selection of a new pope, because it gets a little rusty here because we've only seen it a couple times in our lifetime.
That's true. And what we're doing right now, has been happening for about 2,000 years, which is immediately when the seat is vacant, they call it sede vacante, when a pope dies, immediately everyone starts talking about who's the next one going to be, how does it happen? So the Cardinal Camerlengo comes out. This is his position in the Vatican. He's announced the Pope's death, and there will be a period of about 15 to no more than 20 days of mourning. And then the College of Cardinals is going to assemble. The cardinals are bishops who are picked by the Pope as sort of advisors and have positions within the Vatican. Bishops under the age of 80 cardinals under the age of 80 can vote for a Pope in the College of Cardinals. So they're not only within the College of Cardinals, but they're cardinal electors. They're all going to meet. There are about, I think about 180 of them right now who are eligible to vote. They're going to go into the Sistine Chapel, and then you're not going to hear anything else. The way that you're going to know that they picked a pope is through smoke coming out of the Vatican. So, classically, you're looking for the white smoke or the black smoke. And then when the white smoke comes up, then they're going to say, Habemus Papam. So who's it going to be? Because again, not to sugarcoat some of the questions that have come up under the Francis pontificate. A lot of people are saying, is the next pope going to be really liberal? Is he going to, I don't know, try to undermine the Catholic tradition or something like that? And again, it's really hard to predict these things, but just because Pope Francis has appointed now so many cardinals does not necessarily mean that the cardinals are politically liberal or, I don't know, side with Pope Francis on this issue or that issue. A lot of these popes are in the developing world. A lot of them are socially very, very conservative. And so the ones who are up for it right now, one who's been talked about is Cardinal Pizzaballa. He's the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. That would be quite interesting given what a touch point Jerusalem has been in the Israel-Gaza conflict. Another one who's up for it would be Peter Erdo. He's in Hungary, also considered moderate to conservative. There are a few who seem to be a little bit more liberal. That would be Cardinal Zuppi, Matteo Zuppi, or Cardinal Parolin. But again, we don't really know. In some ways, it's kind of like the Supreme Court justices. Republicans pick these Supreme Court justices, and then half of the time they go on and disappoint us. They rule in ways that are totally different than we expected. And that could happen, as well with popes. I mean, just to use the example of John Paul II, who everyone loves. Don't forget, John Paul II was a child of Vatican II, of this major ecumenical council, which resulted in all sorts of reforms that some of the reforms that followed the Second Vatican Council, some of us think had some problems with them, especially those of us who love the traditional Latin Mass, the traditional liturgy. And yet, Pope John Paul II, and Pope Benedict for that matter, considered perhaps even more conservative. Both of these guys come out of the Vatican Council, and yet they become some of the most stalwart conservative-seeming figures of our lifetime. So I guess getting back to the top, that's what I mean when I say you can't totally map this stuff onto left-right politics. And also, you might think you've got a slam dunk with whichever cardinal is going to be the next pope. It doesn't have to be a cardinal. It technically, I suppose, could be me, but no one's picked up the phone yet to call me. So, you think you might know what the next pontificate's going to look like. Really, at this point, we have no idea.
What do you want to see in the next pope? I mean, obviously it would help if he's Catholic, but what would you like to see as far as the advocacy internationally? You mentioned John Paul II. As I was raised, my grandmother, incredibly devout Catholic, wonderful person. We grew up talking about John Paul II, about his moral clarity, about his uncompromising views on the protective life, and honestly, how he believed the West was the best. He was an articulate and effective critic of the Soviet Union, being the Polish Pope. Oh, yeah. He was vehemently anti-communist. He made no mystery or no mistake with that. What would you like to see in the next Pope? And let's talk less regionally or less biographically, but from a positional, let's just say from the position of the Pope, what would you like to see?
Right. What's he going to do? Not that anyone's called to ask me. However, but you have called to ask me, so I'm happy to answer, and maybe people in the Curia could listen. I think what would be really helpful to the Church in the next Pope is to have a Pope who is not hostile to tradition, to the traditional liturgy. What we call the Mass of the Ages, the traditional Latin Mass. A lot of people think the traditional Latin Mass is just the new Mass that we have, but in Latin. That's not true. They're really different Masses. The new Mass has removed a lot of prayers. The new Mass actually could be said in Latin, but it usually is not. The reason I mention this is not just because I'm a fuddy-duddy and I have bow ties or something. It's because there is so much beauty in this Mass that endured substantially unchanged for about 1,400 years. There's so much beauty that it's attracting a lot of people back to the Church.
That is true.
You're seeing these
that is objectively
stories.
true. That's right.
You saw this in France just on Easter Sunday. You had a record number of baptisms. In the UK now, you've got this massive resurgence in the Catholic Church. In England, for goodness sakes, this is the birthplace. This is the land of Henry VIII, and yet now Catholics are outnumbering Anglicans. I mean, it's this unthinkable. I don't know what you want to call it. Springtime for the Church. A lot of the people who are converting not because of innovations or electric guitars or something, but because of the old smells and bells. Yeah. Listen, I play electric guitar. I'm not totally opposed to electric guitars.
I'm kidding. You're onto something. You're onto something. You're not wrong.
I mean, they love it. I mean, I think you could say this, Charlie, even from the evangelical perspective, where people are returning, it's where they find orthodoxy. It's not where they want more of the world. Right? They want something a little higher than the world, at least for Sunday morning.
Well,
that would be what I would hope for in a pope.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about this in the last segment here, which is especially young men. They see a world consumed by evil and falling apart, and they want one thing that hasn't changed in 2,000 years. And they say, "Hey, that's right. This place has lasted." And I know it's going to last another 2,000 years because it hasn't changed. So that's what I want. Michael, in closing here, what is a timeline? When can we expect a new pope, would you say? And I'm sure there'll be a lot of coverage and drama out of Rome in the coming days and weeks.
Well, officially, there's no campaigning. There's no jockeying. And, of course, the reality might differ from the official way it's supposed to go.
I don't know about that.
I could see us having I bet we could have a pope within 3 weeks, or maybe just after 3 weeks. I don't think it's going to take very long. I think that people have been expecting this now ever since Pope Francis's most recent illness. So I think things are going to move rather quickly. I think the number of cardinals who are really papabile is pretty small. I think you could basically count them on one hand. So I don't think it's going to be long now. I mean, just as young people are returning to the Church because they want stability, they want order, they want orthodoxy.
Yes.
I think the Vatican wants some stability too, and so I think it's going to happen fast.
Michael Knowles, excellent work as always. Check out the Michael Knowles Show, and we will be praying for you guys. Hope a good decision is made and someone that leads people back to our Lord. Thank you so much, Michael. What do we have? Alan Jackson Ministries. As the battle between good and evil escalates, it's easy to blame politicians, government, or poor leadership. Behind all that is a spiritual battle. We have an adversary who seeks to threaten, intimidate, and frighten us. Check out Angels, Demons, and You. Angels, Demons, and You. Read what the Bible has to say about angels and their unique roles as God's messengers and our helpers. Angel literally means messenger in the Bible. Begin to recognize the evil at play in the turmoil surrounding us, and oftentimes even in our own thoughts. You see, angels and demons aren't imaginary, they actually exist. And the battle is real, but we need not to be afraid. Angels, Demons, and You. Find valuable insight, practical tools, and biblical truth that will help you navigate what's ahead. We're going to need it. Go to alanjackson.com/angels. That is alanjackson.com/angels. You can learn more about Pastor Alan and his ministry at alanjackson.com, alanjackson.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the future of America, and the future is bright. Here is Charlie Kirk.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Just a reminder, we'll be at Texas A&M University tomorrow, big event. And then we will be at University of Wyoming on Thursday. We are keeping the pace going, pushing. Next week, I'll be in Denver for a big event. And then also, I believe next week is University of San Diego. We finish our tour westward. I think we have 5 stops in California over a span of 2 weeks. And people say, oh, why are you spending all this time in California? It's the biggest state. It's got a ton of incredible untapped potential. And these are American citizens. What, are we just going to ignore it? Not to mention it's close to home. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page and download a couple episodes. If you are interested in my conversation with Bill Maher, we're going to discuss that with Frank Turek coming up in the next hour. My annotated version of my conversation with Bill Maher will be available on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. So subscribe and get access to that. And also you can check out Bill's podcast page to hear the whole thing, Club Random Podcast. Welcome back, everybody. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. The Herzog Foundation is amazing. Check it out right now at ReadLion.com. Are you rethinking your kid's educational path, wondering if their current school truly supports your family's values? Well, you're not alone, and the Herzog Foundation is here to help you. With the Trump administration working to abolish the federal Department of Ed and return control back to the states, there's never been a better time to explore Christian education. For too long, federal overreach has dictated how children learn, but now parents have a greater say in their kids' futures. This shift could make Christian education more attainable than ever. Go to readlion.com. We work very closely with them at Turning Point Academy. The Herzog Foundation is your trusted guide to navigating these changes. Whether families are considering a Christian school, a hybrid model, or homeschooling, they provide the resources families need to make informed decisions. Go to readlion.com. That is readlion.com. So check it out right now. Stay informed, stay equipped, and shape your child's future. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show brought to you in part by the Herzog Foundation and the Lion. Kind of piggybacking on what we were talking about with Michael Knowles, as an evangelical Christian, I want to talk about this story here from the New York Post. I think it's very interesting and instructive in a variety of ways. Young people are converting to Catholicism en masse, driven by pandemic, internet, and lax alternatives. First of all, I see this happening on the ground. In fact, I'm in a group chat with some amazing Protestant evangelical pastors. I said, guys, this is a trend that's happening. Are you seeing it? They all agreed that young men in particular are joining the Catholic Church even more so than the evangelical type churches in the local area. Some pastors had some theories, including my friend Pastor James Cadiz, which I think he was spot on with, saying that young people like the liturgy and that they're very disappointed in the wokeism and the liberalism of a lot of the evangelical churches. But let me go a step further and build this out. There is so little tradition today that people seek it out. Our society is increasingly ugly. Go to a shopping mall. Do any of those buildings elevate you? Go to the local McDonald's. We used to be a country that even the local convenience store was built with the intent that it wanted to lift up the people that would shop there. The town hall or the town center, for example, get a picture of Prescott, Arizona's town center, just City Hall. Just an example. Just get an example of any one of these old Western towns, what they used to build. And again, Blake would know these examples better than I would. There's hundreds of them. Now when we build a city council, if you guys could, get Arlington Heights City Hall, Illinois, and contrast that with the Prescott, Arizona City Hall. Yes, get Prescott, Arizona. This is the Yavapai Courthouse. That's a beautiful building. It's built with Roman columns. It's there, so it's a courthouse, so it's supposed to resemble structure, order. So that it's built with a lot of rigidity, but it still lifts you up, with the highest thing being the flag. Now contrast that with the Arlington Heights City Hall, which might as well just be the Department of Ag. Actually, that's more beautiful than I remember it, but not as inspiring. At least they have a clock tower to their defense. Good pull, though, guys. That's a much more appealing picture than it actually is. It's actually a huge parking garage. It's hard not to feel like evangelicalism is very shallow in the comparison to an ancient liturgy. And to be honest, the trend that we are seeing is a very positive one. People are seeking tradition. And what I hear from young people in particular is they say, everything is changing. I don't need a worship song with an electric guitar and smoke. I want to feel holy. And to be perfectly honest, it's a learning lesson for a lot of pastors I talk to. If you are not creating an environment where the people that come to your church can find holiness and meaning and can be elevated, you're not doing your job. There was a time in the 90s where people were hungry for a personal encounter with God. And evangelicalism, I think, offers that better than some Catholicism circles. Maybe. That's to be debated. But times change and needs and appetites change. And I could tell you, on Saturday evening, I wanted to honor our Lord the night before the resurrection. So I knew the local Catholic Church was doing an Easter vigil. Mind you, this goes from 8 p.m. to midnight. An Easter vigil is a very long-standing tradition in the Catholic Church where they read basically almost the entire Bible. They read from most of the whole Bible. I go there and I couldn't find a seat at 10 p.m. at night on a Saturday night. And over half the people there were people my age. It was like a selfie line just trying to get in there. Everyone knew they followed the show. I said, is this a Turning Point rally Or is this an Easter vigil the night before our Lord? Again, I'm not Catholic, but I went there because when I walk into that specific Catholic church, I point up. It's not a Costco with a rock band and a TED Talk and good coffee. To be honest, I've had enough of that. I don't want to go to Sam's Club to go to church or a school gym. Kind of enjoy the holiness, the beauty, the pageantry, the structure, the tradition, and the reverence. So I totally get it. God bless those churches for elevating our soul. Second hour coming up.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. How often do you wake up with some sort of pain or discomfort? Here's another question for you. What would you do or say if I told you that there's a way to potentially limit your pain?
When I started this, my pain level was between 7 and 8, 24/7. I had chronic pain, was not getting any relief. And I did quite well, I would say. Now it's at 3 to 4. The other thing is no more blood pressure medicine. I actually don't take any medication anymore.
The man you just heard from got help from John Jubilee and the folks over at Energized Health. John joins me now to explain. John, always good to see you, my friend. Chronic pain can really wear a person down, but you say that you've got the fountain of youth. You can help folks deal with their chronic pain.
Yeah, well, Terrence, because I personally dealt with severe joint pain myself, being bone on bone in both my knees, and and I would ask people, how many of us, Terrence, are like me, that you decided or you thought that, hey, this is just life. This is just how it is. I just have to deal with this. I just have to pop the Tylenol and just kind of live the Tylenol life of just trying to deal with my pain. But guys, can I just tell you, I never imagined it was possible to be pain-free. Hey, Terrence, I'm thrilled to tell people, this year I'm officially, going to be 65 years old this year, formal senior citizen. And I'm thrilled to say, guess what, guys? You could be a senior citizen in no pain, in zero pain. And this is what happened to me 28 years ago now with intracellular hydration. I reversed all of that joint pain, the high blood pressure that I had, and all those little aches and pains that we just think is a normal part of life. It's not, Terrence. We really can reverse those pains.
And the thing about pain is that it can become a lifestyle issue. It really limits people from doing the things that they otherwise might, just because you don't want to have to deal with those aches and pains. You don't want to have to deal with, bones creaking every step you make.
Terrence, that's exactly true. And again, guys, how many of you look at a flight of stairs and you think, where's the elevator? Because that's going to hurt. And I know, Terrence, this was my story. I look at a flight of stairs and think, oh my gosh, I hope there's an elevator, or one of those ramps, all those little things, guys, that we don't have to live as a slave or to be totally controlled and manipulated just because of our little aches and pains. We can really reverse those. All that is cellular dehydration. We have inflammation in our body. Inflammation always causes pain, guys. But if we can flush out our inflammation, which we can through our intracellular hydration protocol, we can get rid of that inflammation. We can get rid of those toxins. You can live a pain-free life at any age. You really can.
So using your system, how quickly do you think people get to see results? Let's just be honest. We're in a society where we want to see immediate results. Are the results immediate, or are we talking over a course of months, a course of weeks? How quickly can people see results using Energized Health?
Well, you know what? Here's what's crazy, Terrence. I would love to say, guess what, guys? It's got to be in it for the long haul. It's going to take a while. But Terrence, is not the truth. It takes about 14 days. In just 14 days, you will start seeing that, oh my gosh, this is really working. My pain is going away. My inflammation is going away. And oh, by the way, and man, I'm losing fat. We have people lose 5 pounds of fat in just 5 days. And of course, that's taking pain off of your joints. 5 pounds of fat is like 25 pounds of weight on your joint. It's a 5 to, some people say as much as 10 to 1. So it'd be like 50 pounds. But when you take all that weight off your joints, guys, in as little as 2 weeks, you will know I'm transforming. And then within just a few months, you can be pain-free, Terrence, in just a few months, 88 days.
All right, that's what we like to hear. John Jubilee, as always, my friend, it's good to talk to you. The information is right there on your screen, folks. EnergizedHealth.com. You can go to EnergizedHealth.com to get all the information that you want. And as you just heard John say, in a matter of days, you can start seeing changes. Thanks so much for being here with us. I'm Terrence Bates. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Joining us now is a very good friend of mine. By the way, we're here live at the Bitcoin.com studio. It's Bitcoin.com. Is a great friend, Alex Marlow. He's terrific. We got to have Alex on more. He's just terrific. And Salem Radio Network, and amongst many other things. So, Alex, a lot to discuss here. But as you know, I went on Bill Maher's program last week. I have never done marijuana in my life, but I don't know if I could say that anymore. So now when I go to these college campuses, they'll say, have you ever smoked weed? I'm like, well, not directly, but very well by secondhand smoke. What was your reaction to my conversation with Bill Maher? I thought it was very friendly. It was very cordial and in some ways very hopeful. Alex, your thoughts?
Yeah, I totally agree. Good for you for going on, Charlie. You're cornering the market for actually talking to the other side, which is nice. It's a great spot to be in. If I interviewed you, my first question was going to be, did you get a contact high? It's one of these things out here in California that it's a real thing, because I've never smoked weed also, so I don't. I think you now have officially had a half a time. So I think one half of a time, I think you can say, if anyone asks. My reaction was very positive.
I didn't inhale. For the record, I did not inhale.
That's right. It's worked before. That excuse has worked before in the past. People have gotten away with it. So my reaction is very positive. I'm glad you're doing it. I'm glad he's doing this. So in general, I'm in the camp that Maher's shtick, he's got a couple shticks, but one of them is he's saying all the stuff that folks like you and me and Steve and all the Donald Trump were saying 8-10 years ago. And people are talking about him like he's a genius for saying them. And I do find that a little irritating and frustrating. But he does have one other shtick that I love, which is he literally is the only person who's talking to all people of every political angle. I know you would talk to them, Charlie. I know I would talk to them on my show, but they don't tend to show up for whatever reason. He's figured out a way to get all these people to show up and talk to him of all these different viewpoints. And it is a terrific product that he puts out because of that. And it's not that he's so amazing, even though he's, of course, got some skills, but his ability to bring people in is a skill in and of itself. And you've absolutely got to hand it to him for that. And it makes it so that you're able to get deeper on conversations and topics that you're just not going to be able to do in a 2-minute soundbite or people talking past each other on social media. So I'm glad you're doing it, and I'm glad that this could be hopefully open up some doors for some people.
Yeah, and we have later in the hour Frank Turek to dive deeper into the apologetics Christian side of the discussion, which a lot of our discussion was centered around Christianity. Let's just play one piece of tape here, and then I want to get into some of the news of the day, because we did talk a lot about Garcia. That was a big portion of my conversation with Bill Maher. Let's play a little funny one. Let's play cut 123.
Drink?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
You don't drink?
No.
Or smoke pot?
No.
And you're married and super Christian. We're going to get along great.
You know, this is going to just be perfect.
And we did get along great. It's a good example of how we can heal the country.
Yeah, it is. And I do like that you guys got along. I think it's a good thing because for me, I'm an information guy and I am ideologically conservative. I'm a Catholic. I'm a Christian. I've been a Republican for my whole life, even though that's been hard sometimes. But I will tell you, Charlie, what animates me more as a news person is what's next, what's coming down the pike, what's exciting, what interesting conversations are being had. And so I want more of that. I don't need agreement. This world would be incredibly uninteresting if people only agreed. So if there's a new willingness to talk amongst people who do not have your same viewpoint or lifestyle. You have children. He's twice your age and has no children. I mean, there's so many differences, but it does make for an interesting conversation. I'm just sad to see it's so infrequent. It really is still too infrequent. This is unfortunately the exception and not the rule. But let's make it the rule. Let's make it the rule that we actually start talking to each other again. But also, I think some of what he's doing there with the substances is shtick. I think he's trying to draw you out. I think Rogan does this to some degree with people. Was he getting drunk and high while he was there? I know he was sipping on stuff. But
no. Yeah, it was. That's what I'm saying. It was quite a exhibit in hedonism.
Oh, really? That's it. Because I always feel like I ask this because my friend Robert Davi writes for us sometimes, who I'm sure you're aware of, who's an actor from a lot of things, Die Hard, among other things. He used to hang out with a lot of the Rat Pack guys. I always asked him, were they always just getting completely loaded, or was that part of an image? And he said it was a mix. It was they were drinking, but it was exaggerated for the sake of storytelling.
So Alex, now transitioning to Mr. Abrego Garcia. Kilmar Abrego
Everyone's
Garcia.
favorite Maryland resident.
Yeah, the Maryland
man,
dad, the Maryland man, the upstanding citizen. Where does this whole situation stand, and what is your analysis of it?
So what's interesting about this case is that I think both sides, it's a Rorschach test. Both sides think they're going to win this thing. We see it as these people are lunatics. They are all in for MS-13, meaning the Democrats. They're going down there with the have margaritas with MS-13 members. It's this case where he's got all these people in the car with him and no one's got any luggage, and he's clearly involved in human smuggling. That appears to be adding to his resume. It makes you feel as though that how could the Democrats possibly get the upper hand on this? But that's not really the game they're playing. The game they're playing is they're trying to trip up Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and the people who are setting policy for the White House and trying to get them to cross one of these judges, to have some sort of a constitutional crisis, to create a narrative that will allow for them to win in the midterms and then start the impeachments. And Trump's presidency is going to be completely curtailed by the left-wing hysteria and legal activism and lawfare. That's the game they're playing. They're not really living for just this news cycle. They're trying to lay out a strategy that will eventually lead to an impeachment for Donald Trump. So let's not get too cocky. I know they look insane defending MS-13 today, but we got to be pretty vigilant here, because if Trump makes one false move here, they are trying to come up with a strategy that leads to his, if not outright removal, at least waste all his time.
Yeah, and so I think that's right. I think that's really appropriate prudence. What do you make of the calamity in the judicial branch? There is a school of thought that says, look, the Trump administration just fill out the forms, request him back in quotes. Bukele will say no. That'll satisfy the courts, and this issue will largely be put to rest. It keeps on living because of the numerous court interventions around this case.
Yeah, it's a great question, because I'm generally a don't give an inch guy, but I do feel like I would kind of love to see them bring him back and then just deport him again, because they would and they could. Miller said as much, and he could be deported for any reason. So I don't know, maybe this morning I'm leaning towards do that. But in general, until you just brought it up just now, I do like the don't give an inch approach. Who cares about these people? Who cares about the left-wing media? There was nothing wrong that was done in terms of the law. But the left thinks there's some sort of a hold order that Trump is violating here. And Trump has not crossed one of these lawfare judges yet. He's not done anything illegal. He does not. And I think that's a really wise strategy for now. But it's also, Charlie, what we're seeing is not sustainable. They can't have 675 presidents of the United States who are doubling as district court judges who have a veto over everything Donald Trump does. We can't do that for the next 7 or 8 years, however long Trump's going to remain as president. So.
Yes. So let's play a piece of tape here from, let's play cut 97, please.
Who did pay for this trip?
This was an officially cleared, congressional trip, cleared on a bipartisan basis. Yes, like every other trip.
And then we'll put 172 up on screen. This shows that, again, apparently this is how gang tattoos work. An MS-13 style tattoo right on his hands. And so, Alex, your message is caution here. Understand the bigger picture. Please elaborate one final time, and I got 1 minute.
Yeah, I just feel like this is one where in the short term we got to emphasize the Democrats are cornered here defending all of MS-13, and they're of course defending illegal alien gang members over American citizens. Trump continuing to have the angel moms out there, make them surrogates in this regard, I think is really important, and it's a great move. But just know that the main goal, they're not dumb, they're foolish sometimes, but they're not dumb on the left, and they're trying to get Trump administration to violate some sort of directive from a court that could lead towards political momentum, towards impeachment. And so just keep that in mind, that they're not doing this without an end game in mind. They are. I think we can beat them at this. I think we are beating them, but let's just not be too overzealous.
Stay right there, Alex. We have another for another segment. Let's go to Alan Jackson. As the battle between good and evil escalates, it's easy to blame politicians, government, or poor leadership. But behind all of that is a spiritual battle. Read what Pastor Alan Jackson, friend of mine, says in his new book, Angels, Demons, and You. The Bible has a lot to say about angels and their unique roles as God's messengers and our helpers. Angels, demons, and you find valuable insights and practical tools and biblical truth that will help you navigate what is ahead. We're going to need it. Get your copy today at alanjackson.com/angels. It's alanjackson.com/angels. You can learn more about Pastor Alan and his ministry at alanjackson.com. It's a very powerful book. So take a look at it right now. alanjackson.com/angels. We have angels and demons all around you. He goes right into the core and the essence. So go to alanjackson.com. That is alanjackson.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. As a reminder, we'll be at Texas A&M University tomorrow. We'll be right back.
Researchers than the CDC. Yeah, may not be saying much. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. A reminder, we'll be on campus tomorrow at Texas A&M University. If you are in the Houston area or if you live near College Station, get in the car. Come on and say hello tomorrow at Texas A&M University. Maybe live in Austin. Bring the kids from Waco, from Huntsville. Get in the vehicle and turn on the Charlie Kirk Show, and we'll see you guys there. Why Refi is the underwriter and the supporter of our program. Private student loan debt in the United States totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why Refi does not care what your credit score is. When the payment on your distressed or defaulted private student loan is so big that you can't ever get ahead in your finances, Why Refi is surely your best option. Go to yrefi.com. May not be available in all 50 states. Call 888-YREFI34. Log on to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. Go to yrefi.com, YREFY.com. Let's face it, if you have distressed or defaulted private student loans, nobody's coming to bail you out, and bankruptcy is not an option. Go to YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. And Alex Marlowe from Breitbart and the Salem Radio Network is with us. So I want to play a piece of tape here and get your analysis, Alex, which it's easy to dismiss this David Hogg, infighting with Hakeem Jeffries, not just Hakeem Jeffries, as rabble-rousing. And, of course, I did a hit with Will Cain on Fox News. I said, look, it's probably a breakdown of fiduciary duty. But understand, was our party made stronger because of some of the primary challenges we did the last decade? You see, Democrats, they've come into a mentality the last couple of years. No primaries, doesn't matter no matter who vote blue. Let's play cut 106, and then I want your take on, is the Democrat Party trying to get more based? Play cut 106.
David Hogg, who I know you know, a vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, he's going to be joining us on the roundtable, and he is pursuing this effort to unseat some Democrats in safe seats through primary challenges.
Well, I look forward to standing behind every single Democratic incumbent, from the most progressive to the most centrist and all points in between.
Alex, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's really compelling because we in the Republican Party benefited greatly from a civil war that took place. And the history is just really important here, because remember when Mitt Romney lost, I think he spent like $3 billion on that campaign, and we thought he had a good chance. Remember, Charlie, he basically took a walk on the last debate with Obama because he thought he won. He just agreed with Obama on everything in the last debate. And then he got his clock cleaned, and we were all sitting around thinking, what do we got to do? And the Republican establishment told us we need to embrace amnesty. Amnesty for illegal aliens, that's what it was going to take for us to win elections. And a lot of us, myself included, said we're not going to do that. And that's where places like Breitbart, and it led to the rise of Trump, started saying we are going to crack down on this stuff. We're going the complete opposite direction. And we don't care if a civil war breaks out, because this is a hill to die on. And it worked out incredibly. I mean, if you had told me that after the 2012 autopsy that we'd have Donald Trump in 4 years and then Donald Trump again 4 years after that, or 8 years after that, I mean, you wouldn't believe it, but it worked out for us. Now, the problem is, who would win a civil war with the Democrats? It'd probably be the insane people, because they've got the most energy. They inspire the donors. So you get this sort of dark woke is what they're talking about, where they're really leaning into the woke stuff. Even though we think woke is over, Charlie, they don't all feel that way. So if they have a civil war, I think it might actually hurt them. But you know what? If they want to try it, they might need to, because their leadership is so lame and weak right now.
And so there's something of note here that we don't want to ignore. I was just in Boise, Idaho, and we drew a big crowd. I mean, to go debate a bunch of college kids, to draw 3,000 people, that's big. However, you have to be honest. You got to tell it like it is. The night before, Bernie and AOC, they drew 12,000 people in Boise. It's a big number. Now, I understand that area, that part of the world doesn't get a lot of attention. It's kind of like what happens when we go to California. When you're so in the ideological minority, you tend to draw out anyone that's like-minded, because there really is nothing of the sort. But 12,000 people in Boise is real. And they were drawing big crowds all across the West. What do you make about the AOC-Bernie combination? Is this a robust, grassroots, populist counter to MAGA? Or is it basically the Democrats continuing on their ultra-radical policies, and something that we should encourage more of happening?
Well, Bernie's a total fraud. He wouldn't even support the Democrats that he got along with when Trump put them up for confirmation, which is another genius move by Trump. Not only did he pick the best people for his cabinet, but he picked Democrats specifically to expose the senators who act like they're anti-establishment, but they're pure establishment. Bernie's always been that way. He's got a bunch of houses. He's a rich guy, and then he acts like he's a socialist. But there is an astroturf here, which might comfort the audience a little bit, which is a lot of them are trying to piggyback off of musical acts. So they'll get the musicians out who people want to see, AOC, and then they'll tack on an AOC or a Bernie Sanders speech. So I don't really buy the 12,000 number. But that said, we should go to the woodshed and act as though they're building a robust grassroots resistance that isn't just Soros-funded stuff like a lot of the Tesla stuff and a lot of our reporting, this group Indivisible that's very networked, or the new Arabella Advisors where they're just funding everything. We got to act like they're going to get organized and they're going to come back and they're going to mount a comeback. We got to act like we're on a war footing. We're not in peacetime yet. We're in wartime. We should behave that way. But if you want to comfort, I don't think the 12,000 number is legit. Charlie, your 3,000 number is legit and very impressive. I'm loving the college stuff. Absolutely incredible content, and good for you for doing it.
Thank you. And in fact, we're doing more campus tour stops this semester than even during the election. We are in a 24/7, 365 mentality. Elections are merely just moments in a broader cultural conflict. Alex, you're the best. Plug whatever you want to our audience.
Alex Marlowe Show and the Salem Podcast Network. So that's wherever you get your podcasts, and leaving a nice review is always good as well. But anytime you need me, Charlie, I'm here for you.
Thanks, Alex, so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Do you have enough faith to be an atheist? I sat down with Bill Maher. We discussed everything from the resurrection to the book of Acts. My friend Frank Turek is the best when it comes to Christian apologetics. We're going to walk through my Bill Maher discussion and add on to it. We'll be right back.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. The world is mourning the death of Pope Francis, who passed away while you were sleeping. He was 88 years old. The pontiff had been in failing health and had just been discharged from the hospital recently after a near deadly infection. The death comes less than 24 hours after Vice President J.D. Vance met with the leader of the Catholic Church at the Vatican on Easter Sunday.
I know you've not been feeling great, but it's good to see you in better health.
Vance and his family also observed Easter Mass at one of the 4 pontifical basilicas in Rome. The vice president is Catholic after converting in 2019. Pope Francis, by the way, was the first Latin American leader of the Roman Catholic Church. The eyes of the world will remain on the Vatican until white smoke billows from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, indicating the Papal conclave has selected a new leader. By the way, we're also just learning that President Trump is expected to attend Pope Francis's funeral later on this week. Also, the president has ordered that all flags be flown at half-staff on federal buildings as well as at the White House in memory of the Pope. The U.S. Supreme Court rules to block the Trump administration from deporting a group of Venezuelan migrants until further notice. The bigger story may be the scathing dissent from Justice Samuel Alito, though. His colleagues on the High Court reached the emergency ruling in the early morning hours of this past Easter weekend, which Alito questions in his response, writing, quote, "In sum, literally in the middle of the night, the court issued the unprecedented and legally questionable relief without giving the lower courts a chance to rule, without hearing from the opposing party, within 8 hours of receiving the application, with dubious factual support for its order, and without providing any explanation for its order." Justice Clarence Thomas joined Alito in his dissent. The case was brought by the American Civil Liberties Union, arguing that dozens of Venezuelans face imminent deportation without an opportunity to plead their cases in court. Meantime, issues like President Trump's policies on deportations, along with mass government firings in the wars in Gaza and Ukraine, motivated protesters across the country to take to the streets this past weekend. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
MAGA doctrine and president of Turning Point USA. Here's Charlie Kirk.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are here live in the Bitcoin.com studio. We love using Bitcoin, so check it out right now. Bitcoin.com studio, phenomenal partners of this program, Bitcoin.com. Email me directly, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. What do we have, guys? My Patriot Supply. Check it out right now at mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. With everything going on this year, fires, windstorms, and power outages hitting harder than ever, I've been looking for ways to protect my home and my family. That's why I went with the Grid Doctor 3300 from My Patriot Supply. This thing is a game changer. It's the only solar generator with built-in EMP protection, has the power to run your fridge, medical devices, lights, you name it. And it's not just sitting in a closet waiting for the next emergency. I've used mine to cut down on electric bills, and I'm planning to power up barbecues, camping trips, or even just work outside this spring. It's quiet, fume-free, safe to use indoors or out, and totally portable. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. It's amazing. You are 9 meals away from anarchy, so make sure that you guys have the trusted source for emergency preparedness, mypatriotsupply.com. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by My Patriot Supply. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. As you know, I joined the Bill Maher program last week, and it aired yesterday, and our full annotated version will be out tomorrow. And my very good friend, Frank Turek, took a lot of time, about 2 hours out of it, probably 3 hours out of his schedule, to watch the entire thing and give his feedback on things that we could add on top of it on how we can best defend our faith. Frank, great to see you, and thank you for taking the time, and happy belated Easter.
Yeah, Charlie, you took the right approach with Bill. You were very kind to him. You could have said a lot more. But as you say, when you're on a podcast, somebody else's podcast, you want to give him the benefit of the doubt. You want to get a few points in, but you don't want to make it a monologue as to why the guy's wrong.
Well, thank you. And it was not an interesting environment to be in, to say the least.
No.
So let's go to this one. Let me see here. Let's go to, I don't know if we actually have, okay, let's play cut 127. I'd love your reaction, Frank.
I'm going to take something that is so anti-intellectual, even though I can argue like an intellectual.
However, but you have to acknowledge, even the greatest minds of history have been mesmerized by the scriptures. Isaac Newton, Thomas Aquinas.
Well,
Isaac Newton wrote more about biblical prophecy than even physics. And so there's something about the scriptures that are intellectual, that does push your limits. And that's what I think is so beautiful about our faith, is it can be accessible to everyone, but also infinitely nourishing in exploration.
Frank, are the scriptures anti-intellectual?
No, not at all. In fact, the Bible continually tells us to give reasons for what we believe. And of course, even Yahweh in the Old Testament says, come, let us reason together. You know, Charlie, one of the things that atheists cannot answer, cannot actually give a cause for, is reason itself. I mean, if we're just molecules in motion, if we're just molecular machines, if we're nothing but moist robots, which is the common view of most materialists today, most atheists today, then they shouldn't even believe anything they think, because every thought they have is the result of the laws of physics. They're not really thinking, they're reacting. And C.S. Lewis pointed this out brilliantly in so many of his works, that if materialism's true, there's no way to even justify thinking. There's no way to justify reason. And if you can't justify thinking, you can't call a Christian anti-intellectual, because you haven't, as an atheist, even explained our ability to think and reason.
And so, Frank, one of the contentions that Bill Maher made is that, listen, Christianity, it's just a counterfeit of all these other Middle Eastern religions. Osiris and all this, virgin birth and raised from the dead. This is a story that is appropriated, and Christianity just copied other religions in the Middle East. How would you react to that?
Well, we have a whole section, and I don't have enough faith to be an atheist about that. It's just not true. Just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true, okay? About the only dying and rising God prior to Christianity was Osiris from Egypt, and that wasn't a resurrection into a new body. That was a kind of ethereal resurrection into the underworld. That's not what the New Testament's talking about. In fact, almost all of these supposed dying and rising gods come after Christianity, not before. So if anyone's copying from anyone, it's not Christianity copying from pagan resurrection myths. It's the pagan resurrection myths copying from Christianity. But, you know, as C.S. Lewis also pointed out, just because you have a parallel between two stories doesn't mean one is copied from another. In fact, there was a ship, Charlie, I don't know if you heard about it. It made its maiden voyage from the UK back in the early 1900s. It hit an iceberg. A lot of people died. And of course, you're going to say, well, Frank, of course, that was the Titanic. Well, actually, it was actually a novel from, I think, 1898 called The Futility. And it predated the Titanic just by chance. Nobody would say, well, the Titanic story then must be copied from this novel called Futility. It just happened to be that there were parallels. So parallels don't necessarily prove that one is copying from another anyway.
And look, for example, a lot of the religions that overlap with Christianity, the overlap lines up with Christianity's rise, so they're just copying it. Like in Norse mythology, for example, there's a god Balder who dies and comes back and creates a paradise after an apocalypse. But almost certainly, this part of the myth was influenced by the spread of Christianity and was written down only in the Middle Ages. Another thing that Bill Maher mentioned in the discussion, and I didn't even know how to process this. I mean, in real time, Frank, I knew that this school of thought existed, but I thought it was only on Reddit or Discord channels, not in agreed upon high scholarly thinking. Did Jesus Christ actually exist, Frank Turek?
If there is one or two scholars out of many thousands, Charlie, in academia today who study this kind of material, and I'm not talking about, Bible-believing Christians. There are atheists or New Testament scholars. If there's one or two out there, it's a lot who say Jesus never existed. I mean, think about this, Charlie. Jesus, inarguably, is the most influential human being to ever walk the earth. How could he possibly have never existed? It would be like somebody 2,000 years from now saying, Luke Skywalker is the most influential human being to ever walk the earth. Nobody 2,000 years from now is going to take a fictitious character and say that person is the most influential human being on the earth. Not only that, but there are non-Christian sources, and you began to talk about this a little bit in your interview with Bill, yes. Charlie. You didn't get a chance to complete the thought, but there are at least 10 ancient non-Christian sources within 150 years of Jesus's life that mention Jesus and or the apostles, people like Josephus, Suetonius, Thales,
yes.
Phlegon,
and Josephus
the Talmud,
was the name I forgot. I screwed up Herodotus and Josephus, but but that's a big one. Remind the audience who Josephus was. That's an extra biblical account of Jesus' life, non-biblical.
Yeah. Josephus lived from 37 AD to about 100 AD, and he wrote several books related to the Jews. One's called Antiquities, another is called, it's about the Jewish War is another one. And he mentions Jesus, he mentions John the Baptist, he mentions that James, the half-brother of Jesus, is killed as a martyr. He's the pastor of the church in Jerusalem, and he's killed in 62 AD. The Sanhedrin, the Jewish ruling council, threw him off the Temple Mount, and then they stoned him to death. Now, this is the same guy, by the way, Charlie, who wrote that little book in the New Testament called James. He's also the same guy who did not believe his brother was God before the resurrection. But then James had Jesus appear to him, and that's why he converted, and that's why he was later executed by the Jews. So Josephus has a lot of great information on some of the New Testament events. But let me hasten to say this, Charlie. The best evidence for Jesus is in what we call the New Testament documents. And you don't have to assume that they are inspired to get good historical information out of them. Even atheists like Bart Ehrman, who teaches here where I am in North Carolina, UNC Chapel Hill, he admits that Jesus existed. He said probably one of the most attested to facts from ancient history is the crucifixion of Jesus. Of course, he doesn't believe in the resurrection, but there's virtually no scholars out there who say Jesus never rose from the dead, or I should say never existed, which is why when Bill tried to say that, it's completely off the record.
And the other one, which I didn't quite grasp, and I did find that there was a school of thought out there that exists, but very fringe, that Paul was talking about a spiritual Jesus, that Paul, I just thought off the top of my head, I mean, 1 Corinthians, he talked about we will say that Jesus rose from the dead and that Jesus appeared to 500 believers. Where does this come from? And is there any merit to the argument that Paul was somehow not connected to, or he thought Jesus was just a spiritual celestial being?
No, because Paul makes it very clear that he's talking about a resurrected body, a body that comes out of the tomb. It would have been easy to say Jesus resurrected spiritually. Then you wouldn't have to, his body could still be in the tomb, and you could still say, oh, he resurrected spiritually. But that wasn't the case. Jesus's tomb was empty, and it would have been easy to squash Christianity if it wasn't empty, because both the Romans and the Jews who didn't want Christianity to succeed would have gone to the right tomb and taken out his body. They didn't do it because his body wasn't in there. So no, this was a physical resurrection, and that's what made it so crazy to the Greeks, because they didn't think they didn't think anyone would want to have their body raised. They wanted to be liberated from the body. So when Paul is talking on Mars Hill, as recorded in Acts 17, and he's bringing up a physical resurrection, these guys over there are incredulous. They're going, we don't want that. We want to be liberated from the body. No, this was a physical resurrection. Christianity only makes sense if that's the case.
The book is I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. And Frank, I want you to sign one for Bill. Next time I see him, I'm going to give him a copy and say, you have a obligation to read this bill. Super quick, about 30 seconds here, Frank, and we have another segment coming up. Remind the audience of the great work that Cross-Examine does and plug the book as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Crossexamine.org. We go to college campuses as well, Charlie. We're nearly always talking about why I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. We're giving evidence that Christianity is true. Then we take questions. We have a YouTube channel, Cross-Examine, 2 words, at YouTube. And we also have a podcast called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. So we're going to college campuses, high schools, churches, presenting the evidence that Christianity is true and taking a lot of questions. We have over 2,500 videos on our YouTube channel. Most of them are Q&A videos from the college campus.
Frank, stay right there. Frank is a legend. In fact, I first came aware of Frank on public access television in Spokane after I spoke at Washington State University in the spring of 2018. It's been 7 years. It's been great to get to know Frank and his impact. He's been a wonderful friend to me. Stay right there. We all know how challenging it'd be to get the quality sleep we need. Whether it's falling asleep or staying asleep, so many people are not getting the Z's they need. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. If you're looking for the right formula for better Z's, give Z-Factor a try. Right now, you'll save 46% on your first order, only $19.95 on a 30-day supply. Z-Factor is 100% drug-free, so it's safe to take regularly. Plus, there's no groggy feeling when you wake up. Go to relieffactor.com. It's better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor can get you all the Z's that you need. A good night's sleep is an incredibly important thing to have, to sleep, to rest, to recover. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. Email me, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We talk more about Christianity, the impact it has on our culture, and more with Frank Turek after the break.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. More with Frank Turek in just a second here. If you want to listen to all the Charlie Kirk Show episodes, that is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Our conversation with Bill Maher will be annotated, posted there tomorrow. We have some phenomenal conversations. Our Easter message with Jack Hibbs. And right now, we are number 7 in all Apple News. It goes Megyn Kelly, Tucker, and this program as the top 3 conservative podcasts right now. So thank you guys for that. Deeply appreciative. We have an Ask Me Anything episode out all about annexing Taiwan or the Nebraska winner take all and more. We love being in dialogue and communication with you guys. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Tomorrow at Texas A&M University, we're going to be there for quite a while. We have a day event and an evening event. Looking forward to seeing you guys all there. As always, you can email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the podcast. Get involved with Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA is America's most important organization, moving the dial with our nation's young people towards goodness, virtue, patriotism, and liberty. Let's go to tpusa.com. That is tpusa.com. Frank Turek joins in a second. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Go to bitcoin.com studios. That is bitcoin.com. Wonderful supporters of this show. Let me just tell you a little bit about bitcoin.com right now. Let me see here. Bitcoin.com. Buy, sell, and manage Bitcoin all in one place. That is bitcoin.com. So, Frank, another contention that he made was that the Holy Spirit was not mentioned until 300 years later. I don't know if you caught this in part of the interview where he said, well, the Holy Spirit's a concept that came hundreds of years later. I actually think I did a pretty good job of interjecting and correcting the record. It's clearly not true. The Spirit is actually mentioned all the way back into the Old Testament, but primarily we see that in the baptism of Christ our Lord, where it was Jesus Christ, the Spirit came upon him, and God the Father said, "This is my Son in whom I am pleased." Is there any truth to that?
Truth to what you said, not what he said. In fact, it's all over the New Testament. And as you mentioned, even the Old Testament. I mean, the Holy Spirit comes upon the believers at Pentecost, which as one of the most accurate, I mean, I think all the books are accurate, but one of the most verifiable books in the New Testament is the book of Acts, Charlie. And in our book, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist.
Too. Yes,
yeah, you did, because both Luke and Acts are written by Luke, and Luke is an historian of first rank. That was even admitted by a archaeologist by the name of Sir William Ramsay, who initially was skeptical of Luke 100 years ago. Then he spent 20 years studying Luke, and he said Luke is an historian of first rank. And if you go through the book of Acts, there are 84 historically eyewitness confirmable details that only an eyewitness or somebody that knew an eyewitness would know. Just in the book of Acts, Charlie, we list them all, and I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. So the Holy Spirit is all over the documents. And as you pointed out in your rebuttal video or response video that you released earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday, with Bill Maher, even the date of the documents is important, but what's more important are the sources for the documents, Charlie, as you explained. Right. If you were to write a book, or I were to write a book about 9/11 right now, which is about 23 years ago, it's more important that I'm interviewing people who saw it. That's more important than the date I'm writing it down right now in 2025. And that's what goes on with the New Testament. The date, it's the dates of these books are written during the lifetime of the eyewitnesses by eyewitnesses or people that knew eyewitnesses, because they proved it by putting data in the text that only an eyewitness would know. But they're actually interviewing people, if they weren't eyewitnesses themselves, like Luke wasn't. They were interviewing people that were there, and they're still alive when they're writing it. So this is eyewitness testimony. This material is telling us really what happened. And by the way, Charlie, they had no motive to make it up. They didn't get sex. They didn't get money. They didn't get power. All they got as former believers in Yahweh, just Jewish believers in Yahweh, is they got kicked out of the synagogue. They got beaten, tortured, and killed. That's why I thought your question when you asked him, why would they fake the resurrection, was brilliant. And he really didn't have a response, because there is no answer. Why would they fake this to get themselves abused? They wouldn't.
In closing here, Frank, what from my conversation, Bill, more broadly, how should Christians share the gospel? I try to take a more gentle touch. I wanted to develop a relationship with Bill. It was tempting to kind of go all in and go heavy apologetics and a little finger wagging. Just speak as someone who does this for a living. In closing here, about a minute and a half remaining, the different approaches that we as believers should bring to unusual circumstances to point towards Jesus.
Well, I think both you and I try and take the approach where we don't want to try and own people. We want to gently correct them and ask them a lot of questions because we want them walking away going, I want to know more. We don't want them walking away from a interaction with us to say, oh man, I hated that guy. He made me look bad. You don't want to do that. You want to try and win people. Look, Charlie, as you know, when somebody asks you a question, you're not just answering a question, you're answering a person. And so you want to provide an opening for the next conversation. And what I try and ask people is, if Christianity were true, would you become a Christian? And Charlie, I've had atheists stand at the microphone in front of hundreds of people on college campuses and say no, because they don't want it to be true. So I think that clears the deck of all the objections they could have. So I always ask that question. You asked a similar question to Bill. You asked him, hey, do you hope you were wrong? That kind of thing. That's what we need to take. We need to ask people questions, and we shouldn't expect people to agree with us. We should just ask questions, make points, and really highlight grace, Charlie, because grace is what people are looking for. Look, there's only two things you're going to get in the afterlife. You're either going to get justice or grace. There's no other category.
Frank, thank you so much. God bless you, my friend. Crossexamine.org. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
Subscribe to our podcast. We'll see you tomorrow at Texas A&M University. Thanks so much.